Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleets on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ. Hey, you looking at the champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
저에게 이제 6번째 스프링이 왔는데 제가 다른 팀에 오게 돼서 다른 감독 코치님과 하게 되는 게 처음인데 이번 연도는 그냥 즐겁게 하고 싶어요.
작년에 이어 또 팀에 남아 드래곤 X 유니폼을 입고 또 다시 도전하게 되었습니다. 올해는 어떠한 방법으로든 무조건 잘해서 성적을 내는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요.
1년 내내 좀 하면서 좀 많이 부족한 거나 그런 거 많이 느꼈던 것 같아요. 그래서 저도 일단 준비를 잘 해서 좋은 모습 보여줘야 될 것 같아요.
작년에 제가 잘했는데 마무리가 항상 아쉬웠어서 처음부터 많이 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 다시 한번 정상에 한번 써보겠습니다.
시작이 좀 중요하다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 좀 더 진지한 각오로 임하는 게 클 것 같아요.
경기를 다시 뛸 수 있어서 좀 설레긴 하죠. 저희 팀을 응원해 주시면서 뿌듯함을 느낄 수 있도록 최대한 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 기회가 아니면 다시 돌아올 수가 없을 것 같아서 제가 앞으로 뭐 몇 년을 더 하든 간에 마무리는 LCK에서 했으면 좋겠다는 생각으로 돌아왔어요.
돌아와서 집 같은 느낌이 들고 뭔가 조금 설레요. 다시 돌아온 만큼 새로 시작하는 마음으로 열심히 불꽃을 불살라 보겠습니다.
2020년 최고의 탑은 제가 되지 않을까 그렇게 생각하고 있어요. 스프링 시즌 때도 제가 그 영광 계속 누리도록 하겠습니다.
작년에 많이 우승했었는데 이제 다시 새로운 한 해의 시작이다 보니까 저는 이제 또 새로운 스타트 라인에 섰다고 생각하고 올해도 열심히 하겠습니다.
Welcome, everybody, to another day of the 2020 LCK. My name is Valdez, back here for my first time. I'm here with LCK Split, aka LS. How are you doing today? It's been a while. I'm back here, but how are you doing, man?
You know what? That wasn't very smooth.
I know, I not very smooth. Not like you.
A little bit of a rough
little
landing.
Smooth, yeah.
I mean, I am a little smooth going on. Yeah, you know.
For sure.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's been a while here for me at the LCK. As you guys can tell, I'm just settling back in. I realize we're on the other side now. We're on the Korean casters side. I was a little bit taken aback when we were walking up here and I saw 3 people in our seats. And then I was like, oh, we must be on the other side. But we got some good games today. We got a couple of teams that haven't played yet here. at the LCK. Coming in, one of them is going to play against T1. One of them will play against KT. We got Dragon X's new roster making their debut here in the LCK. We saw them at the Kespa Cup. Excited for that, but first we got Hanwha Life up against T1. How are you doing? Third day in a row back here on the desk?
I'm actually doing fantastic.
Really?
My commute is about a minute and 30 seconds, so I'm doing
That's insane.
doing fantastic.
That's a lot.
Normally my
faster than
commute
mine.
is almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
One way.
That must be a
That's
pretty
awful.
big upgrade for you.
Yeah. So.
We do have the standings here. Afrika and Mystic really showing off yesterday. The one thing that got me to tweet about those games yesterday was Mystic's insane play on the Ashe, trying to become an Ashe legend once again here. But impressions from the first couple of days, LS, how are you feeling about the play overall? We all know how you feel about the drafts and all that stuff. I feel like we've talked enough about that. But how do you feel as we're going to take a look here at the roster as well?
Overall, I am honestly a bit worried. To be completely, to be completely frank with you, I am a bit worried. There's been many games that are very, very slow. The drafts, obviously, as you already said, I'm not a hashtag big fan.
No.
Of those at all. As we're taking a look at the Hanwha Life Esports roster here. Cube, Haru, Tempt, Lava, Zenit, Lahens, and Vista, like the Windows thing that never got off the ground, or
yeah, he's even missing a letter there, so he might be a little bit broken.
That's like the shops that have the lights outside, right? But one of the letters isn't working.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I saw a good one on Reddit earlier. That's I'm not going to mention it here. It's not really safe for the broadcast, but it was really, really funny. Vista, we'll see if he can show a little bit better than his name shows here, as we'd like to see what he can do there, or if he is even going to start over Lahens, because Lahens, of course, is he's pretty good. He's one of the reasons why I feel like Hanwha Life's roster is actually not a total train wreck here in 2020, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, Lahens was always known as a strategist, and one of the few What?
Isn't it strategist?
Valdez.
Well, I mean, I know it's LS, so
Valdez, come on.
You have trouble with your.
I was educated in America, after all. Come on.
Yeah.
All right,
well,
points of the match. Sensational.
Sounds like something you would
back
say.
in the LCK. Can Hanwha step up the game to the world class with his help? And that's obviously going to be one of the questions. Hanwha Life, they were in the relegations.
Yes, they were.
So
yeah.
That, they managed to make it back. Obviously, T1 here had a great start with Baker's success. Can they score 2 wins in a row? Obviously, they're looking for a 2-0 here today. They had a bit of a little, I mean, it's a great start, but it was a shaky start. We take those.
Yeah, I mean,
as
it's
T1 fans might say on Twitter.
Still a win's a win when you see the numbers. We're going to also take a look at the key players coming into this one. Lahens, we already talked about him. The guy is pretty insane. Lasena, also one. And everybody knows our good favorite, Layumi, is also pretty good there. See what he has picked so far. And the highest damage per minute in the Kespa Cup. So I assume that's amongst supports, so not the biggest deal there, but we all know what he's good for, his mechanical plays in the bottom lane. Should be starting here tonight, no doubt, in our mind.
All I'm hoping for is that we do not see Braum Tom or any of those kind of variations.
You should probably go cast in a different region.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to see that.
Stop.
Well.
Okay. they're very plentiful in some other regions as well. Key player Faker here. DPM 522. Goal difference at 15, 450. Picks Rumble, LeBlanc, and Tristana. He got player of the game with the LeBlanc and the Tristana. And both of those games, they were really hard. And so getting the MVP on the LeBlanc was really a testament to his own individual ability in that game for people that watched it. But now we're going to take a look at some of the trash talk.
Yeah. Gonna hand it over to the trash talk here. Let's see what they have to say.
보여준 것처럼 사이드 운영을 확실하게 잘하는 것 같아요.
중국 그 FPX랑 비슷하게 하더라고요. 작년 롤드컵 때 도인비 선수가 라이즈하고 또 탑이 뭐 기동성 좋은 거에서 약간 그런 식으로.
일단 가장 큰 점이 감독 코치님들은 재미있게 하는 거를 추구하시고 이제 LCK의 기존 틀을 좀 깨시는 걸 원하셔서 저는 그게 굉장히 좀 재미있다고 느꼈어요.
감독님, 코치님들은 훨씬 더 똑똑하셔서 굳이 LPL 스타일이 아니라 LCK도 겪으시고 LPL도 겪으셨으니까 좋은 길로 저희를 이끌어 주시는 것 같아요. 네, 좋습니다. 전 인기 많으니까 잡으면 인기 많으실 것 같습니다.
리엔즈 선수 하나 같구나. 열심히 하겠네. 또 리엔즈도 저랑 또 친해가지고.
테디 좋습니다. 매 해마다 머리 커지는 것 같아서 되게 매력적인 선수죠. 계속 커지는 것 같아요, 제 생각에.
지금은 자기하라고 안 놀려. 가끔 약간 방송에서 자기하라고 약간 컨셉 자꾸 했었는데.
네, 자꾸 자기라고 하니까 슬슬 이제 지겨워져.
시호야, 너의 자리에 이제 바이퍼님이 없네. 아쉽겠다. 시호야, 파이팅.
테디 에포트, 테디 쿠리 이렇게 되겠죠? 제 생각에는 좀 재미없게 파밍 하다가 상체에 힘 받아서 이기는 쪽이 이길 것 같습니다. 자, 2대1도 이길 것 같아요.
리엔즈 선수가 이제 게임 내에서도 허세가 굉장히 심합니다. 네. 제가 생각했던 것보다 더 이상한 놈이었어요.
저는 잘 모르겠는데 한 명도 빠짐없이 이상하다고 하니까 뭔가 문제가 있는 것 같긴 해요.
제가 엄청 초창기 때는 페이커 선수 만나면 엄청 긴장도 하고 그랬는데 지금은 좀 이제 돼가지고 긴장되고 그러는 건 없는 것 같아요.
처음엔 엄청 긴장되고 그랬었는데 이제는 친하냐?
저요? 저는 잘 모르겠습니다.
더 분발해서 페이커 선수를 이겨봐야죠.
작년에 많이 우승했었는데 다시 새로운 한 해의 시작이다 보니까 또 새로운 팀원들과 그리고 다른 쟁쟁한 팀들과 함께 경기를 하면서 저희가 많이 배우면서 이번에도 좋은 결과 내도록 하겠습니다.
우리 하나생명은 이제 T1이 첫 경기란 말이에요. 그 첫 경기에서 꼭 이기고 싶네요. 네.
저희 팀에 스토리가 각자 많아서 이번에 꼭 이기고 또 첫 단추 잘 시작하겠습니다.
하나생명 이런 건 자신감 있게 말해야 돼가지고 2대 0이요.
저희 목표는 언제나 2대 0이고요. 어느 팀을 만나도 2대 0으로 이긴다는 마음으로 하겠습니다.
사실 저는 T1을 딱히 그렇게 의식하진 않습니다.
강팀들을 빨리 만나서 이기면 혹시 더 좋은 거라 전 좋은 것 같아요, 이 대신.
좋은 모습 꼭 보여주고 싶네요. 테디 화이팅. T1 화이팅.
Welcome back, guys. Thrown right on camera. That was pretty funny. I like how even Kibe was throwing some shots at Lehens and saying how he's kind of a weird guy, bragging all the time. We'll have to see if he has anything to brag about today as they're going up against a really strong opponent, LS.
Valdez, every time players or teams say that they have really interesting stuff.
Yeah. He's like our coaches. They draft some really fun stuff. They're really just, I love them so much. I'm like, whoa, that's a bad sign.
I'm going to hold my breath until I see it. Because fun stuff to me probably means something, I don't know, maybe Tom Kench.
Yeah,
coming in
Tom
or something.
Kench, Senna in the bottom lane.
Wow,
Azir in the mid lane. I saw Azir and Corky got a couple of buffs on 10.3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the two of their faces, and I'm like, oh boy, wait, what?
That's
not again.
Definitely something.
Because Tom Kench never dies, and apparently Azir and Corky may never die if they do come back.
It's really bizarre to see them both buffed at the same exact time, but the buffs were so negligible. One of them is almost irrelevant to pro, or it will never probably actually impact a pro game.
Yeah.
So,
I suppose I should have watched your patch rundown.
I
Maybe
did not do it for this patch. Yeah, I didn't. I felt really bad after I had recorded it. I thought I was really out of line. And so I just
really?
didn't
Did you
upload
take it too far?
Yeah, I did. I actually deactivated Twitter and deleted everything for a couple of hours on the night.
What?
Yeah, I actually did.
Really?
True
I didn't
story,
know
yeah,
that.
true story, yeah. Yeah, I
Wow.
felt really bad. I was really out of line, so.
Interesting. Well, I suppose in that case, I'm glad I didn't catch it, as you are now new and reformed LS here on the desk. Thank you for joining us. You won't get reported anymore.
Little saint now.
Yeah,
you know?
little saint. Likeable saints.
Yeah.
That's how we all know and love you here. Good old LS. As okay, we wanted to keep the secret, but now the secret is out. We do have a new player joining in here. It is going to be Vista coming into the bottom lane. And you might be scratching your head and saying, well, isn't he a support? Yes, he is, technically. And they were talking about fun stuff. They got 2 supports in the bottom lane. We're going to jump straight into pick and ban and see what kind of weird and crazy shenanigans can happen here with this new roster for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, so it's going to be double support in the bot lane. So obviously what I'm expecting is either double mage or for the support player to be picking Senna or something of that nature. So
or Sona.
Or Sona. Yeah, or Karma.
Ooh,
okay. Or you know what? Let's just throw in
or
Yumi.
what else? Yumi?
Let's throw in. You know what? Actually,
What, like mage Yumi?
One of the new Chinese solo queue tactics was actually Pike Tark recently.
That sounds pretty gross.
So, maybe we could see something like that. But all right, let's take a look at the draft because I want to see what they were talking about in the trash talk segment.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they can actually live up to that, right?
And so far they're banning Rek'Sai, LeBlanc, Lucian. T1 banning Pantheon, Akali, and Elise. Remember, this is patch 10.2. Akali has not had her kneecaps busted yet. Although they just released a micro patch for Akali and Yumi.
Okay.
Middle of last night.
Well, LS's kneecaps get busted right off the bat with that set first on B1. As, that's just the way things go here. Ornn,
so
not going to be picked just yet.
And that actually, I've talked about it so many times on the broadcast. B1 set is really vulnerable. We've seen it many times in all of the set games so far that he can run into team compositions that he doesn't really do anything against, and then he decays, basically. Decay's a really interesting word. I found out that Koreans use that to describe certain champions, that they really go up and then they just plummet.
Yeah.
So that's
they decay.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never heard a term like that for a champion before. So.
Do you think that you decay while you're in the death realm, just slowly?
Ooh, I get it.
Does that impact the kind of timelines that are going on in there?
Well, I'm not too sure, but what I am sure about is T1 elected to take Mordekaiser into set, and this always is a bit confusing because if Set plays the matchup right, he's favored. And so it's such a bizarre way to try to approach it when so many better champions do exist against this champ that also just have more modes and offer more to your team composition. So T1 now with the Jarvan locked in as well, banning away the Lee Sin, Ryze being banned away by Hanwha Life. And we don't know if that Rumble is going to be support, mid, top,
jungle. You never know.
AD.
Could be AD.
Yeah.
I mean, we have Vista in the AD role now, so you really do not know. The quintuple flex. You don't see that every day.
Nautilus being banned away. Little interesting. And now T1 hovering Thresh. So they'll have a lot of pick opportunity with this team composition. And obviously, you're going to want to do this to maintain the Mordekaiser being able to be flexed mid and top lane. And then reserving counter pick as you deem fit. But it's going to be swapped to Leona last second.
Yeah, still is that support pick, so you still get to have that counter pick for the last pick, as you were mentioning. Lots more Leona coming in. Definitely one of our more fun melee bottom laners, as Diana gets picked up here alongside of Shen. We all know that Lehens loves to play Shen. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hop onto that one, which means it should be Rumble, Diana, and Set up in the top side of the map.
So this definitely is a non-traditional kind of LCK draft. So I do like to see this. Now, in terms of the champions that they picked, they're walking into the Death Realm. They have lots of champions that are able to be effectively stifled by that Mordekaiser. And for some reason, T1 lock in Aatrox as the final pick. So when Hanwha Life loves close quarter combat, and they love interrupting you and having CCs and massive amounts of burn and disruption, the Aatrox comes in to walk right into it, and some people might think, well, Aatrox likes close quarter combat too, but the champions on Hanwha Life like it a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. You look at the roster here of champions for T1, and it does look like they enjoy their frontlining and engaging as well with the Philios on the backside to try to do some long-range stuff. He has a massive wall of champions in front of him, so you could say that at the end of the day, both of the teams kind of ran into each other in the draft. But LS is saying that this one over here looks like they're going to have a bit more fun when it does come down to that close quarters combat.
Set, Diana, Rumble, MF, and Shen. It's going to be the team composition. So this really spikes around 2 items, but they're also extremely powerful at 1 item. So if they get ahead, it's going to be really hard for T1 to stabilize, and also the T1 team composition is not one that can fall behind. There's no insurance policy in this team, and if this game goes even, it's all going to come down to Teddy on the Aphelios, because the other champions, they're just going to be invalidated.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Teddy can pull off some kind of Mystic performance from yesterday. He has done it in the past, but again, guys, because we do not have any fans here in the audience, there are no fan chants. We had our moment to do the fan chants over at Kespa Cup. I'm not going to torture you guys with that once again.
What do you mean torture?
You remember when we did the fan chants over at the Kespa Cup?
That was your fault, Valdez.
T1 fighting!
Just like we're back. No, just like we're back in the LCK. Just like we're back. The T1 fans bought out all the seats. See? Right on schedule.
Well, then they have one insider that does the Hanwha Life fan chant because they feel a little bit bad. And then there are like 3 people that cheer alongside because they also feel bad. And they get a little, they get a little thing. You could have done a little bit of a tribute to their team.
All right, well, taking a look at the match here. Comet going to be on the Rumble. Also has the Scorch, which personally I really hate Scorch outside of solo queue, where obviously winning lane is all that sort of matters and trying to get those solo kills. But in competitive, I mean, in LCK especially, we've been having games go past 30 minutes pretty often. So Gathering Storm just feels like a much better rune, especially because if you guys don't know, just hop into Practice Tool and set a bot as your opponent. Go in and actually see how much Scorch actually does, or if you're taking it in your solo queue games, make sure to check out how much it did at the end of the game, and it's a pretty compelling argument against it.
Yeah, I mean, you have mentioned that many times before. Rumble, though, not a, it's a guy that loves his penetration for sure. He doesn't have the most amazing AP scaling, so could that potentially be part of the reason why you would take it on someone like Rumble compared to someone else?
Well, Rumble, he is really obnoxious. He's a lane bully as well, so typically lane bullies can be the ones that do end up taking Scorch. But so far, Roach getting pushed in, but going back to the Rumble thing, against the Aatrox.
Oh boy.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna have to hold that thought. We gotta dive down here. The double knockup coming on in, but Effort is gonna be the first one that goes down, and Teddy goes down too. They tried to set up the dive, and with the double knockup, it was looking good to start, but immediately they give away a bunch of gold over to the side of Hanwha Life.
That was a extremely peculiar dive And unfortunately, Hanwha Life, they're going to be the ones that make out on it the most. So that was definitely an interesting choice here.
Okay,
Valdez.
interesting choice of words as well, as in comes Cuz. Really gonna go in with that flash. He's not wasting any time. Will be a trade of flash for flash. There's effort even was roaming up from the bottom side. Wanted to get some revenge. They end up only getting the flash.
Yeah.
포션, 조심해라.
Be careful.
나 W야, W.
I have W, I have W.
Yeah, they just stand in the W. And that was really what saved them. Lens didn't have to say anything else except Nisa at the end.
Yeah.
As really was all about that W. They stand on top of it, and nobody could really attack them after that.
That was obviously a nice trade for Hanwha Life. Haru just continuing to farm as Diana right now. Inside of the jungle. As Effort looking for a trade now. Vista and Lehens are failing to crash. Faker behind. Now, both of them do have flash.
Yeah, Lehens just easily able to flash away from that one. Faker, nice roam timing after it looks like he pushed in the mid wave. Just is able to use that, yeah, no freeze there. I see your unhappiness with the situation. Not going to deny any minions, just crashes it into Faker, who will miss one and get all the XP. Yeah. So doesn't deny any XP, doesn't deny level 6 ahead of Tempt, who has TP and can get back to lane for it.
And also, meanwhile, up in this top lane, double Doran's Blade for Cuvée.
Same for MF too, actually.
Yep. MF, you can see her oftentimes go up to 5 maximum. Typically, she'll end up purchasing 3 depending on how the lane is going, but right now, T1, they're actually going to rotate. They're going to get themselves the Cloud Dragon, so that's actually really nice for Mordekaiser's Death Realm. Normally doesn't end up getting CDR until way later in his build, typically, as he goes for Leandri's Torment first item.
You mentioned being pushed in.
Okay, well,
just
he's going to die on this wave. Roach needs to be really, yeah, he understands that Set can superplex him.
Yeah. And look at Cuvée too. He's just threatening it and saying you have to leave lane. That's a massive
Roach
wave that he's missing.
Getting lane, oh no. Oh, what? Why did he come out? Hello? Cuvée
yes,
right now showing us that
he's here.
No, he's dead. He's press Q.
Well, he's waiting for Cuz to come on in.
No, Roach is dead.
Cuvée is just going to try to go in and kill him anyway, as you are dead. And they're trying to go for the 1-for-1, but it's absolutely not going to happen, as Hanwha Life are just going to rotate up to the top side. Extremely questionable play here, as now Cuz in a world of hurt already on top of that one, as Cuvée going to pick up another kill. On top of it is already 2-0 as disaster strike for T1 Hanwha getting ahead early.
This top lane is so far from over, and right there, what I was.
You mean incredibly over, right?
Well, it is so far over.
Yeah.
This is
not.
This is Iron Man without his armor walking a lane right here. That's exactly what this is. As we take a look at bot lane, I'll talk about what was going on inside of that replay once we probably end up getting to it, because it was very peculiar the way that Cuvée started it off. It actually was very close. So right here, he's not pressing Q for the accelerated movement speed towards the Mordekaiser that would force the flash initially. Mordekaiser responds with flash, you respond flash E, and then can probably end up even saving Superplex for the Jarvan, but he gets really low. It doesn't quite matter though, as Temp comes up with the equalizer, and then Haymaker knocking Jarvan right into next year as the coaches rejoice, except for Nofe.
Yeah. Nofe knows that it's still early on in the game, although the coach in the middle was kind of leaning back in his chair and got a bit excited after that one. I mean, this is going to be a big set early on. Not only is he ahead 2 kills, but massive amount of XP in the top side after Mordekaiser missed so much from being zoned out. And then, of course, the CS gap that is already widening up here. So we're just 20 in the difference.
And so I talked about this inside of the draft. If T1 falls behind, it's gonna be really, really hard for them to come back because Aphelios is the only insurance policy that they have. But with the insane amount of backline access that Hanwha Life Esports has, Set can even get onto him by using Jarvan or Mordekaiser as a catapult to reach Aphelios, combined with the Equalizer, Diana's long-range access, and it's going to be way too hard for T1 to just peel for him. So the fact that Set is getting so big, and for Rumble to be going completely even here in the mid lane, Diana getting herself in a really good position as well. This is not a good situation right now for T1. Now, the one upside is Set is building Black Cleaver. So yeah. T1 has that going for them.
For a second, I thought you meant that was a good thing in the build, but I've been watching the cast, and I know that you're not a big fan. As, yeah, it'll come in. You mentioned the Aphelios trying to get ahead. At least that is happening down on the bottom side with Cuz hanging around down here in the bot as Efforts is going to get haunted up and loses more than half his HP, and they are going to die in the back.
Oh, no. And now the turret.
Yeah.
Turret's going to die. Death Realm's going to come out, but no, Roach is dead.
Yeah, they don't even have to wait for the turret to go down. They're just going to 2-on-1 him as Death Realm comes in. Cube is more than able to handle that, and that should get another push up in the top side as this play in the bottom side has been delayed for quite a long time and has not really happened. Another charge going to come in, and how about a luxury turret? Not going to happen just yet. They're looking to push into it just now as a nice amount of extra gold is going to be handed over here to the side of Hanwha.
Okay, well, that's a very big set. He has almost a 3,000 gold advantage in top lane at 10 minutes.
Interesting.
Black Cleaver now complete. And so we just take a look at this. Rift Herald comes in, Superflex right next to Shelly. Roach tries to cast the Death Realm. It just doesn't even matter. He is just too far behind. I really hope teams stop picking Mordekaiser against that.
Yeah,
Set
we talked about
matchup.
punishing Set, and then they picked Mordekaiser into him.
Well, you know, we were just talking actually before the games that there's so many champions that punish Set.
Yeah.
And when you draft 4 melees, I'm not.
It's definitely a question.
We're allergic to winning, is what seems to be the diagnosis.
Maybe they just want to give him a chance, you know? Or maybe they're just treating it like a scrim, and they're like, okay, we'll let you get ahead to begin with, and then we'll try to come from behind.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, they have 2 dragons, right? So, you know, there's one guy there in the Twitch chat who's like, LS doesn't get it. I mean, T1 have the dragons, and they're going to get that dragon soul. So.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, that's actually the only out T1 has right now.
Sure.
Unfortunately, it is probably the second worst dragon soul they could roll against this Hanwha Life.
Trying a 2v1 here onto Faker. Lots of damage already coming out as the flash comes in from Cube. Not calculating that correctly, as that was obviously not going to be the kill onto Faker, who also did take the Hex Drinker and has heal as a summoner. So a lot of extra damage able to be absorbed, and Faker gets away scot-free.
Okay, Roach. He knows that Jarvan's in close proximity. Now, this is the part of the game where you'll notice. Okay, hold on.
All right, another play down on the bottom side. They're going to lock down the Hens. That was not a flash that you want to go for. Follow-up engage here in the mid lane. Jarvan doesn't do much, but will get the flash away from Tempt in the 2-on-2. Roach just a very sad Mordekaiser right now. Does have the Jarvan nearby, but look at Jarvan's health as they go into the Death Realm.
Why would you Death Realm?
You know, effectively locks Roach in with him. He decides he wants to try to survive for as long as possible. He's going to get locked in, as we're not diving in just yet. He didn't have his ultimate available. As Roach's positioning in this game and decision-making has been, at the very least, questionable.
Cube, no suplex available Jarvan, what, 10 centimeters away from him? When that was actually going on, I have no idea what was just going on. Solar Flare cast, bullseye on the Lehens.
It's a Philios
And
Lehon.
really, Teddy and Effort,
Yeah, no.
they're going to have to put this entire game on their back. They're the only hope T1 has. I mean, that's what we talked about early on, is that Aladios is going to have to do a lot this game. If they're going to want to stay in this.
He does have a lot going for him, that's for sure. It was cool to see the synergy between Aladios and Lejones down in the bottom side. As once you do get the root, you can easily follow up with that Solar Flare. As, okay, Vista, you got to be careful of that. As Sniperino, down you go. The TPs come in. They want to try to punish them here, but Teddy does have that flash, but the damage coming out from the set is going to put him in the death chamber. Down will go Effort as the teleports do come in to pick up that win in the team fight on the bottom side.
All right, well, set is getting extremely big. Now, one of the things, though, about taking that top tier 2 turret that I want to talk about is you'll notice the CS gap has basically closed. It's weird how that works, Valdez. When the lane is
He didn't
really...
freeze it, though.
No, he never did freeze it, but because Set can't constantly keep pushing up and meeting every wave,
He has to give away.
he is giving away some minions every single time, and so the net difference ends up closing over time, and this is the thing that when you freeze, you can also achieve.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nobody actually knows how to do that. I mean, it's kind of just like a myth that you hear about, right?
It actually is folklore, yeah.
From the olden days of Summoner's Rift. The old Greek gods used to play here. And
The old gods.
Yeah,
All
the old
right.
gods used to freeze the lanes, I hear, but nobody does that anymore. That's heresy. But yeah, I mean, it's true. You used to call that top tier 2 a luxury turret, actually, where
Yes,
it's like,
I did.
you can take it, you know, you'll get some extra gold, but it's not a necessity. But now you actually are saying that it's not a good idea to take it because
It's not a good idea, especially not this early. This is very akin to taking an inhibitor at 17, 18, 19 minutes. It's actually going to be really bad.
Yeah,
You're
you
going to
take the
start
inhibitor turret.
bleeding 400 gold a minute the other way. And so even if you're ahead 3,000 gold, by the time the inhibitor ends up going away, you've actually helped them close that gap a lot faster unless you somehow manage to end the game or manage to capture a major neutral during that time. And so that's why actually Shirley can end up being a little scary depending on what kind of a push you do. Because map positioning is really important. Mordekaiser's ahead in CS now, so if they get a set shutdown, that's going to be really big in closing everything. The death timer that'll come in at 20 minutes or so if they get the shutdown on them, probably going to equate to 2 waves going one champion's way, not sets. It's going to help close the gold gap.
Really just unloading here onto Teddy. It does not end up working out as the Solar Flare is going to shut down at the end of that bullet time. But at the end of the day, I mean, Teddy, he doesn't have his flash. It's an interesting idea. He did have to cleanse, but you lock him down, do a nice amount of damage, and really all that it's going to unlock is a potential push into the mid lane. It's Cuvée threatening from behind, but they have enough wave clear with the Mordekaiser and the Aphelios there and everything. They're able to shut it down, and so those 2 ultimates end up being for naught.
Well, Deadman's Plate going to be the second item for Cuvée here. And realistically, I don't think that's a very good item, primarily because all you need to do is get onto the back line, and everyone's going to be scattering, trying to just protect Aphelios. That Sterix is going to basically achieve the same thing. It's going to also give you more damage. And so, by going the Deadman's, yeah, you'll have more armor stats, and you'll have a little bit more mobility, but with all of the side lane turrets falling and the mid turrets being the only ones that are up, T1 is only going to be turtling, as is already. So the value out of Deadman's Plate going to be a little bit diminished. And I mean, look at Mordekaiser. He's getting further and further ahead in the CS department. Hanwha Life, despite all of the advantages that they got early on, they can't do anything with it, and this is a byproduct of the ping-ponging of lanes. Because people think there's only one way to play League, and that's to push lanes and then look to do something.
Yeah, like get map positioning, right? And take away the turrets so that you can deny vision. That's so 2016, man. We gotta live in 2020. This is LS's year. The year of the freeze.
The year of the
Ice Age is returning. Back here in Korea. It's pretty cold the last 3 days.
Greta
actually.
Thunberg's my biggest fan. You know, that's what's going on here.
Oh man.
I'm trying to stop the climate change on some
Yeah,
new
you're trying to
Rift.
reverse the effects here.
Yeah. Oh no.
So, is Ocean Rift a good thing for the climate, or is that a bad thing? I wasn't really sure. I mean,
You know what?
The
More-
vegetation
More
is
honey
good.
fruits means that you can take more damage while trying to freeze. So the way that I look at
I
it,
thought you were gonna say while dying to climate change.
I feel like, you know, Mountain Dragon probably represents a drought.
Yeah.
You know, so.
You know, we live in the unluckiest generation, the one that's going to die to climate change, but not get to explore space. Doesn't that suck?
No.
We're too old now, especially you and me. I mean, we're essentially boomers at this point.
What?
We're not going to be able to explore the universe, but we're gonna be on Earth for its dying days as climate change takes us out. Feels bad, man.
It's all right.
You ever think about that?
No.
Just thinking about
You know
that
what
last
I
week.
was thinking about actually, while we're in a bit of a lull state.
Yeah.
It has been in the last like 200 years, okay, we've had electricity. But
Yeah,
when you
this
look
is
around,
true.
look at what we're doing right now as a job, right? We're casting something. Well, I mean, we're using electricity to do this, right? To
Yeah.
people all around
And,
the
you know,
planet.
casting in quotations.
And that's just in the last 200 years. It's actually insane to
Yeah.
realistically think about, you know? So.
Those ones and zeros that are popping up on our screen and making these champions dance. That's their job.
For all the millions of
electricity.
years that this planet has been around, you know?
Thank you, Mr. Edison.
Yeah. No problem.
We don't have to thank Baker. We just thank Mr. Edison. You guys were talking about movies. You see that movie Current War?
No, what is that?
It's about the the DC-AC current war between Edison and Tesla. You studied that in NA, right?
Well,
it was actually not that bad.
I was doing a history quiz on stream yesterday.
Oh boy, that doesn't sound good.
All right, well, let's talk about the actual game here for a second. 4,000 gold has been locked, by the way. So maybe instead of playing ping pong with all of the lanes, because this is actually the definition of insanity. I can't. I can't. Cameraman, take me away.
But it was available. The haymaker was ready to use. He had to use
Well,
it.
QB, he has a hot date to get to somewhere. He's gotta be somewhere.
Well, I mean, pushing the lane doesn't make the game end any sooner.
The thing is that T1 will never contest this Mountain Dragon, and if they do, you have teleport. So if Cubase just pulled that wave in, froze it, Atrox can never walk up to it again. Do that for 2 waves, congratulations, you killed him. But no, instead we're gonna get ping pong and now Faker. Not to be outdone.
Hey, he's Aatrox. He has great wave clear. He's got to use it really well.
I actually can't. And then there's actually people that unironically defend the pushing of the waves over and over. Like people have somewhere to be right now. What vision is important right now? Neither team can actually do Baron. Let's not kid ourselves. We have blue trinkets that are available.
Would you say that the ping-ponging or the freezing ends the game sooner? Because like you get
The freezing,
a
absolutely.
big advantage from
So
freezing.
the thing is that the freeze creates. I've talked about this for so long, and I'm not going to shut up about it because it just is progression in terms of actual game strategy. It demands a response. It demands that either the losing team start an objective and thus take an unfavorable fight, or it demands the losing team come to you on your terms, and then you get to kill them because they're overextended.
Yeah.
Or it demands the losing team invest more resources into vision in order to still be incapable of fighting you, which is a great win. And then people say stuff like vision or river control or what vision matters here? I guess the red side vision of Hanwha Life matters right now, the red jungle. It's really important that T1 gets some vision there for the non-existent camps.
Yeah. And
it doesn't make any sense.
We've been doing this for the past like 6-7 minutes, right?
You know what though?
Maybe if you're preparing for Baron takes.
Is Leandri's that finally did change?
Yeah.
You know, fighting the good fight.
Also, well, Effort might just die here as he's going to get taunted over the wall. As Stopwatch, a pretty fun ability, or item rather. And the snipe not going to come in. Effort will survive. As coming on in now, 5v4. They know Effort has to back. And what was little left of the jungle is going to be taken out.
Because of the ping-ponging, the gold gap's actually gone down. It's at 3,000 now.
Yeah, it was at 5,000.
T1 is actually coming back because Hanwha Life keeps ping-ponging waves over and over without achieving anything. And then every single time, they actually lose a little bit of minions before the wave comes back into them. Cube!
I was just waiting. I was holding back my laughter early on because as you were talking about it, Faker, he got the wave pushed into him, and then he immediately, in the face of Kive, was pushing it back. He's like, I will not be outdone. I must push it back as fast as possible.
How's your night going? The weather is great outside, actually, today.
Yeah, well, it's a bit better
It's
than
almost
the
spring.
past 3 days.
Spring's a month and a half away.
I've been touting that for a little bit. I'm like, yeah, it's been cold, guys, but this is probably going to be the coldest that it will be for the foreseeable future, right?
That's really nice.
We might get like one extra cold snap coming in. But other than that, I mean, should be on our way to warmer weather. I'm looking forward to not having to wear 3 jackets. I'm not a big fan of that.
I have a really big winter coat.
Yeah.
It's very fluffy. Fluffy. Floofy? I don't know.
Yeah, well.
You know what I saw that was actually very fluffy? Do you know, I guess they're called a Samoyed dog?
Yeah,
Samoyed?
yeah. Those are the
Samoyed?
fluffy boys.
Oh my god, they are a literal walking cloud. The most adorable, I don't even know what I was looking at. It was amazing.
It was amazing?
It was really amazing. It was like the clouds in Mario just entered real life. And started walking around on all fours.
Okay.
It was adorable.
I'm not the biggest fan of the super floofy dogs. I like the kind of the, well, I'm also kind of a cat person. I like the skinnier ones that can like play around and hop around and stuff. He missed a cannon, by the way. If you're gonna ping pong, you might as well get every single minion. It's not like there's any pressure on you, by the way.
I love the ping ponging. And you know,
you love League of Legends?
The other funny thing, right, is when people will dismiss something based on what they think will end up happening without trying both ends of the spectrum first.
Or they watch one game.
You would never encounter that in other areas of life where.
What do you mean? Yes, you would.
Well, no. Well, I mean, you would, but
just look at anti-vax. Like.
Okay. You get where I'm trying to go with that.
People will be people. As we are in here onto the Mountain Drake, they have decided now is the time to fight. As T1 do not want to let this third Mountain Drake go the way of Hanwha Life. Baker trying to get that engaged, but in goes the set into the backline.
Backline
a huge
access.
amount of damage, and Teddy just disappears. On top of this, that set is huge. In this game, there was nothing he could do. He didn't even flash away. He died so fast. As, well, Rumble died, but on the backside, Leona also will go down. As some people are doing the Mountain Drake, some people are diving the mid turret. As Haru does have that stopwatch Kive. Oh no. Is going to miss that one on the backside. Miss a couple of extra kills, but either way, Hanwha Life still going to win that fight. 2-1. They also take out the Aphelios and the Mountain Drake. So good stuff coming in.
You know what? I want to mention something that I wasn't thinking about before. I'll talk about that right after the replay. So let's take a look at this. This is the exact engage I talked about earlier on. The Superplex direct backline access with the equalizer set, reaching Aphelios, and no one can peel for him. Atrox, Mordekaiser, you don't have enough damage to just be in the backline and try to trade backline for backline and then do a stand against set and Diana, who are gunning for your AD carry. And so right here, it was beautiful turret aggro being locked up by Cube, using that Haymaker shield as well to juggle with the stopwatch. Missed out on the Flash E. But the thing that I actually missed out on that is really nice earlier is the Dead Man's Plate actually getting 18% amplification from the Mountain Dragons is huge.
Yeah.
So getting those resistances is really nice. And so when you're a team that knows that you're staring down Mountain Soul, starting to actually get items that have resistances and have HP and stuff of that nature becomes a lot more valuable, because on the side of T1 right now, they don't have any pen. And so the resistances, all of a sudden, the non-tanky champions are actually tanky because they have 18% bonus resistances. So
okay, here we go again. Cube trying to lock on to that backside as Haru going to pull him in as well. Going into that one. Ted coming in from behind, doing that burst damage onto Teddy. Has the stopwatch available. Teddy, though, is going to survive. Haru going down on the backside. Is it going to matter, though? Doesn't look like it, as Mordekaiser trying to go 1v4. In goes Faker, but he underestimated Cube, as he's still a monster, and Vista had enough room to be peeled for. Still doing that damage. Not the cleanest fight. A 2-for-2 going both ways, as it was kind of a mixed up one there in the mid lane.
The other thing about this is the core item builds for some of these champions weren't yet completed. There's no reason to fight. If we take a look at this, Faker's actually the one that pulls the trigger. Cube suplexes him into the team. Teddy flashing away effort, doing his best, actually misses that solar flare. Lehen's also missing the flash taunt, or the taunt on Shen. Not a flash actually used. And this fight actually panned out pretty good for T1. They did not end up getting Cube in the end, who has the really big shutdown on him. Sterix now also completed. He also has the QSS. But it's only a 3,500 gold advantage. The problem is that Mountain Soul is coming in just a second. And I really hope that Rumble, who's been sitting on the Blasting Wand and Amp Tome, isn't really considering a Morellonomicon. I would really appreciate a Void Staff against the Maul of Malmortius, QSS, Merc-Tread team. That'd be really, really good to get the Void Staff with a pen there.
Doesn't sound bad. Doesn't sound like a bad idea, and he does have those pieces, as you did mention. I wonder if that fight was just a force out of Hanwha Life to get people to use some summoners before this Mountain Drake comes up. That would be some nice, maybe 150 IQ coming on in there. They have 3 of their own flashes coming up here on time, I believe. Or it's getting close there. You can see Cube, Tempt, and Vista are going to have theirs available, it looks like, for the Mountain Drake fight. And as you mentioned, the Mountain Drake Soul is probably going to be the game decider here in this one.
Yes.
It's not all about the Baron anymore. It's not even all about Elder, although Elder is a massive game decider, as we have seen. But it is really going to be all about that fight. So getting the push on in the top side from Tempt. Doesn't have his TP. He's got to get back here and in position for the Mountain Drake fight. Pushing in early is T1, trying to deny some vision before this fight does come down.
And 15 seconds.
Yeah, lots of pings coming down here onto the wards that could be behind them. We do know that Cube does have his teleport, so nice looking out here by T1 to say, okay, he could teleport behind us, but there is another ward behind them, and there's even one here in the mid lane. If they do commit onto the Mountain Drake, okay, trying to go 1v1 here. In comes the TP from the right side. Faker is going to be pinned here, 2v1. Can he get out of this one? They're trying to burst him down, and down he will go. As now the equalizer is going to slow a bunch of them. In goes the Shen for the big time engage. That's already 5-on-3. And he might be already closing out the final chapter of this book, as Effort is also not going to get away. And that will be the easy Mountain Soul. The Baron, whatever Hanwha Life wants on this map, will go to them.
And I mean, both are definitely going to go to them. They're going to get the Mountain Soul recall, and then they're going to be able to use the Mountain Soul in the Baron to demand T1 to come to them one more time. And they're going to have the low ground. And as we know in Summoner's Rift, the low ground is much better than the high ground. As I just want to point out that Tempt, he's getting the MVP vote for me. He got the Void Staff, not the Morello. So fighting the good fight against the Forbidden Book. As Faker, yeah, he just got flanked on.
Yeah. They tried to clear out the wards, you know. Props to them. They tried to put down some control wards, but they didn't get that very important one that ended up just flanking Faker there.
And effort, I mean, ultimately.
나 구원 있어. 가. 다 죽여버려.
He almost swore. He said, I have ult.
먹자, 얘들아, 욕 먹자.
Let's see, dragon.
가자, 사용 가자.
Let's get 4 dragons, 4 dragons.
풀어들어, 바로 돼.
Or, I think that he just means soul. I don't know if that's actually directly what it translates to.
사용.
사용? Yeah, I mean, it means 4th dragon, but I don't know if that's how they refer to soul.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Could be.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure.
All right, so this is it. I mean, Mountain Soul, everyone is just getting such insane free stats right now.
They're all
I think
beefy
Shen
boys
has
now.
450 extra HP, 24% ramp on all of them. Okay, yeah, Tempt over there, I think he has, what, 250, 350?
And look at Cube, he's just running at them. They know they have such
That's
a
a beautiful
massive win. The equalizer is just the icing on the cake at this point. As Teddy is also going to have to flash away from this one. Everybody running with their tail between their legs. As T1 looking to get smashed here in game number 1 by Hanwha Life. They're not going to go for the game-ending push just yet. After picking up 2 kills, they will pick up the Baron and then perhaps go for it. They're so far ahead, they really could do whatever they want.
So this is obviously a really big victory here for Hanwha Life Esports because they're taking game 1 off of T1, who, all right, let's take a look at this replay. Cube, he said, let's do this. Goes in E. I mean, that was a beautiful E.
Yeah.
And such a combo, too, equalizer with the W.
Not only did they draft fun stuff because of the really nice and flashy composition from Hanwha Life, it's something different, but also it's effective. Their team fighting is pretty insane. You have Diana that pulls everybody in. You have Zed that can pull a bunch of people towards him, and other guys to lock him down for the equalizer, and of course the bullet time out of MF. It's a nicely crafted composition.
It's very nice to see a comp like this, even the way they drafted B1, B2, B3 allowed T1 to respond, but T1 just drafted themselves into a hole yet again. This is the 4th draft loss for T1. 4th in a row. And
well, it's not anything new, right, for T1?
It's not new at all. We talked about it in the Kespa Cup. I talked about it all of last year.
Yeah.
For such a star lineup and star org to constantly be handicapped at the knees by the drafts and have to mechanically outplay the opponents over and over.
How about a 4-on-3? Well, it's going to turn into a lot better for Hanwha as Shen is going to come in. There it is, mixing everybody up on top of the Rumble. It's exactly what you're going to get with this kind of comp, as T1 saw it coming, but perhaps he didn't know it was going to be this scary, as Hanwha Life now going to push in with the Baron and take game number 1.
All right, well, that's going to be it for game 1. Now, can Hanwha Life do what I think many people did not expect, which would have been, or which would be the 2-0, and I think that the real question, or what I'm wondering is, what is going to happen in the draft? Because apparently, that kind of a draft discrepancy, T1 is not able to just overcome. But remember, the lead that Cube got in the top lane was not really translated as much as one would have expected. Lost State ended up happening, 4,000 gold lead ended up getting locked, and that was a drop-off from the 5,000 gold advantage.
Yeah.
But team composition really couldn't be overcome. Aladios not able to do a lot that game.
Yeah, I mean, they needed probably 10, 15 minutes more and to not get stuck in some of the team fights in the mid game and somehow deny a Dragon Soul, I think.
The other thing about it is the Mountain Dragons being stacked was actually really problematic for T1 because they're not a comp that builds pen. So having to tear through squishy and mid-rangey type of champions that are now all tanks is really problematic.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's another thing that you talked about with, what do you want to do with the Dragons? Maybe you just let the enemy team take the first two so you can stack up the mountains. The other option would have been Infernal, so they could have stacked Infernal Soul or Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
Because it was Ocean and Cloud, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm a very big fan of
two.
intentionally stacking souls, but there will be compositions that you do need Elder to win. We've seen that a couple of times, actually, where even T1 was bailed out in later stages.
Take a look at that damage in a comp of Rumble and Misfortune, who just stack up insane amount of damage. Set ended up getting the most, as he was fed from minute 3 or 4 in this one.
Yeah.
I think Kive, the obvious MVP in this game, although his team did help and come up to support him after the first kill and really get that top lane rolling and get that snowball going. A fun draft, not really responded to at all by T1. There need to be changes come game number 2. I mean, there's only so many things you can change with freezing and all this good stuff, but the draft, I think, is a good start to change with. Hopefully
Can
T1...
they just pick Ornn? Pick Ornn.
Yeah, by the way, Ornn...
Pick scaling champions.
I don't think Ornn was even banned in that game. And
I got a crazy idea.
I got a crazy idea.
When you have some of the best players in the entire league, maybe... Oh, bear with me, Valdez.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm listening.
Draft champions that are really good 15 to 30 minutes. Might not win laning phase. Might not win laning phase.
No, it sounds bad.
Oh, all right.
no.
All right, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna go to the pharmacist. I'm gonna need some.
Absolutely not. Not for you, Alex. Oh, guys. Okay, well, that was game number 1. Hama Life took it to T1 here in that first game. Looks like we're gonna go to a break and be back for game number 2.
나 상관없고. 보자, 오케이. 나 돌아서 가고 있어. 이거 나 이거 잘 빨렸어. 오케이. 나이스 봐봐. 앞에 봐. 나이스. 가자, 얘들아. 뭐야, 야, 이거 뭐야. 뭐야. 야, 나만 잡아. 나간다.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 분석 테스트
Friday
시작하도록
2020
하겠습니다.
LCK
반갑습니다.
Spring Split
김민아입니다.
and
오늘
host Task.
와디드님 그리고 리라님 함께 할게요.
Once again, we'll be joined by Wadid and Lira for this analyst task.
네, 시작부터 정말
hosted by
화끈한
Mina Kim.
경기가 펼쳐졌습니다. 하나생명
What a game
압도적인
for
플레이를
game
볼 수
number one,
있었는데
Hana versus
이게
SKT or
세트의
T1.
압도적인 플레이였다고 말해도
Set
과언이 아닐
was
정도로
dominating
활약이
the whole
대단했어요.
game.
먼저 뱀픽 얘기부터
So let's
들어볼게요.
talk about
네,
the
뱀픽
draft
얘기해서
first
이제
hand.
하나생명이 세트 럼블 이제
Life
시너지가
Esports,
좋은
they had a
픽들을 1, 2,
very
3에서
good
뽑으면서
competition
그냥
with
전형적인
high synergy
LCK
between
픽을
Set
했는데
and
역시나
Rumble. Very
하나생명
LCK
4호에서
style.
팬분들 저희 하나생명입니다. 다이애나 쉔을 뽑으면서 약간 뭔가 역동적인
However,
픽들을
they
보여줬습니다.
added Diana,
그에
Shen,
반해서 이제
adding more
T1은
spice.
저는
Bit of a
요즘
less
T1의 이미지가
less
확실하다고
LCK
생각을
style.
하거든요. 페이커 테디 선수를 필두로 한
T1,
중후반 한타가 정말
they
강하다고
had the
느껴지는 팀인데
focal point on Faker and Teddy,
아트록스와
focusing on the
아펠리오스가
mid
둘 다
and late game.
AD잖아요.
However,
그렇게 됨으로써
Aphelios and
약간
Aatrox,
중후반
they
한타
all
이미지도
do
뭔가
attack
좀
damage,
희미했고,
so they had less power in
전반적으로
terms
뭔가
of team fight and also
픽들에게서
damage
의미를 좀
balance.
볼 수가 없었다.
So,
그런 느낌을 좀 받았습니다.
there weren't really a huge or crucial point in terms of the whole SKT or T1's draft.
후반부터 압도적으로 시작을 했습니다.
Hana had a very promising performance in the beginning of the game. So
그분이
let's check out the
하신
first
장면이죠.
highlight.
아무래도 탑에서 초반부터 라인전을 그냥
Top lane.
해버렸죠. 아무래도
Juve
지금 요즘 세트
was
모데카이저 매치업이 정말
dominating,
많이 나오고
starting
있는
from the
상태인데
laning phase. We've seen a
자신이
lot of
있으니까
set games so
서로 이런
far,
매치업을 뽑는
but we
거거든요.
could see how
저는 이
confident
장면을
Cube
보면서
was
약간
in that
큐베 선수가
champion.
롤드컵 우승할 때 했던 약간 큐베 했다 2대1 하고
And
있었는데
Lyra
이제
said that
정글까지 와가지고
he could
큐베 선수
witness
잘하는데
Cube from
1킬
his
더 먹읍시다. 약간 이런
2017
느낌까지
Samsung Cube
받았어요.
performance, doing 2v1 by himself and winning
상대가
everything.
와서 2대1을 하는 상황이 많았는데 본인이 직접
But this
가가지고
time,
막 2대1을
after
하고
winning
있는
that
장면이
2v1, he also had his teammates for a backup. And this is our first mountain
절벽이라도
rift
올라올
of the
줄
split.
뭔가 먼지 같은
네.
요즘 미세먼지 많으니까요.
아, 네, 마스크 꼭 끼고 다녀야죠. 네, 손 잘 씻으시고요, 여러분.
Facing some of the air pollution or from the dust here, however, this is just a computer graphic. And let's check out the second highlight. That from Cube dominating the game, had a lot of control in the team fight as well.
사실 처음에는 아니
There was no way for Hana Life to lose this team fight. This could be a little bit of a bold engagement, however, they had a perfect combo to engage on the players.
아펠리오스, 럼블, 세트.
Or an Aphelios Rumble set is Lyra's favorite teamfight competition. When Hana had only 2 of that list, they were just dominating the whole fight. And set could be the critical part of that competition.
좋은 것 같아요. 세트가 확실히 정말 좋은 챔피언이다라는 게
Well, they want to confirm that Set is a really good champion. However, match number 1 and 2 in the beginning of the spring split, Set was not really that powerful.
선수들마다 자신 있어 하는
So the
매치업과
difference is
자신
that
있어 하는 챔피언들이
player has to
선수가
get the
확실히
matchup that the
나는
player is
진짜 세트 자신
confident
있다.
with. And what it could see that how confident he was on that champion. Some of the players actually banned out Mordekaiser for the laning phase. However, Cube just let it open, come to the draft, and he just faced it and went into the champion by himself with his confidence. And this is the POG of game number 1. Cube.
저희는 뭐 여기 가려.
We've all been mentioning him about his set throughout this whole analyst test. He had a deathless performance in game number 1.
정글까지 키워줬던 큐베가 지금 나오는 것 같습니다.
He has been playing QB1 all throughout the game. However, he was always able to take out one, walk out alive, showing why people call Hana Life Esports the Korean G2.
합류도 그렇고, 그러니까 전반적으로 그 앞서고 있을
Cube's
때
laning
캐리를
phase,
못하는
his team
선수도
fight ability, and also his
확실히
flanking
내가
angle,
앞서고
everything
있을 때
is
어떤 플레이를
perfect.
하면 확실히 게임을 끝낼 수 있는지
Cube
잘
knows
알고
how
있는 것
to
같아서 되게
carry every part of the game. Some of the players maybe be really strong in the laning phase, but they fail to kind of transpire into the late game. So this is our second 12 votes for a player to pick the
만장일치
MVP.
받는다는 것 자체가 이제 누가 봐도 저 선수가 캐리했다. 그쵸. 되게 힘든 만장일치잖아요.
맞아요. 제가 투표를 했어도
Everyone voted for Cube as the POG here. Even Mina wanted to vote for Cube. So let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there of the analyst desk. And seems like the analyst desk was all about Cube. And, well, he's not going to be getting subbed out or anything, but on the opposite side, we do have Kana coming in. Going to announce it a little bit early, as I suppose T1 thought maybe the reason they lost was because of Roach.
It's actually, I talked about this with Atlas, and I talked about it a lot when I'm doing co-streaming for NALCS, and even LEC, but I can't co-stream that. It's always so insane to me when players will look at clearly losing lines or losing spots and then not attribute that to the end conclusion. They'll say that, oh, well, I could have played better. Well, yeah, sure, the Mordekaiser could have beat Set in that lane. Mordekaiser could have killed him, maybe even, in some scenarios. Maybe a different player would have beat Set by 30 CS or something like that in a different game. Doesn't change the fact that Foundation's flawed.
Yeah.
So the responsibility on you is higher, and the ask out of you is higher. So when the opponents have less going on, less to worry about, less things to focus on, and they're more forgiven for more mistakes that they're allowed to make, there's a problem. So start by fixing that instead of the other things. You look to prevent problems, not fix them.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like there is a long way to go, though, when it does come to fixing some of the draft issues that T1 has had here in Korea. So we'll see what happens here as we are going to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Maybe we will see some change-ups here. Of course, Roach didn't have the best game in the world, so I do understand why they do want to give Kana a chance. But again, we'll see if this actually does help them in terms of the game. As T1 this time around will be on blue. And they're going to take away that Diana. They say, well, we're not really happy with the way you guys use that in tandem with the rest of your champions to go for that kind of wombo combo-y style. Very quick bans coming in here. Rumble also taken away, so they're really just saying, okay, you need to play something relatively new here, Homolite. Can you do it?
Well, Set gonna be... Alright, he's gonna be B1. 2 range champions coming in on Hanwha Life now. Can they continue to draft in a way that makes Set get neutered in the draft phase? We'll see if that's going to end up being the case. Gragas is going to be locked in for T1 along with MF. Rise, this is starting to look bad.
Yeah, you think so?
It's starting to look a bit worrisome.
That's more range coming in there for the side of Hanwha Life.
More champions that don't really build HP, but then in addition to that, they're very mobile. They have lots of CC, lots of things to kite with and whatnot. So Syndra gonna be banned away. Now we don't know if the Rise is gonna be mid or top lane. It's likely going to be mid lane. Lucian now gonna be banned away. That is mostly for Set.
Yasuo Gragas denied alongside of all of this. Can go all AD with the Gragas.
Yeah.
Going AP.
And then that actually does turn him into a pretty scary champion. The opponents don't build any magic resistance. Gragas has really good dental hygiene. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, he's very white teeth.
Yeah, extremely pearly.
His beard is also
very straight too,
flowing, and there's no curls or clumps or anything like that. He must use some really expensive conditioner.
I do think that he's metrosexual.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it might be. I think he really takes care of himself.
I can't deny that. It's very obvious there from his splash art.
Vayne.
Yeah, Vayne comes in.
Ooh, this could be... It could be a flex with Aphelios and Vayne, where Aphelios actually goes top lane. The Shy has actually played that a lot. He's actually been streaming on Twitch TV these days. I do know that Aphelios versus Set does favor Aphelios. Could also just be Vayne against Set.
Yeah.
Obviously, very slippery, even if Set lands the suplex. Doesn't mean that Vayne can't continue to outplay him. And now, looks like T1 is trying to... Okay. Cassiopeia. Now, I really like this. There's a lot of short-range champions on the side of Hanwha Life. But if they get a mage support, yes, there is a lot of AP on their side, but it would really hurt T1, who are also sort of short range. So Cassiopeia comes in here as an AoE wave clear type of champion against the enemy team composition, not against minions.
Yeah.
And so the Miasma and her ultimate, very effective against what Hanwha Life has drafted. You can also see Faker taking Cleanse currently, respecting the Rise Rune Prison as well as the Elise combo.
So you feel like overall this draft a bit of improvement compared to game 1. So even if we're not 100% of the way there.
T1 has a lot more leg room this game, but they have an equal amount of way to just lose complete control if Hanwha Life gets going.
Sounds shaky.
I would still favor Hanwha Life in the draft, so this is definitely not a very comfortable position. If you're a T1 fan, you're down 0-1, you're watching this. We're going to have to pay attention to all of the lanes. Faker is going to have a lot more control this game, though, and the Cassiopeia is one of the core pieces of this team composition. So we'll see what he can end up doing with it. We'll also see how well Kana can fare up in top lane against Cuvei's Vayne, and Vayne is not a champion I think of when I think of Cuvei. That is not
that is
one that I would associate to his playstyle.
A bit strange to see him on a champion like that, but I suppose they say you had a good game in game number 1. You were able to mechanically outplay your opponents and just outplay in general. So maybe you could play the Vayne. He's an R player. They don't play exactly the same, but he has played stuff with some range in the past. As it looks like we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2, T1 on blue up against Hanwha Life Esports on red. And in we go into the jungle here for T1 potentially. Setting up in the Pixel Brush.
Well, Spider will end up finding Gragas.
They're going to use that opportunity after seeing the Nautilus to move on in, get some deep vision down. They know it should be, at best, 2v1 for the blue team. So easily able to plop that one down. Probably going to go back by a scanner. We'll have to wait and see how this does help out Hanwha Life early on.
Well, looks like Cuz is going to be starting on his red buff. Now, what is your favorite set skin? Oh, Kana, actually, gonna go in mid lane, and I really, really like this. Set can actually beat Ryze in laning phase.
Yeah. And
especially in
Cassiopeia.
mid lane. The proximity to the turret is going to be very good. Now, Faker against Cuvei, this has given me Summit versus... I don't even know what kind of vibes. You know, the discrepancy in mechanical skill.
Summit versus Valdez in the top lane.
Valdez. Come on.
I mean, obviously, I'm the winner there.
Don't undercut yourself that much, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's the one thing I got going for me. I got some good mechanical skill, but I about an IQ of 60 of how to play the game.
Okay.
That's why.
Is that a Dolphins IQ?
You know, I don't know. I know they have pretty high IQs, but I don't know if it's as low as a 60.
Yeah, I don't. All right, well, it's a very big trade by Vista and Lehens.
Vista.
Vista?
Or V-Star.
V-Star. Okay. I'm just going to call him Windows Vista.
That doesn't sound very good, actually, now that I say
that. That is very obnoxious. Aladios doing a lot of stuff down here in the bot lane.
That's what he's known for, or so I hear.
Yeah. Missed the CS, though. I'm not impressed right now, but...
Speaking of CS, 5 CS right now for MF.
And, okay, Lehens and Vista being a little bit aggressive. Gragas is in close proximity, only has 4 camps right now. Elise gonna get the left-hand side Scuttle Crab right now. Cuvei could, had he done this correctly, he could have crashed this wave and recalled for free. And he could have picked up a call. But because of the speed at which he's doing it, and because he values his HP and his mana, apparently he's now going to be delayed. So the 4th wave is arriving.
Oh, he's going to get that big lockdown on Takana, but the double in there. He is going to be able to flash the cocoon as well and gets away scot-free. Did have to blow his flash, whereas on the opposite side now, both Elise and Ryze have their flash. So a follow-up gank could be deadly on that side. Seeing a bit of a roam up here now into the Scuttle Crab with Ryze backing. This should be T1's That does come in, miss on the dredge line. We will take this one away. No steal comes in. You guys might have been watching Faker CSing up in the top side and wondering why he was missing a bunch of CS. It was because he did not know exactly where Elise was, and he saw that the bloom plant was taken away up on the top side. So he had to essentially desperately push the top wave back and try to deny a dive. Ended up missing a couple of CS for it, but it was the safe play to go for. Elise didn't end up going for the dive, but still the right thing to do. Meanwhile, we do have another response swap coming in here, as Tempt is going to go up to the top lane now with Bane going mid.
Yeah. This is definitely a nice play here by Hanwha Life to reinitiate this lane swap. And Cuvée now in mid lane, just with the Doran's Blade still. Kana does still have his teleport available, so we'll see what he's actually waiting for. As Tempt comes in there, knows where Kuz is, but he's going to end up losing his control ward.
Hands sticking by the mid lane. Kana does not have flash.
Oh, it's just going to proc the Demolish and then leave, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't actually get it.
Interesting. Not
totally sure.
Latios, a lot of responsibility now. He has to 1v2. That's a lot to handle.
Yeah. Lane state's okay. Faker 15 in 3 on Cassiopeia.
In the LCK.
I mean, it's okay. You know.
Yeah. And it's
5-1.
Yeah. You know. I've had better with 3 games on a new champion or something like that.
Yeah. Makes sense, yeah.
Jonah Strong having a fun time switching around all the names. Thank you for that.
I actually really like that.
Good observer.
Yeah.
LCK observer, best observer. Don't at me.
Also, Merktread's first item here for set. Talked about before about how the mobility can help him actually convert into more damage. As Hanwha Life now, they're going to be the ones that pick up the Cloud Dragon. Faker and Set, well, Faker and Kana, I don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah.
Threatening a dive, and it's really scary. The suplex into the miasma, there's not really a whole lot of response the opponent can do, and Cuvée going to get zoned off this entire wave. So this is the exact kind of thing that T1 needs to be doing.
Now, the response here is going to be a potential 4-on-2 dive in the bottom side, but it is read well by the side of T1. So they're going to back off of that bottom turret and deny a dive coming in from Hanwha.
Also, they got those plates. And now Cuvée trying to walk up. Has those tier 2 boots, the Berserker Greaves. XP point. You can see Kana. Yeah. And I mean, almost Faker is leading, but yeah, Tempt up there. And look at Cuvée. He is down in the dumps at 6.5. So Faker and Kana, very comfortable advantages. Effort hooking onto the turret, making his presence known. 3.5 minutes until the Infernal Dragon. Predator Boots completed for Gragas.
Yeah.
And so, if this game continues to go super even like this, the Cassiopeia can really go off in the mid game, and for Vayne to not have really accrued any advantages for herself, it's not a very good feeling. And so T1, at least at this stage, are in a pretty nice position as we are beginning to transition. They should actually be in the driver's seat to get that Infernal Dragon once it ends up spawning.
Yeah. I do like how they should have known that the enemy team was doing the Cloud Drake, and this is something you've mentioned before a lot, how the individual Drakes are not that strong, especially compared to the Souls. You can kind of just give up the first 2 if they're, you know, if you don't feel like they really benefit your team all that much. And I have to hold that thought as Faker not wanting to go for a flash just yet. He's going to hold on to that and goes in for the ultimate instead. So it was a bit of a game of chicken, you know, when was he actually going to throw that one out? Ends up being able to save his flash and his cleanse by throwing that one out right at the end. But yeah, just T1, they give up the Cloud Drake, they get a bunch of other advantages with the plates up on the top side and denying Kive a bunch of XP. And so now, HLE trying to get on top of this Rift Herald. As Shelly has been started here, Cuz and Effort look like the only two that really are attempting to punish this or fight at all, as all 5 members were coming in there. Lahan's level 5 now. We'll see if he can get out of this one. Rakan pretty squishy at this time, but is able to just head out as okay, bullet time. Not going to be enough to take him out. Lahan's, keep in mind, still had flash, so kind of desperate attempts to take out a Rakan. That was really just never going to happen.
Yeah. At this point, though, Effort and Teddy, they're going to be able to crash this wave 1 minute and 30 seconds until that Infernal Dragon. And Cube trying to do whatever he can to try to chip away, but HLE not accomplishing all that much in recent moments. Teddy, okay, it looks like Teddy and Effort probably going to stay for 2 more waves, and then they will reset. So the wave that is passing the inhibitor right now is likely the wave that they ideally want to stay for, but Effort might die.
Yeah, building up a ton of those Crescendum stacks and is able to put down the turret now. Effort in a lot of trouble. Is going to get the knock up into the Twitch line. Nice little escape there out of a very unfortunate position. Does have to blow his flash to get out of that one, but Vista is denied the kill.
And now Haru up here in top lane 1 minute until the Infernal is coming up, and Teddy's actually locked into the lane, and so now the Rift Herald being spawned. This is going to keep him locked here. Gragas, Faker moving over to the top turret. We'll see how many turret plates can actually go down. Cuz does not have the cask available yet. And now HLE, they're going to back off. They're going to, I think, just rotate straight to the Dragon. And I like what Lahens is doing. This is really subtle, but that is guaranteeing a very strong slow push into HLE.
Yeah.
Because it's making the minions bunch up in closer proximity to the reinforcing minions. And so as the minions just sort of do their own thing, barring some freakish RNG, it's going to very slowly push back into HLE. And so now HLE gets the Dragon. They get to return to a Friesen top lane in a really good lane state.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good point. I'm glad you did mention it. We used to see that in the bottom lane on the first wave a lot of the time, so you guys might be familiar with that tactic from the start of games in the bottom lane. But either way, we do have this fight over the Infernal Drake now. T1 doesn't want to give it away without a fight. Look at Lahens' position, though. Coming in from
missed
behind.
the cocoon.
Yeah, and he's going to be spotted here, so T1 able to turn onto him at a moment's notice, but the Drake is going to be started up.
Okay, Elise is losing a lot of HP, though.
That is
Aphelios with the... Oh,
there
my...
it is, the massive root onto 5 of them. That's the first kill. Big bullet time comes in, though, and the cast is going to get everybody low, and even Gragas is going to pick up the smite onto that Infernal Drake. Everything turning on its head. Even after that massive root, too much damage coming out of T1.
So, T1 were in a losing situation, but then Lahens goes super deep into T1, but no one can actually follow up because Cassiopeia. And then Cuz manages to get, watch this one more time. So Aphelios gonna get the massive AoE, Cube ult, gets hit by Nautilus, and then everyone stops doing the Dragon. Why? It's at 1400. They could have just gotten the Dragon and then Rise ulted out. Or tried to run south away from the T1 members. So, a little bit of poor execution out of HLE, but a good capitalization on that mistake by T1 nets them the leg up in this situation. They also get themselves the Infernal Dragon, so big victory for them. Also, Kana, a bit of a savant, building the Trinity Force.
Ooh.
On set.
Literal savant over here in the top lane. We all know that's what LSs do. And yeah, he's doing pretty well in terms of farm as well. King of that, though, is Tempt in this game. As yeah, it was a bit questionable. You know, you could have just tried to zone them out, not take the fight. There's a lot of game-changing ultimates on the side of T1, namely the bullet time, the cast that comes in, and the suplex actually to push Lehens out of that fight was pretty flashy as well from the side of Kana. Denies that engage from the Rakan, and they're able to pick that one up. As you mentioned, you know, that bit of damage that Elise was taking on the Dragon, it ended up being extremely important in terms of the way that the fight went, because Elise died and wasn't able to smite the Dragon. And so the Infernal did go the way of T1.
Yeah, it's actually a really good breath of fresh air if you are a T1 fan in this game, as things are really going well off of the lane swaps, and then obviously that very big victory around the Dragon for them. It's quite nice. XP points, you can see here. Tempt still in the lead actually by quite a lot on this Rise. Also has quite a large CS advantage. That's what is keeping the gold score as close as it is.
He's done the most PvE by far in this game. As, that looked cool, guys.
Yeah.
Looked cool. That's all I'll give you. But most of the time, Tempt has just been sitting in the lane and farming up, mostly in the mid lane. He looked like he was more than a level ahead even of Faker, so looks pretty good for them. But now T1 on the forefoot is going to be able to pick up Shirley. They're looking to potentially push the top lane, but nobody's down here on the bottom side. And so he might just have a trade of pushes potentially that do come in. No plates anymore. So would expect to see at least that bottom turret go down. T1 gonna say, sure, you can have the bottom side. We'll push in the mid lane. We have Shirley, and they're even looking for the engage here. The big burst damage onto that Rakan stood absolutely no chance, but effort on the backside, Vista threatening him. Not going to end up mattering as the push continues from
now,
T1.
Remember what I said last game?
Oh, I remember.
Taking an inhibitor this early. Now, okay, the correct play is actually to back off, not take the inhibitor. Valdez. Hold my hand.
It's a miracle.
Oh my God.
We can now transcend together. We were here in this moment. The teams did something right.
Get me the wet tissues. Now, if you're wondering this and you're thinking T1 are being stupid for not taking the mid inhibitor, you're wrong. So the reason that you would be wrong for thinking that is the super minions would then come out, in every single wave, Hanwha Life would get it, and T1 would not. And so for all of the time the inhibitor is down, that is just gold and XP only funneling in to Hanwha Life and not to T1. That's why this early, when your champions only have 1.5 core items, you can't really team fight if the opponent doesn't allow you to and there's not something to force it. And so having one lane permanently deactivated due to super minions is way too bad at this stage. So, really good decision to see them not stick around for the inhibitor. Here we go.
Trying to force this one on a Faker. They might just be able to do it. The Seraph's going to keep him alive, though. And you see Haru just hesitating there for 1 second too much. And Faker is going to be able to get out of that one. Had to burn Cleanse and Flash to get away.
I want to give a little caveat here. You ready?
Okay.
I like how, I like the parallel here about how you won't take the inhibitor. They recognize that you don't take it because you would be giving away free gold. When you free side lanes due to a surplus of minions.
Okay,
A similar thing can be achieved.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
I'm kidding. I'm lying.
Oh yeah, he must be lying. Likely sinning is LS.
Likely story, actually.
Yeah. Okay, Kana.
That was really interesting. Kana's going to have to flash.
Yeah.
But using the
Awkward
Condemn
position
to knock Set backwards as he's able to be displaced while doing the Haymaker. It's like something out of a superhero movie. Now also, I really like the Oblivion Orb on Gragas here. Mostly because you look over at Hanwha Life, no one's really building magic resistance. You have Merc Treads on Rise. But outside of that, Gragas now...
Hey, QSS.
Okay, well, that's Rakan.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I'm just trolling you.
I get it. It's alright.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing.
That's what I'm
It's
here
fine.
for.
So Gragas, he currently has 33 pen. And I actually forget what rune he took, whether he has Sudden Impact or Cheap Shot. But if he has Sudden Impact, he actually has even more pen than that. So when we pan over, hopefully, to some of the Hanwha Life members in a second, at the bottom left, you'll be able to see their magic resistances. And remember, Gragas has 33 flat. At this point in time, any day now, we're gonna click on a Hanwha Life champion.
No.
Just give it a second.
How about no?
We're gonna pan to Elise.
.jpg.
We're gonna pan to Elise here in a sec. Give it a sec.
About that.
Hold on, slow down there, Valdez. Don't jinx it.
Okay. Oh, I guess we do have a lot of
Don't
time.
jinx it. Okay, Elise. All right, we're gonna go to Aphelios and
right.
What are we looking at?
We have a lot of time because these.
All right, Rise. Okay, now see, he's the one with the magic resist. I swear they're listening right now.
But he has 72 LS.
Stop.
Obviously, the penetration won't
All right,
work.
there you go. 35. 35 Vayne. Almost true damage.
I didn't see it. I wasn't looking.
Okay, well, Vayne has 35 MR.
Okay.
So, Gragas is basically dealing true damage to Vayne. And now, if Vayne had 39 or more MR, you'd get Void Staff.
Take a look at this play. Suplex into the turret. He might die here, as had to go into that one. Considering a dive, that is not going to happen. And, well, now we got a big rotation coming on in. Because he's a fast boy on that Gragas. Thinking about it, they got some really low members here. Teddy on Vision. And they decide, how about no?
They played that really safe, T1 did.
Yeah.
Despite how low Temp's HP was.
Oh boy, look at the damage coming in from Vista.
I like
Stacking
Effort.
it up.
Effort kind of looked like me when approaching Aphelios.
Yeah.
Like, actually, what do you do? What is that? You know, you're going to mutate right
What
in
are
front of me?
your
or-
abilities?
Yeah, what's going on here? I was very impressed. Atlas sounded like a thesaurus yesterday. He knew all of Aphelios' combos and...
Yeah. That was really impressive anyway. Hey, I know Crescendum.
Yeah,
And,
I know Gravitum.
Gravitum, that's the
Yeah.
rooting one, right?
Yeah.
Then there's Severum? Severum?
Yeah, Severum.
Right? Isn't that like the lifesteal guy that you can like lock on to and attack stuff? I think.
Okay.
It's one of them. Okay. So we got 3 out of 5. That's good enough.
Now, all right, so...
That's passing.
When you get
60%.
that quiz... Oh, look, free! The entire wave could have been killed.
Yeah.
That
Especially
was a
because there
freeze.
was a cannon there. To
Yes,
make it
there was a
even-
cannon.
Yeah, especially.
Which means that Rise has to walk up. And if that wave dies, there's no tier 2 turret in top.
But then Hanwha Life's gonna get the Baron. No LS, they're gonna take the Mountain Tree. You don't know anything. Okay, here we go. Trying to root him down. Kana in a lot of trouble here. Is gonna be burst down through the ultimate. Doesn't matter how much grit he's got. Going to be taken out 3v1. As there was really no vision, actually, in that blue side jungle for the side of T1. And so a very sneaky maneuver there from the side of Hanwha Life to make that happen. And they're sticking around, but it looks like T1 have called their bluff, and they say, you guys are probably still all here. The miasma is perfect. It's going to deny everyone, as no one is getting out alive. I feel like I've seen this movie before. Cube in a lot of trouble. Nicely done there, but it doesn't matter. Triple kill going to the side of Faker, as he is now 3-0-2.
And now that is going to be the Baron getting picked up. Now, is Kana going to teleport to the Dragon and stop Aphelios? Or it looks like he's actually just running there. Now, is there a blast cone behind it? No, there's not. So I don't know how he's going to get over the wall. Is he going to flash for this?
Well, he needs vision first. And now he's just running around, so no flash.
I actually think it's worth flashing for it. I think it's worth flashing for it.
It's not 100% that you're going to get the kill, though. Oh, we always like to watch... Okay.
I like it.
I feel like I'm watching LS's stream.
I feel like I'm watching a good player, is what I feel like.
Hey,
Let's do this. Let's try this. Let's do this.
Whoa! That was fake.
I like it.
Whoa.
I like it. There's no conversation. Nothing needs to be said or relayed. This is the ideal mic check that I like to listen in on.
Yeah.
You can also see the F key usage. Some people, they'll say that it's spam. It's not spam. You just have to get adjusted to it. There's never too much information. Cuvee is...
Effort missed his dredge line, so he couldn't get in range. He didn't have his ultimate anyway.
I mean, his armor weighs a lot. You know, he didn't
It's
quite
true,
know.
yeah. Big dredge line.
He's got the stone plate.
Couldn't handle all that weight. Oh, by the way, big pickup here for Gragas. Morellonomicon gonna deny all of the healing. That
I was having a really good time this game.
Life.
Until you just said that.
Big item purchase here for the side of T1. Gonna help them on their push. Cuz an absolute monster now. And speaking of monsters, the Baron push is actually monstrous. Coming in here, they're gonna be able to pick up 2 inhibitors likely. Life don't look like they want to engage here at all. Turret comes out, bit of chip damage, but nobody's really looking to engage in any capacity. Rise getting there late, as they were essentially giving away those 2 inhibitors, decided that they were not going to be able to fight. So it does go down. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Baker, oh no, not like this. Yeah, he's dead. Nice try, buddy, but that's what happens when you delay your back. As it looks like he poisoned the ground, and that's something you do. You can cast some spells to build up Seraphs, but his Seraphs was already built up. So I'm not really sure what the idea was there. Perhaps he was pressing too many F keys, LS. Maybe a little bit distracted.
No. Did you see Tarzan's flash yesterday at Wraiths?
Yeah, that was nice.
You like that?
Yeah. Maybe he was pressing too many F keys.
Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps that was actually.
Nobody talks about the detrimental effects of F keys.
Yeah. It's one of the unsung things here in esports.
Yeah.
All right. So
now you'll see he cast his poison. That means his back is late.
It's really weird, actually.
Yeah. His Seraphs was already built.
Yeah, what he was doing is
he already had this tier at max.
Yeah. I'm not sure what.
It's either habit or he's talking or.
I think he's building Morello. Now, you see.
Yes. Yes. Elise has it too, by the way. We all know that Gragas with the stealthy. You gotta deny that, okay? That's a lot of damage.
Elise should actually have Leandri's because the way that fights are led up to is actually just by poke.
Yeah.
Via Aphelios and via Spiderlings.
Imagine the value.
And so, yeah, Leandri's with Runic Echo procs on multiple targets. Now, it would be a disaster if T1 loses a team fight and a backdoor of Vayne and Rise is actually the way this game gets stolen from them.
Could absolutely happen. We've seen teams that are behind or are just doing this kind of split push with the Rise and a top laner that has TP. We've definitely seen this before in a lot of games, even in the Kespa Cup. And it's something you do have to respond to. It's not to be taken lightly. They can push extremely fast, and the 2 of them together are amazing, not only in 1v1s, but obviously in 2v1s, are going to be able to take you out. But for now, all the focus is onto the Mountain Drake, the 3rd one of the game, and it will be the 3rd one for whichever team does take it. Looks like Hanwha Life say you can have it. It's not the Dragon Soul Mountain Drake. We are going to push a side lane.
And
Infernum was the 4th one. That's his
there you go.
snowball,
You
fiery
that,
thing.
yeah.
I thought it was like snowballs at first, but apparently it's fire.
Trying to end.
Yeah, they say enough of your split pushing shenanigans.
Enough of the smoke and mirrors as Vista, he took quite a bit of damage, but they're going to repel this. And as it stands right now, actually, the level advantage, there is 1 in mid lane, but Teddy 2 levels up.
Look at this. Double TP, and T1 are calling their bluff. Immediate back here from Rise. They say, you want to TP out? Fine, be our guest. We're going to push on in.
What is Lehens doing?
Lehens, that is really not where you want to be. Now this makes this a 5-on-3 rather than a 5-on-4. Miasma comes down. T1 are pushing in. They want to end the game. Can Hanwha Life repel them here? The engage onto Vista, but he's still alive. In comes the recall, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Vista and Lahen's desperately trying to stop him, but it looks like the Nexus is one more hit away. Just auto it, and down it will go. T1 able to call the bluff of Hanwha Life and take game number 2.
That happened.
That did happen. That was a good way to end the game. Very happy.
All right, Lahen's had a very off game. I don't know why the camera...
Yeah, they're like zooming in on the winner.
Yeah, that's a little strange. But T1, they walk off stage. They had really good lane swaps to stagger the advantages that Hanwha Life would be looking to achieve early on. And then through that, they also managed to have that very big victory at the Infernal Dragon. And then they managed to have that very big pickoff in top lane, which converted into a Baron. And so we got to see some of the weaknesses that could have ended up coming out, like obviously the inability to respond to split push.
Yeah.
And also team fighting even can be a little bit dicey if T1 are the ones that have to go into Hanwha Life, but it never really got to that stage.
We forgot to give the MVP vote. Any thoughts? I'll give it to Faker.
Yeah. Yeah. Gonna give it to Faker.
Poor guy's waiting there. He's like, come on.
We had to say.
Darn global casters. Never paying attention.
Well, you can take a look at the gold graph right there. Never quite cracked 5,000. And it was starting to go down, but, I mean, set was a non-factor in this game, 2.6K.
We never really had a fight where we did anything.
We didn't have
we never really had a real team fight.
No, we didn't. We just had the thing at the end. So that doesn't really count. All this,
Yeah.
You know?
All the fights were just Hanwha avoiding them or getting caught by trying to go for their weird split push strategy with the Rise and the Vayne. There was never really like a 5-on-5 that did break out. There was the early one near the Dragon, but too early to really make too much of a
that
difference.
was really catastrophic because it was a Dragon that Hanwha Life should have been able to win, and it was a fight that was looking pretty good, but T1 stabilized. They were cleaner at many parts.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking better there in game number 2. We're T1. We're going to have to see what happens in game 3 after the break.
공풀 볼게. 얘네 너무 나온다. 이거 한타가 봐봐. 얘네 낙강 줄 거야. 가비. 낙강 더블 봐. 가자 미드 가자 이거 미드 가자. 가자 미드 가자. 야 이거 끝났다. 미자. 가자. 얘네 오바야 이거. 우리 이번에 집중해. 가자. 거의 끝날 거야.
거의 끝내야 돼 우리 여기서.
가면 돼. 가자. 사워 치면 돼.
낙한 일단 밀어냈고.
사워 치자.
낙한 들어오면.
사워 쳐줘 이거 나 풀고 궁막게. 사워 쳐줘. 오케이. 사워 쳐. 끝났어. 사워 치면 끝나. 상대 라인 온다. 끝.
라이즈 봐줘. 저기.
왼쪽 잡았고. 끝.
타워.
싸움 봐야 돼. 타워가 아니라. 타워. 이겨. 오케이, 지지. 이거 또 한 번 줘봐야 되는데. 타워가 아니라.
라이즈 갈려서
가비.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
자, 2세트 경기는
We are back
T1이
with
가져갔죠.
analyst
하나
test
선수가
for
교체카드로
Hana Life
등장을
versus
했는데요.
T1
T1의
game number
뱀픽에
2.
변화가 있었는지
Hana subbed
들어볼게요.
in, so was
T1
there any
같은
change
경우는
in
약간
terms of their
변화라기보다는
draft?
상대 조합을 약간 카운터 치는
Not
식으로
like a
했어요.
change,
왜냐하면
but
이제
they
딜러가
tried
많은
to
상대
go with the
조합을
counter picks
노틸러스와 세트,
composition.
쉬운 이니시 플러스
So they had a
쉬운
very
이니시인데
easy
상대가
engage
이제 그
comp,
이니시를 막아줄
Nautilus and
사람이 한
Sept,
명도
and
없었거든요.
also
그리고 이제 뭐 너네가 이니시 안 당할 거면 이니시 할 거야. 하지만 우린 그라가스, 카지오페아
they had
들어와도
Gragas
너네 죽을
and
거야. 약간 이런
Cassiopeia,
필요가
so they can also
그리고
counter
하나
to
같은
their
경우에는
engagement.
확실히 코리안 G2라는 별명이
Still, what
걸맞게
it thinks Hana Life
아니,
Esports
근데
is
좀
the
많은
Korean
분들이 그런 말씀
G2
하시더라고요. 저는
because
솔직히 그게 왜 그런 건지 잘 몰랐는데
at first
확실히
Watt
픽부터
didn't get it,
느낌이
but
전체적인 팀
looking at their
밸런스보다는
draft, they
좀 개성 있는
take
픽들이 많이
more
나오지 않았나 그렇게 생각합니다.
concentration on their unique playstyle in terms rather than their damage balance.
실제로 이니시 자체는 멋지게
So let's check
들어갔죠.
out highlight number
사실
1
이제
here.
아펠리오스
The
공급기가
Dragon Fight
5명이
at
들어가면서
12-minute mark.
중력포 효과를 5명을 다 묶어내면서
They
붙기
actually
시작하나
rooted all 5
했지만
T1
T1이
members.
잘 받아치는
However,
그림이 아주
T1
인상
fought back really well.
하나생명 같은 경우는 그 누구도 어떠한 데미지도 받으면 안
Hana
되는
Life
상황에서
has a
한명
composition
잘랐다.
where
못
no one should
들어가볼까라는
take
약간 이런
huge
콜이
damage.
왔다 갔다
However,
하면서
Lions
한번더
got cut out,
들어가면서
so
상대방이
T1
정판,
was
그라가스
able to
비슷한
extend that
한타를
leading
치는
team
그런
fight.
모습입니다.
네, 다시 한번 이렇게 먼지가
And
가득
game number
쌓인
2, we're having
대시동의
another
소환사역곡에 와
Mountain
있고요.
Rift.
이렇게 한 번 더 하는 하나생명의 장면이 이 뒤에도 또 이어졌었어요.
So another very
네,
turnaround
사실
team
이제
fight happened on
하나생명이
top lane
정말
as well.
1점은 정말 기가 막히게 잘하는 것
So
같아요.
Hana
근데
Life really,
이번
really good at
경기에서 특히나
opening
좀
or making a
두드러진
point at
모습이
first place.
2절을
However, they always
일절만 하고 빠질 수
overextend a little
없었을까 하는
bit.
그런 생각이 계속 들었어요. 여기서도
잡는 데까지는
So
되게
over
끌맞죠.
here,
하나 생명의
it was a
약간
very
트레이드 마크.
intelligent
사이드를 두 명씩
play.
계속
However,
보내면서 너네 사이드 쓰지 마 하면서 잘 끊어내는 모습입니다.
Rise was
같은
actually
경우에는
caught
이제
in blue side
미니언
vision
시야 때문에
going into the
라이즈가
brush.
푸시에 들어가는 모습을 확인할 수 있었죠.
네,
그거를
그렇죠.
확인하고 네,
With
그것을
that
확인하고 페이커
information,
선수가 여기서
Faker
W로 고정 효과를 주면서 라이즈 궁극기를
letting no one to
물려와.
escape with the Rise ultimate.
저렇게 라이즈 궁극기가 끊기면서 죽게 되면 아 라이즈 너 플레이 써서 너 혼자 죽지 약간 이런 식의
So they
톤이
lost
왔다 갔다
huge
할 수도 있는데
momentum
그건
here, and
연습되고
T1
저
was
때는 약간
able to
1절만
gain
하고
a
라이즈
lead
궁보다는
and
그냥
push
턴을
it
한 번만
through
더
the
쓰고
Nexus.
계속 굴릴 수 있었어요. 사이드에서 사이드
Hana was
사이드.
able to
하나
just
생명만의
keep
트레이드 마크 운영을.
snowballing in the
네,
side
마지막에
lane,
하나
their
생명의 넥서스가
own
펼쳐지는
typical
장면을
style.
보시면
However, they made a
어떤 점이
mistake in terms of
이렇게
their
좀
decision
많이
making that bait
판단의
play.
미스를 낸 걸까요?
사실
궁금해져요.
이제 그 정도 가면 베인이 있는
In that
조합이고 또 조합
point of
밸런스
the game,
자체가 그 정도
Hanwha
뒤처지게 되면
got
안
Vayne in their
좋습니다.
comp,
그렇기 때문에
and
이제
when
좀
it
특출난 플레이,
comes to
특이한
Hanwha,
플레이,
when
G2
they're that
같은 플레이를
behind,
좀
it's
보여주고
really
싶었는데
hard to reach
아무래도
out.
좀 너무 선택이 극단적이지 않았나.
So I think they made a
네,
very
하지만
hard
진짜
choice over there.
아쉬웠지만 T1은 1세트의 패배를 제대로 서력했습니다.
Well,
POG
it's a bad
만나보시죠.
news for Hana, but T1 was able to
과연
get the game number
플레이어
2.
그 장면이 너무 인상 깊기 때문에
페이커 선수
POG will be Faker
네,
picking up the
확실히 이제
third one
거기서
of this split so
T1 이겼다.
far.
저는 이제 그 장면을 보고 나서 진짜 T1은
With that
페이커 아니면 테디
triple
선수가
kill
해줘야
over
되는구나.
there,
그런 생각이
what it does,
저는
Faker
정글러 입장에서
always
약간
has to be the playmaker for T1.
헬퍼가 없는 카시오페아가 이제
Even though
팀을
he
약간
didn't
속도를
take
느리게 만들 수 있다. 하지만
teleport
확실하게 캐리를 하는 페이커
in
선수의
mid lane, however, he still was able to
사실 많은
gain a
전문가들이
huge profit
카시오페아, 빅토르
repeating
굳이
Cassiopeia
저런
by
픽들을 해야
himself.
하나? 그런
Some
이제
people
말들이
doubt
많았었는데
Cassiopeia
페이커
and also
선수는
Victor on mid lane,
네,
but
이
what it
팀은
thinks
역시
it's a
뭐
very
플레이어에
viable
따라 달라지는
pick
거니까요.
for
완전히
him.
아쉽게
어허.
놓쳤습니다.
Faker losing that one vote
드디어
out of
그분의
12.
한 분이
One
저분이
vote from the media.
근데
voted
정글을 찍으신
for
걸 보니
jungle.
착하신 분이에요.
But Lyra think
맞네요.
that's
착하신 분이라서
a legit
괜찮습니다.
vote as well. He
움직임이
thinks he's a
있었기
nice
때문에
guy.
가능했던 것 아니겠습니까? 자, 베이커 선수 11표를
So that was
받았습니다.
the result for game number 2, and let's hand it over to game number 3 casters. Thank you.
No, thank you, G-Sun, once again for a wonderful translation of the analyst desk. As wow, Faker 300 POC points. I wish I could have as many POC points as he does. That's a lot of points for sure. He's building them up. And he is back to play another game. He's got another chance here in game number 3 as T1 as a whole has bought themselves another chance. Bit of a weird game 2 was. Very disjointed, it feels. Not that classic League of Legends with team fights into objectives, into victories. As Hanwha Light playing a different kind of style here in this game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about it is the draft was definitely much closer than in game number 1, and T1, they played around the weaknesses that they had by doing their best to sort of reduce it with the lane swap juggling over and over and over. There was the nice roam top lane that really put Kive further behind on Vayne. And then at the very end, that was a very questionable base race that obviously T1, like you said, they called the bluff and managed to win that game. So now, coming into game number 3, we have a Pantheon ban out the gate. Hanwha Life banning Rek'Sai and Jarvan.
Yeah, lots of junglers already being taken away. And there's our first set ban of this series. Perhaps this means that Ornn will be considered, as he has been largely overlooked in games number 1 and 2. Don't believe he was picked or banned in either of those games.
And Akali gonna bite the dust. As T1, remember, they have counter pick available on red side. We'll see what ends up happening here.
T1 putting in some consideration. Rumble. Yeah, Rumble taken away. They were able to ban Diana Pantheon Rumble on blue, but on red, they decided to take away Set, which means that Aphelios comes in here for the side of Hanwha Life as their first pick.
And MF being hovered and finally locked in. So again, these two teams deciding that Senna is not gonna be considered at all. We got to see her yesterday.
Yeah.
In the LCK, but no one really putting a lot of priority on her, and Gragas now coming in for T1, not Olaf. All right, it's gonna be Olaf.
Hey, but you got Ornn right after. I mean, that's like...
That is true.
You know?
So they're trying to... It almost looks like Ornn's horns go into Olaf's beard. It's definitely very weird.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, all right, whatever. Anyways, listen.
They line up there on the left.
They do.
But on the right, I'm not sure. I might take that puzzle piece out if I was building that puzzle.
Lucian being hovered. Oh, it's actually just going to be swapped over to Aatrox. As now we're going to move into the second ban phase. Now the Ornn is obviously flex mid and top. Aatrox likewise able to be flex mid and top. And the Olaf is in a favorable jungle matchup inside of a vacuum, but we're going to have to see how the rest of the team composition pans out. As it stands right now, T1 has a lot of engage and a lot of desire to sort of have these wombo combo-y kind of team fights, and we'll see if they're going to draft further into that based on what they pick on R4. Probably going to choose support on R4 so they can retain counter pick on R5. And conceal if the Aatrox is mid or top lane.
Pretty common. We'll see what does get banned away here from the side of T1 once again. Blitz, the first support that was banned. Will they consider another one? Or maybe they want to target Tempt or Cuvee here potentially. With that Lucian ban, looks like they'll do just that. No Lucian for either of them, and no Mordekaiser will be played here in game number 3.
And, yep, there's the Thresh on R4.
Oh, Lahenz has got a big smile on his face. I feel like something sneaky might happen right now. Is Soraka Yuumi coming on in? It's your bay.
Let it flow through you, Valdez. Let the hate. Ornn looking like Darth Sidious right now. I am excited right now. This is actually very hard. Victor is going to have to find Soraka. Now, Syndra is also really good in a spot like, okay, Cassiopeia is actually going to be locked in. Cassio is very dangerous. And the reason that I was saying that Victor is good is because once you get the movement speed on the Q, you can cast the Q, Soraka goes for the silence, you can reposition really quick and get off it. Cassio is locked into animations, however. And so, this can be a nightmare. Soraka hard counters Aatrox in top lane, annihilates him in teamfights, destroys Cassiopeia in teamfights.
Yeah.
Morello is going to be necessary in this game. Yeah, this is...
Oh, man.
We're going to need a Morellonomicon on Gragas and on Cassiopeia, and Executioner's calling on Aatrox. There is the enormous amount of healing that needs to be sliced in this game.
How about MF? Is she building one too?
She's going to need a Mortal Reminder.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. That's it's kind of crazy. And so is this comp.
Yuumi, Aphelios, Ornn, Olaf, and Soraka. This is a disgusting team composition.
It wasn't Olaf. This might be your favorite composition of all time.
If it wasn't Olaf.
If it wasn't Olaf, we were so close. 4 for 5, man.
I like team compositions that don't let the opponents have fun.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. But the Aatrox, Gragas, Cassio, MF, and Thresh, it feels really bad to say this, but they need to get very, very far ahead. Enormous amount of responsibility on Cuz this game. Going even is not enough. They're gonna get outscaled by a million years.
Yep, does look that way as the rosters will flash and Summoner's Rift will be here to stay. As Soraka is back. Welcome back, Soraka. Nice hair you got going on there and wings. Up in the top lane, of course, on the Korean solo queue ladder. I'm actually leveling up a new account. I got placed into like mid-bronze on a new MMR.
This is a cruel joke, isn't it, right? We're talking about solo queue real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just on a 17-game loss streak.
I just wanted to bring it to solo queue eventually so we could mention it
big
once
deal. Yeah,
on the broadcast.
Everyone's just going to make fun of me now. It's fine. Thank you, Valdez, for this. I was 5 wins from Challenger. I was getting plus 24, okay, in Grandmaster.
I'm getting minus 24 now.
I'm on an unprecedented 17-game loss streak, looking to continue it to 20 after the cast.
Continue tonight, right?
Yeah. If I can get into a game, all the teammates are dodging me and Shrimp. We've lost 17 games in a row. I've lost 300 LP.
Yeah, they look at your OPGG. They know you're just trolling your way down to iron.
A lot of them. They're asking, how is this duo almost Challenger?
How did they get there?
Oh, no.
Good question. But, yeah, in solo queue, you see a ton of Soraka top. I mean, I was getting it probably half of the games that I play it in.
It's Soraka is really, really good.
That she is.
It is a very powerful champion. I also really like the skin here. Personally, I think it's the, is it the Nightbringer? Dusk? What is the new skin set? Dawnbringer and, you know what I'm talking about?
The new set is the champion set.
No.
Got him. No, but I don't really pay attention to the skin sets that come out, to be honest.
Well, okay. So, Cube on the Soraka. And the reason that I was mentioning that skin is because it's really hard to see the Starfall. So it's an advantageous skin.
Oh,
and sometimes in competitive, unless it's prohibited by Riot, which certain skins are, you kind of want to pick those skins.
Oh yeah, of course.
So
any advantage.
Any advantage that you can possibly get. You find out an opponent on the enemy team is colorblind, find out what color that is. Try to line up your skins for it.
Might as well.
Yeah, like,
yeah. That's such a Lesnick tactic, man.
Yeah. By any means necessary.
Yeah. Oh, Flash coming in. Tempt, he is a big boy, but not big enough. Especially this early on in the game. First blood going the way of T1. Nice little gank. Good wraparound there from Cuz to get on top of Horn.
That's a really big kill as well. Like I said, they need to get ahead. They need to make sure they have a nice gold advantage. Cuvée over here. He is in complete, he is absolutely safe. Q is probably going to walk over there, maybe even Q. No, doesn't actually look like it. The wave's actually coming in. So, this is definitely looking quite good. Vista and Lahen's putting out a lot of damage. And you know, Yuumi, even though I don't really classify her as a mage support, but she kind of is. So I'm glad to see her.
Yeah. I mean, she is.
I mean, she is. She is, but you know what I mean.
She doesn't do enough damage for you anymore.
Yeah, the Riot changed her into being much more utility focused for her healing.
Healer.
Yeah. Although she did just get buffed a lot in 10-3 and then micro patched.
Micro patch buffed?
Micro patch buffed, yeah. Huh. To compound on top of it. So.
Well, Hens is going to be happy.
As we take a look at this, and you can just see this was actually the last minion that Tempt wanted to get. He knows.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. Really, really, really good timing there by Cuz.
So this is 557 days since we first seen top Soraka. Or no, since we've seen Soraka, and the first time we've seen top Soraka.
Yeah.
In the LCK.
Last time we saw her, said that Gorilla.
Yeah.
Was playing her, and you know she's honestly been such a busted champion for such a long time. It's really sad it took this long for people to realize how good she is. Now, some people might look at this, and if you're unfamiliar with what's been going on in high-end solo queue, or maybe anywhere, yeah,
that's what I was saying when
Soraka is S+ tier, and she doesn't necessarily win lane through traditional means. She just sort of goes even, but if Soraka's going even, you're losing.
Absolutely.
So
and she's getting a lot of golds that she might perhaps not get in the support role, which means earlier items and just more fun, as Yumi is on top of an Olaf who's level 6. Always have to respect that. As here he comes. Not going to do much. They knew he was coming.
Cube actually missing quite a lot of these Qs, though, and that is what this matchup is all about, so that Soraka's able to stay permanently healthy, while the opponent is often too low to even get gank assistance. But Hanwha Life, they're going to pick up the Infernal. Now, this Infernal Dragon's really interesting when you consider that, you know, there's the champion that has shields and heals and stuff like that, which means that not just converting to damage, but obviously HP inside of a team fight. A little bit of extra going on there as Cube is going to recall right in front of a wave. He knows that, okay, Gragas could be on the left-hand side of the map. I don't want to get ganked underneath the turret and lose the game. So chooses to sacrifice the wave because, again, Soraka, she can fall behind a little bit and still be completely fine. So a really good decision by Cube there. As when we think about the Ornn items as well, Soraka, depending on how the game goes, she could build Death Cap and get Rabadon's Death Crown, but usually it'll either be the Zanya's Hourglass upgraded or the Redemption, as Faker looking for...
Ooh, missed that Q.
Yeah.
Second Q was not enough. As it did miss, did go wide. Ornn just happy to stick around in the mid lane, build his items here. Haru currently with the most CS in the game, more than even Faker, and that's just Olaf things.
When you consider the Infernal Dragon, the gold advantage is in favor of Hanwha Life. And, oh no. That was really weird. Faker's movement. As Vista gonna come in here now, and they are invading the blue and taking this away from a teleportless Cassiopeia. It's a big deal.
Absolutely.
It's a very, very big deal. They're actually going to give that to Olaf, as Teddy and Effort are recalling. I'm thinking that they're going to do a lane swap and go for Rift Herald. That would be the only thing that would make sense on a teleport timing here when Dragon's down.
Well, one of them is, it looks like Effort is going to head up to the top side. Teddy, meanwhile, is going to continue down to the bottom lane.
So one of the interesting things that you can do here is you could actually rotate bottom to Herald, take it, and then put bottom in top lane, and get the leg up on the tempo for the initiated lane swap. And then in the 2v1, they'd be able to get plates against the Soraka, and even if the plates and stuff go down in bottom lane, it would end up being a better overall trade because you still would have 3 minutes until the Cloud Dragon, and you'd also get that Herald, which could then be used to actually crack the mid-tier 1. But as played, they're just playing it really safe, and Haru now running, and now actually Hanwha Life is going to be the one to do this. So,
yeah. Well, someone's listening, LS. One of the teams. They're going up here to the top side. That's going to be identified now by T1. In the bottom side, there's no bottom lanes. They have to know that they are somewhere, especially with the sweep of the ward that does get taken out. Rift Herald is theirs. T1 not going to stick around yet. We see a lot of go pings up to the top lane. So it looks like that is the potential destination of a lot of members of T1 now. Might see some butting heads early on in this game.
And Hanwha Life, they have the Rift Herald. They didn't summon it. Which is a little surprising. Maybe they want to wait for the cannon wave. That does seem what it does look like.
Perhaps they saw the Predator Gragas coming in too, and there is that 1 second window where I believe you still can interrupt it. I say believe because I don't know if I've ever actually seen it happen.
I've never seen it happen.
Because
I
in
don't
solo
even know
queue,
if
it's like,
possible.
you know?
Yeah, I really don't know if it's possible.
When is it anyone really going to get that 1 second window?
Feel free to tweet at Valdez or I if you know the answer on if you can actually interrupt the current Herald.
Hey, look,
The
it's Ornn.
silence.
Ornn is he's pretty good. He's able to push them off the turf for quite a while, but Bullet Time's still able to do a nice amount of wave clear and pushes them away from that tier 2 that they were desperately trying to get against the teachings of
T1
LS.
They're so far. Oh, Haru might. Oh no.
Haru is
T1's
turning
gonna
here.
die.
Teddy
Oh!
is trying to use that lantern. He is able to get away for it then, but not enough. As Silence comes in, Cuz gonna go down. Not able to flash on time, and the 2-for-1 comes in for Hanwha Life.
Haru didn't get the heal, I don't think, from Cuvée. And had he done that, Effort would probably die too. They'd lose top tier 2. The healing is invalidating any of the spell casts on the side of T1. So basically, Cassiopeia, she may as well be auto-attacking in a team fight. And that's what Soraka does, is rather than carry by deleting someone through raw damage, she basically grapples with someone one-on-one, denies all the damage they can do, morphs the terrain to be favorable to her team via her silence, and then casts the R. As we take a look at this, yeah, the R not quite there. Had it been there, this would have been lights out. Soraka is a hyper carry, even though most people don't perceive her as such, and it's because of her ability to basically put force fields over her teammates and prevent them from taking any damage. And it's a different spin on carry. It's not one that people are used to seeing, but she is a hyper.
But carries do damage, LS.
Or not always. You ever been carried by a priest? You
No,
know, in an MMO?
Doesn't happen.
No, that doesn't. Yes, it does.
That's true, actually.
You can get carried.
We've got a great Holy Paladin in my guild, actually.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you see it in other areas of games, MMOs. You can be carried by healers. There are certain healer classes that are so strong they just deny death, and that's a carry in itself. And that's what Soraka does. And there's no other champion in the game that does it as good as her.
Yeah, she's a lot of fun, and I have no doubt in my mind we'll be seeing more of her, regardless of how this game does go, especially because of the current solo queue climate in Korea, and no doubt abroad. Down will go the turret. This Lahen's able to group up and pick that one out. As now, I mean, we're still very early on in this game, but a lot of objectives already have been taken out. The top tier 2 not going down. That's really the only other one that was attacked heavily that stayed alive. No Drake now for 4 minutes or so after Hanwha got the Cloud and Infernal.
It's a mountain, which is actually insane for Hanwha Life because they have the magic resistance already on Soraka. So she's also going to build more tank items. So oftentimes she'll get the Spirit Visage. Can be her second or her third item, depending on how she wants to build. Olaf obviously going to build resistances. Ornn loves resistances. And Yuumi, well, Yuumi doesn't really get much value out of Mountain Drake because she's always living inside of someone else. And
a parasitic kind of lifestyle for sure. As Haru in a bit of trouble here. That poison once again a miss. Faker, those follow-up poisons haven't been on top of it, but again, had the zoomies from the Yuumi, not the easiest thing to take out. Tons of plates taken out in this game, by the way, as you can see, 1,200 to 1080 in favor of Hanwha Life in terms of gold. As just some skirmishing in the river, but no one actually going down. And so very even game state that we do have in this one, but a couple of Drakes going to Hanwha, whereas T1 have the slight advantage in terms of gold.
Cube gets zoned out of the cannon. It's actually a pretty big deal. He's still a little bit ways away from 11. Teddy using his ultimate, trying to poke Philios. And, okay, Faker has to be really careful here, even though he has 2 levels up. Does seem like he is going to be recalling.
He picked up 2 needlessly large rods. That's a very big spike.
He's going for Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah. Means he was sitting on 2,500 gold plus.
And the really weird thing about this is you need the healing reduction.
Yeah.
So the M-Pen against some of the targets right now on Hanwha Life would be valuable. But the healing reduction is going to be so important inside of this game than just straight up raw damage. Bit interesting to see that he's electing straight up for that death cap. I don't know if he's going to be able to complete it before the Mountain Dragon.
Oh, that's a big Ornn ultimate. We'll get the knock up here on a Faker, having a lot of trouble. He's going to survive for now. A huge heal comes in, but they're just trying to jump on into them. And look at the sustain from the Soraka. Nobody is taking damage here for quite a long time. But again, still not able to take anyone out on the backside of it. A lot of damage items not quite built just yet. You'll notice on the side of Hanwha Life, it's really just Essence Reaver here for Aphelios. That is the only damage item outside of a phage. So a lot of skirmishing once again, but nobody's really going to die when you have this much healing, and T1 have a nice amount of disengage.
So definitely a close call with death for T1. Had they lost that fight just now and lost the mid-tier 1 turret, lost the Herald, lost the Mountain Dragon, I would be really close to calling the game. But they've managed to stay alive. They're going to have one more chance. The question for me is how much gold is Faker pooling right now? Because normally when you recall on double needlessly large rod, you're still about 3.5 minutes away from completing death cap, factoring in the normal GPM of a mid laner.
Yeah.
And so we see actually Faker
do a quick calculation on his total gold. Go.
What?
How much is a Seraph's Embrace?
Well, I'm from NA.
You're from Rhode Island, so
yeah.
That's like the NA of
I was talking to Weird Champ yesterday in my chat, the LEC caster. Yeah, Weird Champ. And
everybody's favorite caster.
Yeah, and he actually thought that Rhode Island was an island.
It's not. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a peninsula.
Yeah, I know. I'm from New York. We're close by. As okay, gonna turn here. They're gonna get the knock up onto the Cassiopeia.
Oh, this is very sloppy by Hanwha Life.
Yeah, not the cleanest fight here. The turret is gonna go down. They're trying to burst down this Mountain Drake. Who's gonna get it? It resets. Ornn's going in, but misses the knockup. Has the Yumi on the back of it. The bullet time. Gonna separate Pep, and he's actually gonna go down. It was enough burst damage. Kana, oh there, buddy. Gotta take it slower. Nice little follow-up hook, but it's not gonna be enough. As the Ornn going too deep, and then a perfect cast by Cuz, able to separate him, keep him in the bullet time, and burst him down. T1 also going to pick up that Mountain Drake.
We saw T1 win in similar fashion against Damwon when they're out-comped in a way. They remain more patient, they stay steadfast basically, and eventually the opponent just loses the patience and tilts into them.
Yeah.
And they won their series earlier this week in similar fashion. You see the patience on them right now. They're not going in to Hanwha Life, and then Temp tries to go for that knock-up right there, but even from that angle, it's actually not going to be that bad for T1 to just play front to back and keep kiting. And it's not the way that Hanwha Life wants to conduct these team fights, and so T1, slowly but surely, remaining in this game. They're finding the openings in these dreadful spots to stay in it, and it's really good. Faker now gonna complete that Rabadon's death cap. As also the XP, Faker level 13, Kana level 12.
Cube finally hits 12.
He's still level 10, and this is a byproduct of the lane allocation that Hanwha Life is going with. So, the Soraka definitely under-leveled at this point in the game.
Yeah, needs more time. Shout out to Effort, nice little play there in the fight to help secure the kill onto Tempt, who, just lost his patience. It was like a HLE that got leashed too far into the jungle. He's like, no, I gotta go back. I gotta go back to T1 and attempt to engage here, but it was a little bit too deep that time around. T1 definitely playing a very balanced and relaxed game of League of Legends, it looks like. Relaxed not in a negative tone at all, just, very calm and collected. And the death cap is now up for that Cassiopeia that has 2 massive items. 1, 0, and 1. Has the most farm in the game as well, as of this minion wave. Gets ahead there of Teddy. So this time around, Faker, we didn't really get to see him in a late game kind of 5-on-5 style in game 2 because it was so wonky. There were so many different lanes being pushed and a split push style enacted out by Hama Life. But this time around, I think we will see a lot more 5-on-5 with Ornn on the enemy team, Soraka for great team fighting. Speaking of which, looking for Faker this time around. He's going to dodge that one, but still he will get locked down by the silence. A little bit too far down the lane, and welcome back, Ornn. He's pretty good at forcing engages.
Yuumi picking up that kill, though. We'll have to see what Lahens can actually end up purchasing.
Okay, this is angry. They're going to get the lockdown. Bullet time comes in. Nice little hook. And the cask is going to kill the Aphelios. Oh boy, where was the follow-up? And the lantern is massive. Effort is playing a godlike game of Thresh in this one. And the follow-up not there on time, and Aphelios just gets dunked with the fadeaway by Cuz.
Cuz managing to throw the cask. He had to obviously hope that Cube would cast the ultimate, who he did cast it a little bit late. We take a look at the replay. Really good pickoff by Hanwha Life onto Faker, who's in mid lane, and then watch this fight again. Inside the red jungle, Haru auto-attacks the Baron, actually loses a lot of his HP, flashes the wall, goes in, no Soraka ult on the Aphelios. So, Cuz doing what he can to add damage and try to separate them, ends up getting a kill in the process, and that's twice now.
There's no point in picking Soraka if you don't save your teammate. You know, we've all had that Soraka in solo queue that's in the top lane or in the bot lane, doesn't notice a fight going on somewhere else, and then you die when you would have been saved by the ultimate. But it's not really excusable here at the pro level. If you're picking that pick, you have to have good map presence and know exactly when to go for that ultimate. It's a great mechanical play overall from T1. Shout out to Effort, who's having an awesome game of Thresh so far. Cuz obviously looking pretty stylish on his Gragas. Here comes the engage now from T1, and the big time force coming in. The flash here from Faker will be knocked up though, as the disengage will be successful this time around from Hanwha Life. As even from downtown, Vista sniping a bit of damage onto Faker. Now Haru and Tempt looking to potentially re-engage here.
And they're back to full HP, basically.
Yeah, welcome to Soraka and Yuumi land.
Faker gonna try to heal up, though, off Gromp. He's doing a really great job at doing so.
All right.
Tempt, I don't know. Oh, that's a nice silence.
Yeah, it's perfect. And they're gonna have to give that one up. For T1, it's not giving away the Dragon Soul, so with the silence and clogging up that lane, I think it's the right idea to give it away.
Which is really close. Remember, had Hanwha Life gotten the first Mountain Dragon, this could have just been the Soul. And with that, probably the game. But, gonna stay alive, but now the ornaments are coming in. Black Cleaver on the Olaf, giving him more HP. Little bit of AD as well. Lahens and Haru just clearing out vision. But in terms of other ornaments, we're going to have Infinity Edge, and then it looks like Luden's Echo. We're going to take a look at this replay first, though. T1 said the time is now.
Yeah.
Faker runs in there, but the silence is all the lockups. Beautiful Ornn ultimate this time by Tempt.
Vista never dies.
He just
never dies. He gets
can't
healed.
Die. Yeah.
He gets healed to life. Over and over and over. There was insane amount of burst damage coming in from Faker, and the bullet time right on top of Aphelios. And it just didn't matter. You have Soraka and Yuumi on top of you. You are not going to die.
At this point, Ornn gonna just wait until he has level 14, upgrade that Infinity Edge. Luden's Echo is going to be the purchase for Lehens. So he'll get that CDR value out of the item. He'll also get the proc, so he can add a little bit more damage. And T1 does clump up quite a lot.
Looks like Spellbinder next for Faker. And, well, they do have one Morellonomicon and one Executioner's Calling on Gragas and Aatrox, respectively. But is that enough? I mean, we've seen times where Faker and Teddy are engaging, so there's no healing reduction, and if they had some, perhaps that would have been a dead Aphelios.
Well, the good thing about Gragas having it is his cast can hit multiple targets, which is really key in a fight, especially because Hanwha Life, they like to fight while clumped up. They like to hold, well, ideally, a Phalanx, protect the Aphelios, and then obviously turn the tables with Ornn, who should really just be using his ultimate defensively against T1. Now we'll take a look at...
Whoa!
Wait, what? That was
a replay.
They're ahead of us. That was a replay of what just happened.
Was it?
Yeah, I think we're behind.
No. Did we accidentally get put into the death chamber with an echo?
I think that
what happened
I
here?
think that we're actually behind. The broadcast is not, in fact, live. I think that we've been exposed. We're actually in LA right now. That's why the arena is so silent right here.
Yeah, that's why everybody on Twitter is in on it as well.
The jig's up, Valdez.
Everybody that comes to the LCK arena in Seoul, quote unquote, not actually in Seoul.
Oh man, well,
exposed, man.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean
Somebody
to do
called
it.
Jacob Wolf.
Yep.
This is
I'm just gonna need to report on that one.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
They actually flew out both T1 and Hanwha Life to play at the studio.
Yeah, we were talking about how cold it is in Korea. We did our research.
Yeah, we did.
We were ready for this. Professionals.
So both teams continuing to scale up. Another ornament now completed. Molten Edge on Vista. And even though Hanwha Life are down 6,000 gold, or about actually a little, 5,500. The Infernal Dragon is doing a bit to reduce that in terms of how much actual value is going in there. But...
And the Mountain.
Yeah, the Mountain as well. The ornaments are coming in. So the gold is probably actually in Hanwha Life's favor, all things considered. And then when you factor in team composition, they're definitely ahead right now.
Well, they're still going to have to deal with the question of Faker, who seems to be a madman on the Cassiopeia and has gone pretty mad with his item selection at the same time. But now it's really all about this Mountain Soul. One of the biggest objectives in the game now is the Dragon Soul. If you're watching new, this is
25 seconds. They need to not engage.
Yeah.
This is the exact way that Damwon lost. You can see the teleport
Yeah, where's
board.
that teleport? There's that one in the enemy jungle.
Oh, the healing.
When is it going to come in?
What are they, why are they holding? Just go into the mountain. Valdez?
Just take the damn drink. And, you know.
They know, oh no, this is gonna be a Giga Flank by Kana.
Oh no, a Giga Flank.
A Giga Flank.
I don't know if I've ever seen one of these.
It's coming. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Aatrox is about to spread his wings.
On top of it, the bullet time is massive damage, but that's a big knockup from the side attempt, but he is all alone. All the Soraka heals in the world couldn't save him this time around. Haru going 1v2 at the same time. With Cuz picking up the dragon means that Hanwha Life going to be outsmarted and outplayed this time around by T1.
This is really, really good strategical play out of T1, getting that flank off as well. And again, the patience. This is the one thing that T1 has been displaying over and over so far in Spring 2020, is their resilience inside of a lot of these situations. Faker!
The fake play here, but Faker is going to be denied as he gets taken down, but it's still going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of T1. That nice little juke it looked like, pretending to take the Lantern and then actually going on in. Looking for a potential re-engage. Sansa with the home guard. Not sure about that one. Not really going to amount to much, but we do know that T1 can't really go for the Baron anymore at this point in time.
Now, one of the questions, I guess, is how far away is Yuumi from Ludens? That's a very big item completion. Faker also now picking up Stopwatch. He'll have that available. 2 control wards as well in the bank. We take a look at this again, and this is just awful positioning. It doesn't matter how strong your comp is. When it's split up like this, Soraka doesn't know where to go. Do I go to Ornn? Do I go over to Haru? How do I use my silence? Vista doesn't even have a reliable way to deal damage, and this is just a positioning problem here.
Watch Faker.
좀만 볼게, 좀만 볼게, 좀만 볼게.
Well, it was his call to go in.
괜찮은 거 같네.
Saying it seems okay.
He says, yeah, it's okay.
이러면 애매하다.
He's like, oh, if it goes like this, it's kind of, you know, iffy. And he's kind of right, too, because if they had just gone to Baron and looked for a potential turn with a, you know, flash R from a Cassiopeia, it probably would have worked out better than just a 1-for-2 that they couldn't go for a Baron. And now they're just going to start up the Baron. Here we go. Haru in the front side looking for an entrance into this Baron pit. The Ornhorn this time around.
Again, they're going to get flanked.
Yeah, they're going to get flanked, and everything's going wide. Another cast, and a huge bullet time. Vista immediately gets popped in the back line because taking a lot of damage. Haru is going mad.
He doesn't die!
And Kube is still alive. They take out the 80 carry, but the real hyper carry was Soraka the whole time. The big time turnaround at the end of that one. It was looking so good after Vista died, but it just didn't matter.
That's a Resto Druid, Valdez. That is. She's got the hots on everyone right now.
Well, I've got the hots for Soraka in this game. It's a 4 versus 1 for people remaining alive, and Baron will go the way of Hanwha Light.
Oh, man.
It looked like the flank was going to be good. And it was for taking out Vista.
It was. He got the flank, but the Tree of Life that was Soraka just decided that you weren't going to actually die today.
Yeah. Watch Kive's positioning.
Yeah, I mean,
he tries
Kana,
to save Vista.
Such
like,
a
nope.
great job, and then Kana can't kill Soraka even through the Grievous wounds. Over and over, Olaf refuses to die, looking completely immortal inside of this fight. Kana thinking to himself, what was that?
And it's not only Soraka, too, because the Yuumi was on top. And by the way, Ludens completed and buffed up by Ornn with that ornaments completed on the Olaf the entire time. And
yeah.
We were kind of laughing at the Olaf pick, but in these fights, he's just going really far deep into the back of it with the Yuumi and the Soraka to heal him.
And the other really great thing about Olaf is he's able to actually build Spirit Visage, which increases the healing received.
There you go.
By both the Yuumi and the Soraka, which is almost invalidating the Grievous wounds that T1 has built. So I love this team competition, Valdez. This is 2 days in a row that I've gotten to see team comps that I've really like. I really like when opponents don't get to have fun.
And it has an Olaf in it too.
You know what? I'm gonna give it to him.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go to the Riot store after this game. I'm gonna buy the blue Olaf shirt. And I don't
believe you.
I'm gonna don that on stream later.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That would be that really would be a new thing for 2020. As Mountain Drake coming in here. Again, T1, they need 2 of them to get the Mountain Soul. Hanwha Life, though, should be pretty confident after the way the last fight went, and they see Aatrox this time around, so no flank is going to happen. Nice hook there, buddy. You're going up against Chad.
Oh, the pin!
Look at that guy in the back. Faker does nothing in this fight. The big-time bullet time, though, is there for Teddy. He stays alive the entire fight.
It doesn't matter.
As he flashed the wall. Oh, poor Kana. They don't have enough bursts to get through this comp anymore. After the initial beginning where you're like, oh, they popped someone, you have that spark of hope.
Can Aphelios just, can you just go tank at this point?
Yeah.
Like,
you were talking about Spirit Massage, who can build it. I'm like,
yeah.
well, can Aphelios build Spirit Massage?
Oh, they got Kana.
Okay, trying to go in there. No! Reno! And that is going to be a dead Reno T1. As Teddy now is going to go down here. Dragon Soul picked up by Hamalife. And that is going to be another shutdown there on top of the MF. Hamalife with this comp and with Dragon Soul and Double Dragon, Mountain Dragon, they are never, ever going to die.
They are never going to die. Absolutely right, Valdez. As really, Aphelios needs to just get a Guardian Angel. He'll have the resistances from Mountain, plus all the heals coming in. Look at this. The pin against the wall by Ornn. 3-man even interrupted Gragas. Mid-body slam. Everyone refuses to die. Cube casts his barrier, though, even though he wasn't under any attack right here. He also flashes over the wall. You'll see it later in the clip. The smite going the way of Haru. He's also 3 levels up, so it's not like, not to short cuz or anything, but he is trying to climb a mountain there.
Yeah.
On that smite fight.
He did really good for what he, the position he was in. Nice barrier, Vista. It's looking pretty good. And again, he does not have Bloodthirst or anything like that. That's just, that's Mountain Soul.
Redemption picked up by Cube and got the Ornament upgrade as well. So, Redemption Ornament upgrade, it doesn't feel the best. You get basically increased regions and then a little bit of extra stats, but definitely underwhelming compared to some other Ornament upgrades, but it's either that or Death Cap for Soraka, and obviously the way that this game has been going, Cube being much more of a team player, not getting lots and lots of CS, not overly fed, can't really afford a Death Cap.
Faker's so angry, he's put in probably 30,000 of that 43,000 damage into Olaf, and he just doesn't die. He ends every fight at 100% health. Okay, this time around, everybody's got the Morellos, the healing reduction on top of him, but still Ornn is going to survive.
He'll be full in a second, just give him a bit.
Oh man, Haru not gonna die, and Tempt also gonna avoid that hook.
T1 is
effort.
all in right now, trying to chase this team composition down.
They're not backing down. You gotta be careful though. They don't really have a way to Vista this time around, only Kana and Faker with flashes available. Big push in the bottom lane. That was nicely set up by T1. Baron now, though, 40 seconds. Let's see how Hanwha want to navigate this position of the game. It doesn't look like this turret's going to go... Oh.
This is actually really big.
I think it will.
Oh.
Never mind. God, melee minions. Or
they hurt
range
you.
Minions.
They hurt you. They got
focused.
They got spooked. It's your fault.
Yeah. We were all watching them, and yeah, should have taken that one out.
All right. Well, not that big of a deal. As T1 now, they're in position. I think they're just going to try to burst. They have Cassiopeia.
They have pretty good turn.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the problem is they're going to lose out on the... Oh, no. I smell it.
You smell what the... Whoa! What? He missed it! He missed the knockup. The Baron is going to go the way of T1, and they all get out scot-free.
Was he on the miasma?
No, he moved. He just went late. From what I can tell, we're going to have to take a look at the replay, but it looks like Tempt did not get R2 on the Ornn ultimate. That's one of the main reasons you play that champion.
This is actually a big deal. The Baron stats mean a lot at this point in time. Let's take a look at the replay here. And, yeah, Tempt looking like me. Right there. Couldn't quite land the arm.
That's an LS move right there. Oh, boy. If they get the knockup, probably would have taken out 1, 2, 3 members in the pit. But the way it stands, now T1 has Baron for 2 minutes, so that will actually bleed into Elder Dragon uptime by about 32 seconds, it looks like.
Oh, man. Well, Elder Dragon, that's the out for T1. Doesn't matter about your heals.
Yeah.
If they can just bring you to 20%, then...
And they will. They've done that a lot of times.
They have.
Yeah, they brought a lot of people to 20%, and they just get from 20 to full.
It also makes Soraka's balancing act with the second part of her ultimate a lot more difficult. So, we shall see what ends up happening. I do imagine that this is going to go to the Elder.
Absolutely. 40-minute line just crossed here. And it doesn't really feel like the gold matters anymore. Everybody's kind of got their items and where they want to be right now. Obviously, Yuumi getting more and more items would be pretty nice. Soraka also 2 items down. That is a couple of items you could look towards.
The thing about this, though, is that T1 is going to be down summoners. They're not going to have Flash on Cassiopeia and on Effort, 2 really big champions to have Flash on. And also Teddy, not going to have the heal available, but Faker will have it.
Tempt doesn't have his flash, although not sure if that's going to matter too much. As Ornn, as long as he doesn't miss the second part of his ultimate, should be okay.
Ooh. Raga's going to be able to heal that back up just by taking a chug of his beer.
They're considering
or whatever that is.
Forcing a sustained game here in the mid lane. A bit of K-Ram going on here with the Elder Dragon up and ready to be taken down.
And
they know they can sustain a million times better than T1.
So this kind of poke is very different. No, you can't just give up Elder.
No, you can't.
So I think Kana is going to go for okay, well, that's not the TP I thought that he was going to take, but let's see how this pans out. T1 got the scuttle crash. No, he's going to get interrupted.
Nope, no, he's not. He gets the knock up here on a Faker, and the flash in, and neither Faker nor Effort have their flash. They immediately get taken down.
It's over.
Legendary is Haru. A double kill comes in. This game is all but done as Teddy now on the run. Vista with a million stacks on his weapon, trying to stop the wave from coming in. Is the Aatrox. Kana trying his best, but they just say, we'll go top lane. We don't care about the mid lane. Let's see if they can actually push it in.
Yeah, they're calling to end the game here. Couldn't quite locate the Gragas. Kana and Cuz. Cuz doesn't even have ultimate. I think this is going to be the end. The heels on wheels for Hanwha Life.
They're zooming. The zoomies are real with the Yuumi coming on in. Now, 17 seconds on Faker. They're trying to delay this as much as possible, but another Ornn Horn is up and available. But they're going for kills rather than turrets. And now Effort's going to be up here trying to get the play down, trying to deny this. Kana trying to stop the minions from coming in at the same time. You'll see that backdoor protection coming in.
No minions!
Yeah, they don't have the minions. That's the main thing. Kana with a big
Stone plate.
Faker still alive here.
The
Trying
turret's
to push him
alive!
back. And Faker's not being doped this time. Will they just click the Nexus? The bullet time is going to come in. They're trying to click down the Nexus. Can Hanwha Life do it? They just got to click on that damn Nexus, and they will. And it looks like finally Tempt will be able to take that one out. Very close at the end of it. GG, Hanwha Life gonna take the 2-1.
What a close ending. The bot lane was open. So if they got clean ace there, I'm not exactly sure how the death timers will line up, but that would have converted into Elder for T1, and then so much more. And so, what an exciting game, though. I mean, for me, this is very exciting for me. For many people watching this, they probably feel like they need to go to a local clinic.
Get themselves checked out for Soraka virus.
Yeah, I am on a cloud right now. You know, like...
How do you think Faker feels after that one?
I think Faker is wondering what just happened. But...
He looks a little bit shook up after that one.
Now, this is another really good example of compositional power that is so nice to see. Even though there was a lot of blunders that game, missed Ornn ultimates, missed Soraka ultimates, at very key moments, getting outflanked at several points. T1 did a phenomenal job at outdancing Hanwha Life at so many points of the game, but eventually, the team composition, it just does too much, and then it speaks for itself. And it doesn't matter how many errors you can end up making, it just allows you so much forgiveness at them. And you just, I don't even know. I am so glad that we got to see one of the best hyper carries in the game, Soraka. Because it's not a hyper carry in the traditional sense, and I really hope that this game gets to open a lot of viewers' eyes that there is different ways to carry the game that isn't just objective control and raw damage. It is AoE protection over so many champions, denying and removing the strength from the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly true. We saw it before our own eyes. It feels like the old days of, you know, a bunch of tanks and Kog'Maw and healers and Lulu and stuff like that, but it's like new age, right? There's Soraka, there's Yuumi, a newer champion that comes in.
And Yuumi just got buffed.
Yeah.
In 10-3. And Soraka
things are only
didn't get nerfed.
I know. That's the insane
Now,
part. I don't know how that's even
will
possible.
the LCK actually acknowledge how disgustingly powerful these two champions, especially in combo with one another, are? Because that's the real question mark. There's been so many extremely strong champions the LCK has refused to pick up at certain points. Karthus, one of them, although Cuz on T1 is one of the Karthus players.
How about Ornn?
Ornn?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just the LCK, that's the world.
Yeah, the world.
The world doesn't quite understand the ornament and just how strong he is. He's been broken for over a year.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that last year.
We're saying it in spring.
Yeah.
2019, that Ornn is one of the best in the game. And so we're just taking a look at the highlights here. Honestly, is there anything Soraka can't cure? I'm not quite sure. She seems to have the answers for everything. Really nice kit. Really worried, actually, about how Riot's going to approach nerfing her in 10-4. They've already said that they are going to do that. And it does always make me sad if champions like this get removed from the mainstream meta, because I feel like they offer so much more diversity. They offer a really nice spin.
Yeah, a different way to win the game.
Yes.
Rather than just your normal kind of 80 carry.
And you know what?
Tank mid.
If T1 had won this game, absolutely Kana's the MVP. He had such an impressive performance with his Aatrox, doing so much work inside of teamfights. It really felt like a Kana V9 in so many different aspects of this game. He did so well on this champion.
Arguably, though, I feel like he is one of the only champions in their composition that could do anything against a Olaf running straight at you, or, you know, getting just demolished by an Ornhorn. He was always getting the great flanks, and as an Aatrox, incredible mobility, ability to get away from this kind of composition. I mean, what are you going to do when you're Faker without Flash?
Yeah, there's
Nothing.
really nothing you can do there. And the quick decisions by Hanwha Life to capitalize on these missed positions of T1. Obviously, you can see T1, they don't have as much forgiveness for their champions. They have to walk a much thinner line, and even then, they're often still at a disadvantage. Now, this was really good by Kana. He identifies, we're not going to win this just by fighting them. I'm going to try to kite back, pull the minions, and this will give the turret the armor that doesn't get influenced by the minion proximity. They almost stayed alive there. MF, obviously, at the top of the damage chart. Turns out that when 5 champions are just tanking your ultimate, you will deal a lot of damage.
Yeah. Early on in the game, Cask and bullet time mattered.
Yeah.
Later on in the game, not at all. Not even a little bit. They were getting fully casted bullet times on top of the entire team, and then Soraka just pressed R, and
you know what?
Then was staying alive with full health.
The
and healing
highlight
everybody.
for this today, for me, is Hanwha Life lived up to expectations with what they talked about in regards to the draft.
True.
I am so happy to cast a game like this and see it. I love Soraka. What LS actually stands for. Love Soraka.
Love Soraka? Oh, we figured it out. Okay.
That is it.
Somebody Photoshop, you know, like Soraka and LS together like this. That would be nice.
A tan needs to
Yeah,
just draw an
just
image.
Get out there. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe we can be burning Morello together. That would be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
That'd be perfectly fine. Put Yuumi on my shoulder.
Yeah.
That's some artwork I can get behind.
I like it. Yeah. Where does Ornn go?
Where does Ornn go? What do you mean?
Maybe just replace your face with
He
Ornn's
built the lighter.
face.
He built the bonfire,
okay,
you know?
Yeah.
Like,
he
come
sets
on.
the whole, he puts the whole thing together.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, yeah. Does Olaf count?
Ridiculous.
Is he part of this?
Tom's waiting in the background in case the cops come.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's gonna He's gonna take us away
Devour
on his
you.
boat. Yeah.
Spit you out across the border. Yeah. Well, that was a pretty crazy series, the way it went. Lots of fun stuff from Honda Life.
If only there was a way that Top Tom could still exist. Soraka goes mid, then you get like a Kog'Maw or a Jinx, and you throw an Ivern in the jungle. I think I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I hope that we go to MVP break
Where's
soon.
the Yumi go? There's a lot of options
on the Kog'Maw.
now. Yeah.
Of course.
There's a lot of options now, you know. Ban away the Yumi, maybe you just
Maybe
go
just
for
throw in a Lulu.
A Lulu instead.
Karma?
Karma top? No, but then it's like, no, it's not the same.
I'm getting hot flashes right now.
You just ban away. Okay, I don't understand how Haru gets
What?
it, but at the end of the day, he was the one getting the kills, so I suppose they were really happy with that. Moment of silence for the MVP vote here. Oh, I mean the POG vote. Sorry about that. As yeah, Kana was really the only one doing much. He used a lot of his burst though onto the 80 carry. 80 carry was not the real carry. Real carry here was Cube.
It really was.
Yeah.
You think Olaf can do all this without Soraka and Yumi?
No.
No.
Absolutely no. No, he can't. We've seen it. How many games of Olaf have we seen where he just runs in and dies? Well, you guys remember when he flashed in and used his buttons? Wow, what a great performance there from the Olaf. I'm really taken aback.
All right.
Gotta love that vote.
Yeah. Okay. I want to see the tallies. I want to see.
Do we get to see it for Game 3?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Okay,
I do believe that we get to see the tallies. We got to see them yesterday. So I'm really curious because that really doesn't make any sense. I really don't understand it at all.
We're getting a secret message here.
Everyone but us voted for Olaf.
Everyone else voted for Olaf. I'm gonna pull the LS here and just walk off. Either way, guys, I'm gonna hand it over to Ji-sun. She'll help us with the translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the interview translation. And let's hear from Haru Cube from Hana Life Esports picking up 2-2-1 victory. Cube, how are you feeling right now? For game 1, I was really proactive, so I enjoyed playing in it. And Haru, you were playing against your former team, right? I actually don't really pay too much attention outside the game. I just wanted to have a fun game in-game wise. Haru, how's your life in Hana Life Esports? I'm super satisfied. Our coaching staff and also our teammates are taking a good care of me. So that's why maybe I'm looking so happy. Before going into this interview, I want to ask you about this Vista as a starting player. I have no big thoughts about it. That was a decision from our coaching staff. Cube, their performance on set in game number 1 was incredible. So people are taking a few runes on the champion. So what's the better rune, Conqueror or the Aftershock? Conqueror has gives you a lot of advances in terms of 1v1 fight, and well, Aftershock is also good in terms of defensive fight. And we had a lot of wombo combos in Hana Life Esports competition for game number 1. You had a very bold engagement. Because they were kind of in the front. That was the only reason why I ran in. But you were the only one rushing in. Was that dangerous? Well, if I rush in, I believe my teammates will just follow. Set Rumble was a great teamfight comp, but is there any other part for that comp? When it comes with sets, you can also put Rides, and also Mordekaiser is good with any compositions. So, was that because Cube was good or Sat is strong? I think Sat did a lot of work, to be honest.
자, 2세트는 아쉽게 내줬지만 3세트
Well, you guys did drop game number 2, but game number 3, Haru was a monster. And the coaching staff, players are keep saying that Haru will make something happen this year. And today, game number 3 was about it. I think that my performance is improved a lot. And for that game number 3, we actually could end the game earlier. However, we were a bit afraid to, so the game was a bit extended, so we have to work on it as well. I used to be a little bit of a coward, but I've become very bold. And Yumi on Lihen's was awesome as well. So I guess you guys have been practicing that Yumi Olaf comp. So who's the main caller for that? See you, Lihen's is the main shot caller in that kind of composition. Yeah, Hana Live players were really loud playing this game. Well, I'm not, but Lihen is really loud. I just kind of follow the mood in our team. Do you like Lihen's style? Very interactive and active communication. He's really always friendly, so I really like him. Well, thanks to that synergy, Haru was able to pick up that quadra kill as a jungler. Well, actually, T1 had a really nice position in the flank. Did you expect this big victory in this fight? Well, at that point, I was sure I was not going to die, no matter how far I go in. Well, weren't you sad you missed the pentakill? Well, pentakill doesn't really matter if you get the victory. I value victory higher. After a couple of teamfight victories, we knew that we will be able to break down the Nexus in the end. And also Soraka. I mean, Hana Life Esports was trying a lot of creative composition. Our coaching staff always suggests new composition champions, and also the players and me also like suggest some better and new champions. So it's a communication each other. So you're going to be playing against Kiin in your upcoming series. So how are we going to prepare for that top lane matchup? Any message for Kiin? I mean, Kiin is not good at talking or interviews, but he is so good at game. However, I believe it's not a matter of top lane competition. Nofe has a lot of information of Africa, so I'm trusting that. And I'm always confident. Kyubey, your confidence also boosts my confidence. I kind of get why are you so confident as well. And Haru, what's your goal for this split? We always, when you play game, we always try to show fun games. That's the goal for us as a team. It's only a spring split, but our coaching staff always told spring season is about trying, you know? But I really want to get the title for the spring split. So T1 fell to brand new Hana Life Esports, and this will be the end of the interview with the main characters, Kyubey, Haru from Hana Life Esports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there. Good to hear from the boys from Hanwha Life. And yeah, very well-deserved victories over T1 there in the series. I feel like it really came down to the compositions and the drafts in that one.
Yeah, and this is the really big concern, because this is 6 games now, and not even including Keswick Cup in last year, where T1 are constantly plaguing themselves before the game even starts. And I don't know what to really say about it at this point. The players are obviously all really, really good, and so sometimes it doesn't matter. Or sometimes the drafts are much closer, like in game number 2.
Game 2 is a perfect example, right?
But in game number 3, Kana was really trying to put the world on his shoulders and try to carry that game with a lot of his flanks and just the Aatrox play in general. And so, if they can tighten that up, identify, drafting in general, their players are all phenomenal. And their ability to work as a team, be patient, and do all those things is really great. It's really exciting on the flip side, though, to see Hanwha Life now. We might actually finally have a team that shakes up the meta inside of the LCK, and we'll see what ones follow suit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are calling Hanwha Life the G2 of Korea. I feel like some of their drafting was pretty fun to watch, at least, after that. We will be back, guys, in about 30 minutes for the next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Tell me that it's you. not know. Championship about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet running routes all day. Shotgun wildcat, I know all the play. Could have been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
저에게 이제 6번째 스프링이 왔는데 제가 다른 팀에 오게 돼서 다른 감독 코치님과 하게 되는 게 처음인데 이번 연도는 그냥 즐겁게 하고 싶어요.
작년에 이어 또 팀에 남아 드래곤 X 유니폼을 입고 또 다시 도전하게 되었습니다. 올해는 어떠한 방법으로든 무조건 잘해서 성적을 내는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요.
1년 내내 좀 하면서 좀 많이 부족한 거나 그런 거 많이 느꼈던 것 같아요. 그래서 저도 일단 준비를 잘 해서 좋은 모습 보여줘야 될 것 같아요.
작년에 제가 잘했는데 마무리가 항상 아쉬웠어서 처음부터 많이 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 다시 한번 정상에 한번 써보겠습니다.
시작이 좀 중요하다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 좀 더 진지한 각오로 임하는 게 클 것 같아요.
경기를 다시 뛸 수 있어서 좀 설레긴 하죠. 저희 팀을 응원해 주시면서 뿌듯함을 느낄 수 있도록 최대한 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 기회가 아니면 다시 돌아올 수가 없을 것 같아서 제가 앞으로 뭐 몇 년을 더 하든 간에 마무리는 LCK에서 했으면 좋겠다라는 생각으로 돌아왔어요.
돌아와서 집 같은 느낌이 들고 뭔가 조금 설레요. 다시 돌아온 만큼 새로 시작하는 마음으로 열심히 불꽃을 불살라 보겠습니다.
2020년 최고의 탑은 제가 되지 않을까 그렇게 생각하고 있어요. 이제 스프링 시즌 때도 제가 그 영광 계속 노리도록 하겠습니다.
작년에 많이 우승했었는데 이제 다시 새로운 한 해의 시작이다 보니까 저는 이제 또 새로운 스타트 라인에 섰다고 생각하고 올해도 열심히 하겠습니다.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2020 LCK. It's me, Valdez, with Larry Seinfeld. LS, how are you doing today? Did you have a good dinner?
Was that a you call me old?
Well, I mean that's pretty obvious, but we didn't have to go there. I was just gonna let it slide.
I
and
had
then...
a lovely salad.
Oh yeah, I heard it was great.
It was really good.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just chicken salad.
Lots of chicken on there.
Not a lot of chicken. Two little.
What kind of dressing? Caesar? Are we going with
No, actually, I don't even know what dressing.
French? Something that tastes good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was okay.
It's good.
You know, I mean, healthy. You know?
Okay. So
we're
losing weight, or are you on a diet?
Well, actually, yeah.
Really?
Do you know that I ballooned up to during Worlds and
Yes,
post
you told me.
I did. I actually ballooned up. I went up to almost 80.
Wow.
And now I'm back down to 70.
Good. Good. I'm looking to do the opposite, actually. I'm trying to go from 70 to 80.
I don't want to hear it. What I want to hear is
get really strong.
Soraka's lock-in.
Well, we do have some stuff to show you guys as we are going to take a look at the roster here for Dragon X. It is going to be Doran, Pyosik, Chovy Quad there in the mid lane, Deft and Karya. This team looked awesome over at the side of Kespa Cup. Did not end up winning the entire tournament, but still showed a pretty impressive showing of mechanical skill in this very young lineup. We'll have to see how exactly they do. Pyosik was surprising in terms of, I was looking for pleasantly surprising in terms of how good he was playing there. So we'll have to see how he does today.
Go.
Okay, we're gonna take a look at the point of the match.
Whatever, Meldo's.
POTM. Yeah, okay, so what did you have to say?
No, go ahead. Break it down.
Well, Def says everybody is crazy. And DRX, their performance is crazy as well.
And if people don't get what this is maybe referring to, I believe Def posted a video on Facebook about how loud everyone is at the house when he's trying to sleep.
Yeah.
Or something like that at night. And the next match point, KT's recipe didn't work in the Gen series. So obviously KT, they managed to get a game, but then something happened in game number 2. We're not going to talk about it. And then we're going to have to see if anything is changed up here today.
And it says, are they going to show like the power of 5G or something like that? There for that second point. KT, obviously, Korea Telecom, for you guys who are not aware. So they, they sell a lot of 5G and stuff like that.
Do you know that for the longest time I thought SK Telecom meant South Korea Telecom, and it doesn't? You didn't.
What do you mean?
Know
What
that.
does it mean?
I think it's like Saw Kyung or Saw.
No.
Yeah, actually, it's
No
names.
way.
It's yeah.
Okay, well, guys, we are going to take a look at the key players here. They will be Deft and Aiming, the two 80 carries going head-to-head. In LCK Summer, Aiming actually had some impressive numbers. You'll see first, second, whereas Deft was the exact opposite in terms of where he was getting first and where he was getting second. So, damage machines, Deft and Aiming. Aiming going a little bit nuts the last time around in the KT series against Gen G. But I feel like this might even be a tougher opponent in Dragon X.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what KT is going to actually manage to do here, because Dragon X is the team that I have as the most interesting, or I mean, this was my team to watch coming into Spring 2020. We're going to take a look at some of the trash talk, though, and I'll talk about why.
그림과 제가 원하는 그림이 맞아 떨어져서 최종적으로 결정을 하게 됐던 것 같아요. 약간 고등학교 수학여행 온 애들처럼 자는 시간이 너무 무서워진 것 같아요.
아, 그 얘기는 들었어. 이제 연락 왔을 때 애들이 그냥 무슨 5시까지 노래를 부른다 뭐.
나는 함께 하늘게 내가 이렇게 기쁘니까.
고단해 보이더라고요. 웃음기가 사라졌어.
혁규 형 약간 좀 신격화를 했는데
처음 봤을 때는 와 데프트다. 근데 생활하다 보니까 점점 주장의 품격보다는 그냥 저스트 데프트. 저희 팀 어린 친구들은 저보다도 더 피지컬들이 좋아서 저희 팀 기대해 주셔도 될 것 같아요.
초비도 든든하죠. 안 터져요. 자기도 모른대요. 어떻게 그렇게 잘하냐고 물어보면 그냥 한대요.
그런가 봐요. 제가 잘하나 봐요, 게임에서. 왜 잘하는지 모르게 잘하는 게 가장 좋은 거긴 한데.
초비는 잘하는 젊은 선수. 약점? 은근 좀 깽에 잘 죽더라고요. 그래서 살짝 깽을 불러볼까?
미드계에서 이제 좀 베테랑 분이시죠? 미드에서 있는 그 다양한 라인전 지식들을 좀 많이 아시고, 제가 만라인전을 지는 일이 있어서는 안 돼요. 제가 라인전을 이길 거라고 상상하는 그림으로 할게요.
혁경이 이제 원딜계의 아버지.
데프트는 증명된 원딜러.
저는 데프트 캐리아가 제일 잘하는 보듀오라고 생각하기 때문에 믿을게 보듀오.
캐리한다는 마음으로요. KT랑 되게 사연이 많은데 제가 있었던 팀이기도 하고 토신 종익이 형이 또 서포터로 있어서 반드시 이겨야 되는 상대라고 생각해요.
아마 서로를 잘 알아서 너무 재밌을 것 같은데 그냥 그 아이디 보고만 봐도 유스클일 것 같은데 DRX 데프트 얼굴 아이디만 봐도 그냥 컨트롤 4가 누르고 싶은 혁규 멘탈 부수기?
첫 상대가 KT인데 LCK 첫 데뷔하는 만큼 열심히 해보겠습니다.
This is Percy. 00000102 21 평균을 내면은 저희 팀보다 어린 팀이 없거든요. 그래서 안타깝지만 저희가 이길 것 같습니다.
드래곤 X를 신경을 많이 써요. 저희 선수들도. 거기서 온 친구들도 있고. 그래서 꼭 이기겠습니다. 파이팅.
이번 올해 다 성적 잘 내서 웃게 되는 한 해가 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
저희를 앞으로 2020 LCK 뛰게 됐는데 열심히 꼭 좋은 모습으로 보여드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
알파카 씨 롤드컵 우승 트로피 들 준비 딱 되고 있어.
Well, already calling for the world's trophy lift there is Chovy. Seems pretty confident in his ability.
Yeah.
And why not? I mean, he's a mechanical powerhouse. Yes, Kuro was actually right. He does die to gank sometimes, and there are some areas of his play that you can take advantage of. But the guy is quite the monster of a player, and now he's surrounded by quite the monster of a team.
Yeah, and so coming out here, Dragon X, they're going to be on the blue side. We're going to see what their approach to the meta is going to be. If I see a B1 set, I might get a little upset. If you know,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, I
catch
get
my-
it.
catch my
Yeah.
drift.
Upset with
Yeah.
2 T's.
See that? All right, awesome.
You ever see that movie Whiplash?
It's one of my favorites.
Yes, I mean it's one of the best movies
Yeah.
ever made. But you know that that scene where he's like, "I'm upset." Do you remember that? I watched it recently. I'm like, "Oh, this is great!" Like,
Yeah, I love.
maybe you can.
I
you can do
love J.K. Simmons in that.
that. Oh yeah, I mean
That guy
he was
is
made for that role.
Phenomenal actor.
Right.
The first, yeah, I mean, the first time I actually saw him, I don't know if you ever watched this, the series Oz.
No.
That is very old.
That is.
So,
that sounds old.
It's
Just like-
very good,
yeah.
but it's very old. But anyways, that aside, Dragon X on our screen right now. And like I was saying before we cut to the trash talk, well, actually, Quad is
Yeah,
going to
notice.
be in the mid lane, and Chovy is going to be up there in top instead of Doron. So, I'm going to talk about that right after we look at the KT lineup. So, Sohan up there in top lane, Bono, Kuro, Bono.
No, I don't think so.
Bon-O.
Bon-O, yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think he's trying to help me.
See, the 0 is different from the O, so
Yeah.
it's like Bon-O.
Aiming intuition.
There you go.
And actually, we're just hopping right in. So, the thing about this team, all mechanical powerhouses, and really, I mean, that's where I just think that it's going to shine. I think this is actually poised to be, in its own way, a stronger version of the old Griffin. And I'm just excited to see what that can end up meaning. Eyes on Deft and Chovy. Now, Chovy up there in top lane. If you guys don't know who Quad is, this is a Cassiopeia one-trick. Well, used to be one-trick. He can actually play other champions. He was picked up from solo queue. Now, Chovy was a Cassiopeia one-trick who was picked up from solo queue.
Also picked up from solo queue.
But Quad is considered the best Cassiopeia in Korea. This guy has had IDs in Challenger Korea, up pretty high in Challenger Korea, with 70% plus win rate over 150 plus games on Cassiopeia. That is really hard to do no matter what champion you're playing.
Yeah.
So
There he is.
we'll see if Cassio actually eats a ban or not. Normally, you can sometimes see one trick, or not one tricks, but in Korea they call them jongins, which stands for like master class or like masters of something. And okay, yeah, there it is, the B1 set.
Lock it in.
All right, now the R1, R2, AD. Singed?
Who's that, Thresh?
No, I think it was Singed. I think it was Singed.
I think it was Singed. Yeah.
Singed actually counter set really hard. I don't think Korea knows about that.
So where did you learn it?
Whippo. You know.
Good old NA strats.
And Whippo's EU. He's not that old yet.
True. Well,
come on.
Yeah, he hasn't retired yet. Well, you know.
You said it, not me.
I mean, what do you mean? That's where you go when you're retired. It's like, you know.
Oh, no.
Philios. And Mordekaiser. So we've seen this beginning of a pick ban phase in game one. Actually, I believe is where we did see it. Yep, game one of the last series. And the Mordekaiser didn't do too well. That was in the top lane. It was Roach versus Cuvée. Cuvée took him to town. Now we're seeing Grax
also,
Kiana.
We're seeing the Mordekaiser come in again, and I have no idea what is going on because Mord in solo queue gets dumpstered by Set, which is a volatile environment where you would actually assume that Set would not be favored. In a controlled environment, it's even harder for Mordekaiser to beat Set. We saw earlier tonight a Mordekaiser get shreked. So it's really surprising to keep seeing this pick. It's very strange. Then again, we had Aatrox going into counter matchups historically in the past when Aatrox was very popular.
Yeah.
The Kiana comes in for Dragon X, and this is a very red type of theme composition, and what I'm associating the color red with aggression and just fires blazing.
Not mono red yet.
You know what? You get it, but I'm trying to slowly integrate it for the viewers. Okay?
All right, sure.
Not everyone here plays Magic, Valdez.
Yeah,
Come on.
I took a step up into intermediate level there for a second. Sorry. This is a beginner class.
And Rek'Sai picked up for KT, so they're choosing melee champions into Set. Again, now they're banning Xayah and Misfortune. Now remember, this is patch 10.2. This is not 10.3 with the Ezreal buff that he ended up receiving. So we'll have to see here what is going to end up happening as Dragon X is going to decide on their last ban. Yuumi was banned away. Thresh now banned away. An interesting pivot here would actually be to Soraka on 4, send Mordekaiser mid against Kiana, which he's perfectly fine with, and then completely neutralize the Set in top lane. That would be completely good. But we're going to get a really... Never mind.
Okay.
All right. So they're going for the vacuum lane counter, which is the LeBlanc into the Kiana. LeBlanc does beat Kiana in the isolated one-on-one. But against Dragon X's team composition, overall, currently LeBlanc is not particularly good. Okay, that might be deft on the Ziggs.
And
he used to do this.
Yeah, and he's going to have Tom Kench to back him up and give him some survivability, and immediately Blitzcrank is responded with. Okay, Ziggs is back.
This is another change of pace, by the way, for Dragon X. I mean, we saw Hanwha Life earlier tonight with definitely some new picks and some new approaches. Now we have Dragon X going to be doing it as well. We'll have to see how Quad performs on the Kiana here on the mid lane against Kuro. He's taking that Ignite. Probably going to be very roam heavy. And with all the priority that Kiana can try to get in mid lane, or lack thereof, honestly. Sometimes she just disappears for 40 seconds at a time. Comes back and it's like nothing ever happened. Down 60 CS, but somehow up 10 kills.
Yeah, 3 waves.
It's one of those things. Completely fine. But Ziggs obviously going to be looking for the plates, obviously the first turret as well. Now, indirectly, he was nerfed with the nerf to turret plating having gone down, so that is a thing to consider. DRX team composition is definitely very awkward to try to talk about. It has a lot of strengths. It also has some pretty clear-cut weaknesses. I do feel like overall, though, because of the amount of melee champions, because Blitzcrank doesn't have a ton of targets to actually pull reliably, I think DRX has the slight edge inside of this draft. And yet again, it's a Aladios for us all.
Well, let's see if that works out for them as here we go, guys. KT up against DragonX, game number 1, match 6 of 2020 LCK Spring. You're here joining us in the baby stages of LCK for 2020. It's good to be back. As Atlas said, oh, just some quick setups here.
I was just getting it. I mean, you know, he's just trying to do some physical workouts here.
You ever you die in solo queue and then you get on the ground to 10 sit-ups and then you get up and continue with the game?
I don't do that.
You do like 10 sit-ups
if
for
I
every
did
death that you get?
Valdez last night, I probably wouldn't be here today. All right, I
Wow,
lost.
so you're losing weight, but you don't have any strength?
I think I lost 9 in a row on stream yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And I'm really excited because after the cast today, I'm going to go back immediately and play, and I'm aiming for the glorious 0-20 match history.
Okay.
The beautiful Rumble ult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The red carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh man.
I like it. You could you know. No, I guess that would be boosting, right? Play with me.
MMR's not that low. No. All right, yes.
It's okay. I'll get back to Diamond this season, don't you worry.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
Yeah.
Do you remember my glory days of
I remember that one time you picked it. Yeah, Diamond 5 used to exist then.
Yeah. No, I hit Diamond 4 on that account.
Oh, okay.
When it was Diamond 5.
Okay, so already we're getting a really nice trade, and Chovy, we've seen this actually, I believe by Summit now, and also Chovy, the E-Start. And
I think we also saw that in the first game of the day today. Same thing. Where it gets in there, Cassie does a bunch of auto attacks.
Yeah, he procs his Conqueror so quickly.
Yeah.
And then it just ramps up. It allows him to convert into so much damage. He's the first one that gets access to the healing. And it really all just weaves in together. Kuro, 24-4 on LeBlanc.
That's impressive. That's a lot of games of LeBlanc played. And I know a lot of people are curious about this bottom lane with the Ziggs. Chain miss there by Kuro. We talked about isolated lane matchups. Kuro is going to have to be accurate on abilities like that if he wants to win up against the Kiana.
The set so far in a really good lane state. Only missed 3 CS on the first few waves. Doesn't actually opt for a cheater recall. Instead goes and gets a ward on the golems. If you're a new viewer, you don't know what a cheater recall is. It's getting a recall off when the opponent has to play around and respect the fog of war, not knowing if you recalled or not, and thus their ability to hard shove a wave, crash it onto the turret is ineffective. You come back to the lane with purchased items, better combat stats, and a favorable lane state, and leaves the opponent thinking that you cheated. That's where the name comes from. So.
Or that you're orange.
Or that you're orange.
Yeah.
Or Soraka.
You could just pick Ornn and you can have cheater recalls all day long.
Exactly.
It's not a bad idea.
All right, so Chovy letting the lane come into him. I really like this. This set, you really want to focus on having the lane on your side so that you can try to space and juggle the distance between you and the opponent, activate the Q, and then allow the movement speed to let you close the gap, get the E, stun, and then convert into the trades. Whereas if you're pushing all the time with set, or if it's in the middle of the lane without any clear direction that the wave's going, you can't really utilize that combo all that much. And so let's see if Chovy actually lets the wave come all the way in, or if it's freezing. I can't really tell on the minimap.
Oh, here we go. Piosik not on time with the Predator. Able to get a flash out of aiming, though, in a trade for exhaust. So obviously a trade there on the bottom side.
This is a really cute looking Ziggs.
Yeah, what is that skin? I have actually. I used
That
to
might
play
be
a bunch of
that might be
Ziggs.
the new skin.
Must be. I don't recognize it. Also excited about Quad here in the mid lane after hearing about his solo queue talents.
As you said that, he missed the CS. Good job. Thanks a lot, Veldos.
Just about how mechanically skilled he is. Oh, we didn't get to see it. He probably missed that CS.
Bono.
Bon. His name is Bono.
You wanna play this game?
I mean, that's his name.
Okay. Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it,
Okay.
Veldos. We'll play this game. No big deal.
All right, let's see how this gank. Okay, this
Oh,
isn't a gank.
Biano up there in top.
Biono going for the big play. Flash and knock up first blood. Flash in from Chovy. Flash away is not going to help him escape as that very classic Rek'Sai gank comes in.
And he's going to have to teleport back to the turret now. We'll see what his first item of choice is going to be. It's going to be Doran's Blade into Ruby Crystal. A little bit interesting. Also aiming in Tushin. Getting the first plate down here.
I mean, after Tucson 1v1'd the Ziggs, look at this, he waits. And I guess Tom Kenser's already gone. And that's how that happens.
And yeah, Def just, Chovy, able to be so far up there in the lane and gets punished for it. So, coming back into live right now, KT, they find themselves with a about 900 gold lead. And KT are probably just feeling comfortable right now. Lost chapter, though, completed on Ziggs. Sohan with the Ninja Tabi. Really good item against Set. Just a little juke right there. And yeah, I mean, you can see Chovy keep trying to hold the lane roughly in these spots. And this is really what you want to do on Set in most cases, because now see the minions between Mordekaiser and Set, once he presses the Q, it gives you the stun on the E. Lets you get a lot more value out of the Set combo.
Yeah. It's very different to the lane we saw between Roach and Cuvée earlier on today, where Cuvée was able to zone Roach off of an entire wave under turret because he hit level 6 before Roach did. And we're going to see a skirmish up on the top side anyway, as both these guys have a supreme amount of sustain between the two of them. You can see that in their items, especially Sohan. He's just chilling. He's got the Rizu bead. He's going to be hanging out for a while. We see that this Ziggs pick is down in the bottom side. You know, we were talking about pushing the bottom lane, but it hasn't done much of that just yet. And now a two-man Rift Herald is going to be started while the Cloud Drake is being taken.
And Hyoshik and Keria just going to be able to pick that up really quickly. Cloud Dragon. I wish I could say that it's a really valuable Drake for the Dragon X team composition, but it really isn't. The only champion that probably is actively looking to use their ultimate off cooldown would be the Kiana. And everyone else builds actually quite a bit of CDR early on, so yes, it's nice for the ultimate, but definitely not the end of the world to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about singular Drakes and how they're not really that impressive overall anyway.
Yeah.
Talking about, you know, the slight buffs they're going to get, it won't make too much of a difference anyway, whereas Rift Heralds might, in terms of where it does go, might net you some plates.
Chovy is actually ahead of Sohan, and you know what that is? It's a byproduct of the jungler gank, where Biono managed to actually take a lot of the experience away from the CS, so definitely a bit unfortunate there. Who are you talking about?
Barno.
Oh, I
everybody's
thought you-
favorite
oh,
farmer.
okay.
Yeah. Not related to this player.
Oh, okay.
Bono. As that's a that's a big amount of burst damage coming in there. Trying to get that bouncing bomb in. How about a bait, though, coming down here as Exhaust comes in, flashes the hook. Knows that if he gets grabbed by that one, it's not going to go too well for him. More trading as aiming gets pretty low. Rek'Sai sticking around, but neither side burning too much. At the end of it all, though, it does burn a couple of summoners off of Keria.
Yep. And so far, this Kiana, she's been mostly locked up in lane, has the mobility boots, has the serrated dirt. So we'll see what is going on. The gold score there is looking pretty good if you are a KT fan. On the left-hand side, Tushin, not so sure, you know. He's probably been eating a couple of spellcasters with his, compared to the melees of Keria.
It's 40 gold behind.
But actually, you know what? He's probably eating better minions because he's only 40 gold behind, but he's down 4 CS. So,
Ooh.
I think that his
cannons.
dietary choices have definitely been a little bit better.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, Tom, or rather,
Tom probably just doesn't care
Timmy
what he
Kent's
eats.
Just,
Yeah, Timmy.
This guy, he doesn't have
not
a
Tom
good
anymore.
diet. He's eating Doritos. He's drinking that diet. Mountain Dew. While he's playing the games.
Mountain Dew and Doritos instantly makes me think of World of Warcraft.
Yes.
When paired together, yeah. Are you still playing that?
Yeah.
You play it all the time or what?
You know, occasionally.
Okay. Just checking in.
Yeah. I noticed you weren't. Keria gonna get knocked up here as, knockups everywhere. And, look at the side of DRX. They're eating so much damage. Nice stopwatch, though, as Ziggs is trying to turn the tides. They're having so much trouble against these mechanically skilled players, but here comes Quad, and he's looking for blood. Kuro, though, still can't kill Tom Kench. Finally does at the end, picks up a double kill on the backside of it, as it started off looking really bad for the side of DRX. They pull off some flashy plays, but it's still not enough, and KT will take the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, right now they're 1.6 thousand gold ahead, just under a minute and a half. Obviously, Quad is on a... okay. Okay, Aladios. Yep. Yeah, real cool. Real cool, Aladios.
Looks like he just flashed there at the end. I'm not sure.
I think he's mocking Jin right now. What was that?
I don't know. That was weird.
That was very strange. Okay.
Nice little kill there. Sorry about that, Quad. We'll take a look at your replay in a moment.
And right here, Keria, he goes into his stopwatch. They do end up getting Tushin. Pyoshik trying his best to live against Kuro, but eventually Quad comes in. Ultimate doesn't actually hit Kuro or pin him, as Quad did get rooted up, and then Keria ended up going down. So
there's a word in that brush. He was trying to Abyssal Voyage.
Really nice and accurate mouse control.
Yeah.
By aiming right there.
No reaction.
It's actually a very,
either.
no reaction.
He's just totally calm as he sidesteps the Q. Aiming, making it look easy. But I guarantee under the pressure being on stage, it is not. Riftherald came in, picked up a couple of plates. Chovy trying to trade it back here up against Sohan. This has been an ever ongoing skirmish in the top side that outside of the gank hasn't amounted to any kills.
At this point, if you're a Dragon X fan, you probably don't know what to expect in upcoming minutes, as Chovy not actually going to recall. They're posturing around this dragon. If they lose this dragon and also lose a team fight, I think that...
Oh, the knockups. But Quad trying to do the burst damage has to be eaten up, and that's a nice cast to save his life. It looked like they didn't realize there were that many members in there. Otherwise, I'm not sure about Quad trying to go in there. Either way, is able to escape with his life, as Chovy had TP, but allows not to use it, whereas Sohan does. And they give away that Infernal Drain.
All right, well, Mountain Soul will be the one of the game, and if you are KT and you get to that, I think it's pretty much over. Kiana gets invalidated.
Yeah.
By that soul. 3,000, or actually, sorry, just over 2,000, actually, is the gold advantage right now for KT. Take a look at this replay yet again, and you wonder why Dragon X is posturing for the Infernal the way that they are, because there's no way for them to win a team fight. Ziggs is busy trying to shove the wave down in bottom. Yeah. Set is on top of the turret up in top lane. It's very uncoordinated. Was the play as coming back into this. Def now has Luden's Echo.
Their mechanics, I mean, they're solid. You can see it in the plays. But at the end of the day, their decision-making has to be better if they want to pull this off. I mean, you could have easily said, okay, give him Infernal, it's okay. Allow Set to push the top side. We got Mordekaiser's TP. It was a nice grab by Tucson, by the way, to lock down the Tom Kench. I was kind of laughing at Quad, but he was really just able to get in and get out pretty unscathed, whereas Tom Kench was basically dead after the grab. Yep. So not much they could really do after that. Deft continuing to show what Ziggs has in his kit. It's a really annoying amount of poke. And they knew they were going up against Aphelios, so maybe they just felt this is a good champion pick into the Aphelios. We'll have to see if they continue to pick it as the series goes along.
And all right. There's a hefty amount of trading down there, but obviously the Ziggs picks did not achieve what it wanted to.
Yeah.
You're not picking this, or at least I don't believe that they're picking this with the idea that, yes, I would love to scale into the later stages of the game. And it's not even like KT has a team composition that can't dodge the Ziggs ult.
It's only Aphelios, but even him, I mean, he has some speed boosts and ways to get away from that. So, yeah, it's very true. I don't know if he got even a single turret plate in the bottom side, which is kind of sad as the Ziggs in the bottom lane.
Also, Black Cleaver on Chovy.
Pour one out.
Yeah, the only way that Black Cleaver becomes helpful is if Chovy and Kiana are on the same targets. Because then Chovy gives Quad extra penetration for all of his lethality items that Kiana tends to build. And depending on who it is, I mean, maybe can even bring them into the threshold of getting true damage by Kiana. So that would obviously be really nice. Second serrated Dirk picked up. Probably going to be Duskblade of Drakthar for the second item. Keria grabbed once again.
Another great grab here from the side of Tucson, but they're trading back really well. Ooh, okay. Comes out at the end there from aiming, but either way, the amount of poke that comes out of Ziggs and how his ult was able to smack both of them does mean that they end up winning the trade, and back go aiming and Tucson.
All right, well, even though there's been 8 kills, it does feel like a bit of a lull state.
I mean, there have been some fights.
Yeah.
Mostly in the bottom lane.
QSS actually picked up now, by the way.
Yeah, second item real quick. Not wasting any time with that.
And only going to really get value against that for the Mordekaiser. Which, if you are Mordekaiser, you're not thinking about Death Realming Set in these team fights. You're mostly thinking about either bringing Kiana in, who is a sitting duck, or you're thinking about bringing in Ziggs and just looking to chomp away at him.
It's a really awkward map state. They tried to gank a LeBlanc. Just let that sink in. As for, and Rift Herald comes down in the mid lane. They take out mid tier 1 this KT. Everybody was out of position from Dragon X. They couldn't rotate straight into the mid lane, so they get zoned away. Mountain Drake's up here in 15 seconds, and now KT have all the vision, all the positioning. Grab is gonna go sideways, but oh, where did the Gragas go? Kuro's got some items on him. Man, he was able to just pop him like a balloon.
I mean, it occurs at the worst timing in the game.
Yeah, see you later, jungler.
Okay, this game is, they are not long for the world here. Prey Seeker even hits.
Yeah. Dragon X just kind of like lost.
This is the Prey Seeker, right? Not the Void Seeker? Help me out here, Raldis.
I think it's the Prey Seeker.
I think it's the Prey Seeker.
I think you're right. All right. Sounds right. Yeah.
Mountain Dragon going to be picked up, and this is actually a pretty big deal against Dragon X's team composition for the resistances. Rek'Sai, 65, 75. No.
I mean, we need to see the damage.
Yeah, we have to see the damage. Let's take a look at this. Pioshek coming over, knowing that they're somewhere close by, and just getting way too close for comfort. He just gets completely blown up.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, he had stopwatch. Maybe he thought he could react on time, or that he wouldn't die immediately like that. But he was going up against level 13 LeBlanc, who already had Ludens and Sork Boots at least. Judging by the blasting one, probably even had the orb.
Yeah.
When he did go for that play. So, I mean, no question, if you know he's got those items, you cannot go near him as AP Gragas. So, it's a bit of a missed position once it does come down to it.
And I guess the thing about this game is that Dragon X now, their team composition doesn't really have too much insurance outside of the Ziggs because of the Dragon Soul. When it starts coming in, yes, Chovy has the Black Cleaver, which can actually shred through some of the resistances, but Gragas and Qiyana are just not going to be doing that much damage to the champions on the enemy team. And so this is a really unfortunate game state to be in.
Behind against Mountain Soul with a Qiyana.
Yeah, and you know, I said
never
in the draft that Dragon X had edges, but we never got to see any of them come to fruition in the way that one would expect. Lane phases were pretty locked up. Chovy had that one death in top lane. Bot lane had a few tit for tats. And yeah, we're just gonna play ping pong with the waves. So, Eldez, have you ever played the Pokemon trading card game?
For Game Boy?
No, the trading actually.
Oh, yeah, I used to play it with my brothers, but I was so young that I don't really know if I knew what I was really doing back in, like, Blue and Red.
Okay.
Back then.
All right. No
I
big
mean,
deal.
we played it, but it wasn't really, like...
Playing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We weren't good enough, really. We were like, I have Charizard. I'm going to play Charizard. You're never going to kill me. Yeah, kind of like that.
I like that.
Yeah, you know how a 6-year-old would react to having a Charizard. Did you ever pull a Charizard out of a pack?
I actually did.
Wow.
And now I don't know if it's the shadowless thing, the ones that are
the like the borderless or whatever.
Yeah,
shadowless.
The insanely expensive ones.
Yeah.
That go for lots and lots and lots of money graded. Charizard is actually the Black Lotus of Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah.
So it's really nice.
But you don't have one, so
I
not as
I do
nice
not
as
have one.
yeah.
But
so, that Kuro was actually not killing the turret immediately. He was actually allowing it to kill some of the minions. Nice little play there. Okay.
Man.
Yeah, he does a lot of AoE damage with that one. Okay, Set coming in from the right side, but knocked up 18 trillion times. As trying to follow back here is KT, but it feels like Dragon X already got the jump on him. Death in the Death Realm. Looks like he's going to go down, but Sohan afterwards is going to survive. Oh, look at that damage! Just going to be burst down coming in from Chovy and Quad. Able to get him down, and now the follow-up coming in from Dragon X. Somehow, KT, after turning around that dive, will go behind after the play.
What a turn of events! This is very akin to like watching the T1 team fights where they mechanically beat their opponents. Watch Chovy here. He goes in, superplex the Blitzcrank right against the wall, gets the Haymaker, combined with the Qiyana ultimate.
Yeah.
Sohan comes in, brings death to the Death Realm. I almost got tongue-tied there.
The Death Realm?
The Death Realm, yeah. And then Kuro gets exhausted and right-hooked right there by Set. as Quad goes in, kills the Mordekaiser, and then takes an Abyssal Voyage right into Carrier's stomach.
Ooh.
You like that?
Sounds nice.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it looks nice as well. Keeps him alive. Knew he had the Devour. He delayed it a little bit. Maybe he was even asking, like, hey, is Devour up? Can I go for this? Looked calculated. At the end of the day, there isn't too much of a swing in objectives or gold after the fight. It was very flashy, lots of kills either way. But KT, on top of the Mountain Drake, looking to take it out. That'll be their second one and one away from Dragon Soul. Whereas Dragon X seem to be okay with that, as long as they can pick up this tier 1.
This is a really big deal. They're threatening endgame now with the Mountain Soul as well as the Baron. Mountain Soul will obviously be live in 4 minutes and 45 seconds, but it's another problem that Dragon X are going to have to come up with an answer to. And when none of their champions have pen, although I see a Morello being built on deft, so I'm getting a little bit nervous. But aside from that,
he already has the pen.
I mean,
from the orb.
The unfortunate thing about this is that right now KT is getting 12% resistances amplified. So the Oblivion Orb is getting hit really hard just by the Mountain Soul or the Mountain Drakes. So the magic penetration not really all there, and he ends up actually fully completing Morello. There is virtually no healing on the enemy team at all. 100% a Void Staff recalibration game, especially.
Bloodline?
Honestly, why did you even show up today? What are you
to do exactly this?
You are, Halloween was a couple of months ago, but
I'm trying to be
your
Twitter.
Yeah, your Reddit impressions on point.
Yeah. My Reddit and Twitter comment.
Yeah.
Impression. I've been working on it. You missed a counter, by the way. I wasn't even talking about it.
It's fine.
How did you miss it?
I don't know. These are the questions that I wait for you to answer.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe play-by-plays do have all the answers.
I mean, Atlas does. Come on. Step it up
Not
here.
anymore. Not on Fridays and Saturdays.
All right.
It kind of feels like both teams are sitting here waiting for Mountain Drake to spawn.
Yes.
And so are we. We are going to as well. There's a lot of, juggling the minion waves, passing it back and forth. It's like they're playing with a hacky sack. And, or volleyball. There's a lot of different ways we could do it. You ever play air hockey? That's another one.
Air hockey?
Yeah, air hockey.
You mean on the table?
Yeah, where the air comes out of the little holes. And,
yeah, I really like that.
The puck floats.
Yes.
Goes really fast.
Yeah.
Kind of hurt your fingers if you don't put it in the guard.
I used to play bet games. with
sounds like the snake.
No. In the old MVP Red, White, Blue.
Oh yeah.
Right. So before it was Samsung White and Blue.
Did they have a air hockey table?
Me and Imp. No, but there was like a mini arcade thingy in the CGV.
Oh
and
yeah.
sometimes when me and Imp would go to the movies, we'd play the air hockey, and we would do whoever scored a point was $1.
Yeah.
So we would play like that. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Air hockey's fun. I like it. You ever play the other kind of hockey arcade game where they have like the little plastic men that you can move them back and forth?
Foosball, right?
It's like foosball, but they're like hockey men.
Oh no, I haven't
not
seen
like
that.
the guys that spin around. They like
that
spin on the other axis. I don't know how to describe it, but like they have hockey sticks that go parallel to the ice, in quotes. That one's fun too. I think they might only have those in ice rinks.
For viewers that are wondering why we're talking about this instead of the things that are on our screens, we're just trying to give metaphors and analogies to the ping pong that we are actually seeing occur in the side lane. So, not trying to get too five-head, but...
You ever, like, what do they say, like art is expression or something like that? We're just trying to express the... Wait, what happened to Piercing? Where did he go again? He died again. He tried to chase Kuro and he just got popped again. I thought he would have learned his lesson after the first time. Oh, and Kuro's not. He was waiting for that one, but so was Quad, it looks like. But Quad is down 2 levels now. Kuro is having a big game on LeBlanc in this one. And kind of feels like Piosik is throwing it to him as well. Here's another hook. They have a lot of burst damage, but it's not enough against Timmy Kench. He's going to live, and Ziggs is going to have enough damage to take a life. On the backside, Toby going to bring back Sohan. And Sohan is actually going to have to go back. And in goes Quad. Ends up getting, it looks like, pulled over the wall. Oh no, the Blitzcrank was already dead, so he actually just went over the wall.
And if Gragas was there, wait a minute, I think this could maybe just be all a cruel ploy though. Valdez, you ever see that part of the Batman? No? It's fine, whatever, listen. Aiming is just gonna kill Piosik. Oh, wait, hold on.
Stop on, Timothy.
Thomas.
Yeah, that was
trying to get his title back.
Chad Thomas, for sure. And because Aiming did that, he is going to have to back away and try to heal up. Okay, he's And oh my
Piosik
God.
does this a lot.
Really?
It's impressive.
Is this real? And because he does that, they give away the Mountain Soul. Kiana is going to be a lot less effective, and so will Gragas, although he wasn't any bit effective at all in this game prior. And now this is looking really good for KT. There were a couple of moments we weren't sure.
I think the game is honestly just going to be over. Watch Kuro. He said, I got Gragas, I got Gragas.
I wanted to see Gragas' point of view. Okay,
That is
here we
just
go.
cruel.
Yeah, here we go. Down will go the Baron. Smite comes in as the grab will not land, but it doesn't matter.
The real issue here is that even though there's only about a 4,000 gold gap between Dragon X and KT, the real issue is the 18% amplified resistances on the side of KT is now going to make it, combined with the Soul, so that Kiana can't really do a whole bunch. Gragas, no penetration. I mean, he hasn't been doing a whole bunch. Regardless, obviously Tom Kench is just going to tickle people. He has no way of doing anything. And so, really all that you have left is Ziggs, and then Chovy, who's now building into more tank items. So, this is going to be... Oh, man. And they're showing us the stat right now in Korean. It's saying if you haven't taken damage in 5 seconds, you get the shield. Which is really busted, by the way. It's very easy to wade in and out of a team fight for 5 seconds at a time and get that shield back. So, it's quite strong. This Ziggs skin is so cool. I really like that they're zooming in on it.
What is it?
I don't know. I think it's the sugar... The sugar candy cane thingy majiggy. Who's a... What?
Okay. Yeah, I thought he might be like Gatekeeper 6 or something. He looked like he had something on his back that looks like honey or sweet or something. Push coming in with Baron and some Mountain Dragon Soul. Good luck, buddy. Here goes Kuro at the same time. Always threatening to kill that Gragas. Seems like that's been his only target this entire game. And honestly, if you're just going to run straight at a fed LeBlanc, it's just like solo queue. That guy's just going to kill you over and over again. And then welcome to question mark Pingland. Everybody's favorite place to be on Summoner's Rift. Pushing 2 lanes. Sohan against Chovy. Quad kind of sticking in the middle. But that bottom turret going down was inevitable. And they will go. It's taking a little bit of extra time. They are up against the Ziggs with blue buff at the end of it all. But as I mentioned, inevitable. They will push in. They're also going to move over and take this one. Nice little Visceral Voyage. Trying to actually get on top of him. Set is bringing back Tucson, but Tucson is so tanky. Survives for an incredible amount of time, but look at that AoE coming in now. Aiming in the back, just shelling the entire team. This game is over as KT are pushing it.
It is completely doomed. There's no way for Quad to do anything. We are going into a game number 2, and if Dragon X are going to draft a team composition like... Okay.
Got him.
You know what? That's the true damage Kiana, right? That's the Louis Vuitton.
Probably, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, so at least he
There
has
you
that.
go.
You know? So, at this point, you have to feel pretty bad if you are Dragon X. I think that their draft was actually fine. The overall execution everywhere, you can't really account for it. We saw glimpses of the team fighting capability mixed with the Ziggs and the Kiana plus the set at certain parts, but nothing was really achieved. Kiana was locked into lane, went Moby Boots first item, and just stayed inside of her lane, didn't really do anything. Bot lane got shoved in and actually lost plates initially to the Affilio split screen. Gragas didn't do anything. Chovy died up in top lane. And now
we're going over the replay.
CV Max going over the replay, maybe has some timestamps written down.
Absolutely. Same thing going on over here in the KT lounge. It's a good look from KT. You know, overall they looked pretty good. We gave the MVP over to Kuro, but I feel like the bigger MVP in this one was Pyosik for the side of KT. The guy looked good in the Kespa Cup, but unfortunately today, I don't know what was going on. He did not have a great game.
All right, well.
How about the focus on the Blitzcrank here? This is nice.
The stone plate Blitzcrank?
Yeah.
Okay.
They got him. I mean,
did.
Yeah.
They did.
It's big.
And that's what they wanted. Clearly, that was their intention.
Clearly. They got the kill. And then KT got the kill.
And then KT got the Nexus.
Yeah. And the kill on Taquati. Then they got the ace. Nice amount of damage from Helios. Kind of funny that he did even more than the LeBlanc, given the amount of burst that was coming out of her, but that's exactly what she is. Helios doing more sustained damage over the team fights. And not a very close game by the end of it. I mean, it was just kind of pick on the Gragas, Mountain Drake to KT. Pick on the Gragas, Mountain Drake to KT.
Yep.
And nothing else really happened in the game until the end of it, after they had Mountain Soul and Baron.
Well,
you see how Ellis feels about that one. Yeah.
That's how Gragas was. That was a nice scene cut right there. That was a little.
Anyone else getting excited for KT? We're looking pretty good today.
I'm just trying to actually, you know, summon the Spirit Bomb for game number 2.
Okay. From KT to like put it in there and get the win. We'll see if it happens, guys. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back.
나의 온다. 나의 봐줘야 돼. 나 물렸어. 나 괜찮아. 쌈각 좋아. 쌈에. 쌈각 좋아. 난 죽었고. 나 1대1하고 있고. 이거 밖에 이겼어. 괜찮아. 밖에 이겼어. 필요 없어. 나도 이겼거든. 끝났다. 근데 돈내 없다. 끝내자. 나 만화 없어. 내가 탱할게. 우리가 이길 때 확실하게 하는 게 나을 것 같은데 내 말 들어줘 한타 때. 오케이. 위치 보면 다 하고 있거든. 태연아 분야 없다. 잡았다. 나이스. 셋도 이기자.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, DRX와
We are back with 2020 LCK Spring Split match number 6, DRX versus KT.
양 팀의 조합 어떤 차이가 있었는지
Let's
들어볼게요.
discuss pick and ban first.
DRX 쪽에서는 확실하게 컨셉이
DRX
있었습니다.
had a
전형적인
significant concept.
상체 강팀이 블루 사이드에서
Because
하는 픽을
this is the
선택했거든요.
typical
1, 2, 3
draft
픽에서
or composition that team with stronger top side go with.
그다음 4, 5픽에서 안정적인 바텀을
So in their early
뽑으면서
pick and
조합을
ban
만들어요.
phase, they
네,
complete
그에 반해
their
이제
top
KT
side
쪽에서는
and
너네가
then
싸움을
finish their
좀
boss
기술해?
side in the
라는
later
생각을 가지면서
stage.
르블랑과 노틸러스에 대해서
However,
고민을 했단 말이에요. 근데
KT
르블랑을 뽑은 것 자체가
was
미드는 미드대로
choosing between
밀어내고
LeBlanc
정글은
or
또 보노
Nautilus.
선수잖아요. 정글대로 밀어낼 수
They have a
있다는
very
강한
strong
자신감.
mid lane
그걸
and
이용해서
also
아래쪽
Bono,
아시아 싸움,
who has a
쭉
jungle
이어나가는
priority.
스노우볼 그런
So
쪽을
they
생각했던
went
것
with
같습니다.
LeBlanc. So
네, 이
maybe
정도면
that's the
프로
focal
선수의 활약이
point
정말
KT
돋보였는데요.
was
부전
having their
상황에서도
eyes
프로 선수의
on.
베테랑다운 면모가 잘
The
드러났었죠.
crew did pull
네,
off a
사실 이제
great
프로
performance as a
선수가
veteran
르블랑을
player.
픽한 이유, 승률이 좋은 이유는 당연히 있겠죠.
We could see
확실히
why his
정말
LeBlanc
계속해서
is so
슈퍼플레이
strong
보여주면서
and has a
승률
very
선수가
high
사실
win rate.
꿈에 르블랑이 나오지 않을까 하는 정도로
Music
심하게
might be
괴롭힘을
having a
당했어요.
nightmare of seeing that
그런
LeBlanc
장면은
in
이제
his
바텀에서
dreams.
싸움이 나오기 전 미드
So
라인을
before
관리하는
the
프로
bot
선수의
lane
모습입니다.
skirmish,
먼저 라인을
Kuro
푸시하고
was
그다음에
pushing
아래쪽
minion
내가 먼저
lanes,
도와줄 수 있어. 약간
and
이
he was
정도까지
able
콜을
to
하는 선수이기
follow
때문에 이 정도 콜까지
faster
나왔고
than Kiana.
그 다음에 이어지는 상황은 아래쪽 싸움입니다.
사실
there is
DRX
bot lane
쪽에서는 아까
3v3 fight.
조합 컨셉
However,
자체가
with the
최대
fast
강하게 가는
roam
조합이고
from LeBlanc, it could
직스
turn into a
2대3이
4v3.
정말 강한 조합이지 3대3이 초반에 그렇게 강한 조합이
Actually,
아니라는
DRX, their comp is
그럼에도
strong with
불구하고 이렇게
2v2
싸움을
fight,
택했다는
not
거. 그리고
3v2.
심지어 미드 푸시가 밀림에도 불구하고 싸움을 택했다는 점이
And
사실
also,
좀 의아하긴
their
했습니다.
mid lane did not have any priority, but they opened that fight over there. That could have been a mistake as well.
키아나가 본체입니다. 키아나가 있어야 싸울 수
DRX,
있고
the
키아나가
key
없다면
part
혹은
of their
늦다,
comp is
늦더라면
Kiana, so
싸움이 안
fighting
되는데
without her
싸움이 일어났던
is
DRX
a
쪽에서
mistake.
실수가 아닐까라는 생각이 듭니다.
네, 오늘 계속해서 협곡에 이렇게 먼지가 피어오르고
So
있습니다.
we're
네,
having a
싸움을
third
아주 많이
mountain
해서
rift
그럴까요?
today.
자, 이제 두 번째 장면 만나볼 텐데
Then
상대
let's check
정글로
out
계속
the
끊어내는
next
장면이
highlight
나오면서
of this game.
KT의 입장에서는 좀 경기를 풀어나가기가 수월했어요.
사실 이제 DRX 쪽에서
The
많이
DRX
불리했음에도
was
불구하고 미드 한타도
in
좋게
behind,
풀어나가고
but they had
정말 말
quite
그대로 피지컬
quite
쪽으로
good
풀어나가는
team
모습이
fights in the
보였는데
middle. However,
피지컬
Pro
이야기하면 또 나를
kept
빼놓을 수 없지 하면서 프로
picking
선수가
up the
많이
Gragas.
보여줬어요.
네, 뭐 정글 입장에서 대변을 하자면 첫 번째 잘리는
So
장면은
Lyra as a
저거는 이제
jungler?
돼지 드래곤에서만 나오는 지형으로서 저 시야가 딱
Well,
아웃라인입니다. 그리고
because
지금
of the
같은 경우는
mountain
이미
rift,
한번 잘리기도
Gragas
하고
didn't have
뭐
any
네 번째
vision
이후 전에
back
피가 많이
back of
닳기도
that
해서
wall.
약간 뭐
So he
심리적
wanna kind of
뭐
protect
압박감,
Pusik
뭐
about that
팀원들에게
play, but
대한
the
미안함
second
이런 게 합쳐지면서
cut out was
약간
actually
게임에
because
집중을 못하지
Gragas
않았나. 저는
was
이제
maybe
저런 게
feeling a bit of
이해가 되거든요.
pressure. He had the
좀 아쉽습니다.
responsibility
네.
to
반면에
steal away
르블랑의
that
경우
Drake
저희가 계속
and
칭찬은
stuff like
하고
that. So
있지만
that's why
제가
maybe
엄청난
he
장면 많이
made some
보여줬는데 특히
mistake in
인상적으로
terms of
저희
his
나왔던 장면
decision.
말고 기억에 남는 장면 있으신가요?
Any other
저는
highlights you would like to pick?
인상 깊었던 장면은 진짜
For
첫
me,
번째 그 아까 리플레이에서 나왔던
What we
바텀
watched
싸움
in the earlier
장면이
replay,
조금
the fight in the bot lane.
아쉬웠지 않았나? DRX 쪽에서는 좀 아쉬운 장면이었지
DRX
않았나?
could have done
어떻게 보면
much better than that.
탐켄치가 먼저 걸어 들어가면서 싸움을
Tomcat walked to initiate
유도했습니다만
and opened fight.
조합 자체가
However,
상체 쪽에서 이루어지면 좋은
The
조합임에도
comp difference
불구하고
was really
탐켄치
critical.
직수와
They
함께
had to
초반
focus on
교전을
the
유도한
top
것에
lane or top
있어서
side.
사실
So
DRX가
opening
좀
fight with
좀
Tomcat
아쉬운
and
모습이
Ziggs was
있어서
not a
저는
good decision.
KT가 잘한 것도 있겠지만
Well, KT
아쉬운
did
부분이
well outclassed them in some parts, but that was also part of their missed decision in the side of DRX.
손을 좀 많이 타나요?
르블랑이라는
So
챔피언
LeBlanc
자체가 실수를 한 번 하면 이제 굉장히 크게
Get a huge punish
뭔가
whenever she
팀에게 안
makes a
좋은 영향을 끼칠
mistake.
수 있는데 뭐 베테랑 선수들은
So
긴장도 안
veteran
하고
players,
긴장 한 번에
they
실수가
don't really
나오잖아요.
get
그러니까
nervous,
이제
so there are
그런
less
쪽에서
possibility
베테랑
for
선수들이
making
잘하지
mistakes
않을까
as
생각이
well.
듭니다.
So maybe that's why we see a higher preference
자,
from
이제
the
POG
old
만나보도록
players or the
하겠습니다.
veteran
과연
players.
어떤 선수가 POG를 차지했을지
Then let's check out the
지금부터
POG
공개합니다.
from game number 1.
그 선수겠죠?
그 선수 모두 다 아는
It's gonna be him.
선수
Kuro.
쿠로 선수가 첫 번째 POG 본인의 이번 시즌 첫 번째
His
POG를
first
가져갔습니다.
POG
이간에 꽂아주지.
in the season
프로 선수를 보면
on his
KT
match
안에서도
back
나이가
in
가장 많다고
LCK.
저는 생각을 하거든요. 근데 DRX 평균 나이 가장 어린 팀
Well,
상대로
KT
이게
Roaster and
연륜이다라는
Kuro,
걸
the
보여주는
oldest
한
player of
판이
the
아닐까
team,
생각이 듭니다.
이게 형이다.
outclassing the youngest
진짜
squad
르블랑
in LCK
사실 이제
DRX.
프로 단계에서 르블랑이 같은
Well, in a competitive match,
보통 이제 포지션 같은 것도
it is not really that hard, or the players really actually know how to go into LeBlanc. However, Kuro just did everything he wanted on that champion because he got so many experience.
그런 부분에 있어서 정말 쿠로 선수가 르블랑했다라는 걸
Kuro
보여주지 않았나.
오,
picking up the 12
만장일치예요.
votes on his LeBlanc.
정말 존재감이 엄청났던 프로 선수고요.
I guess
그렇게
that kind of
믿음이
proves how
강하게
impactful he
느껴지는
was in the game.
챔인만큼 그 챔을 잡고 멋진 모습 보여줬습니다.
So,
자, 2세트에는
let's
어떤 모습
move on to
보여줄지
game number 2,
기대해보도록
DRX
하겠습니다.
versus
경기
KT
상황
Roaster.
연결할게요.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there. Good to see that Kuro picked up all 12 votes. He moves from, I think it was 24 and 4
Did
to
you
24 or 25 and 4 after that win in the LCK.
Yeah, actually. What?
I feel like we're hearing voices in our head.
Yeah, I can't hear you when it talks.
Okay, that's not good.
I hear you in person, but not through my headset.
Oh,
right
really?
now. Yeah.
Mine is fine in terms of that, but I can still hear the scary Monka W voices in my head.
I got this. Can you still hear me?
You got a little bit quieter. I don't know what happened to you. We are trying to get into this game. Some audio difficulties. I don't know. I highly doubt you guys can hear this, but hear them. Those voices that I swear are real in our heads. Doesn't look like there's any roster changes.
All right, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I was just going along with it, so I didn't want Valdez to feel.
Wait, you don't hear anything?
There's no voices, guys.
Don't do this to me. No.
Really.
No, there are real voices.
I was trying to be.
hear them.
I was trying to be a lifesaver. I didn't want anyone to. I think
no,
everyone.
I'm the crazy caster, and you're like
I don't want to hear it.
You're
Valdez.
the normal one.
I think everyone's pretty monkas right now.
Yeah, because of the voices, right?
Oh no. All right. Coming into game number 2. Let's see how Dragon X can try to bounce back here against KT. And okay, these voices are actually really distracting. I apologize to all the viewers listening right now.
we just got a mic drop as well. That was interesting.
Or we got
okay.
flatulence.
I think we're.
Are we good?
I think we're good.
I think. Yeah. Okay. I think we're back to normal.
Seems like we're good.
This must sound so crazy to anyone that has this on like a second monitor. They're like cleaning their house right now.
Talking to each other like.
What is
Do
going
you hear the
on?
voices? I hear the voices.
Man.
But they don't hear the voices at all.
No.
Well, okay. Now that we've made it through the before the pick ban, we're ready to jump into the game. Now that the voices are gone, KT on blue, Dragon X on red. That's confusing. KT's the red team, and Dragon X is a blue-colored team.
And okay, let's see how they approach the draft this time around. Aurelia gonna be banned away first by KT. This is probably targeted at Chovy.
Yeah, must be.
One of the best Aurelia players that does exist. Pantheon now, gonna bite the dust. As, see what is gonna end up being banned away second. Akali. Now, by the way, meta picks like Soraka and things of that nature, it doesn't really strike me as something Dragon X would pick.
You don't think so?
No.
You think Chovy would go on something a lot more standard?
Yes. I think that there is a very low chance that we would see Chovy or quad pick it, and so I'm hoping actually what I'm trying to do here is Caster Curse.
Oh, I see.
You know? Trying to
okay. How about
line
Yumi?
things up like that. Yumi? I could see Yumi.
I think it's harder to pull it off on red side, right?
Yeah, well...
We saw it blue side 4th and 5th pick, leaving the red team with only 1 pick to respond.
You can definitely R5 Yumi, or R3 and then pinch. That would be fine. Set. Gonna be the final ban, actually, by Dragon X.
Which means there is a possibility of Ornn first pick. Nope.
Elise.
Elise. Picked up here.
Elise.
I'm glad we didn't get Aurelia, like you like to call
Don't
it.
even make me try to go into this with Aphelios. I'll do it one of these days.
No, Aphelios he's just normal.
Okay.
You know, he's got a straight up name. It's kind of cool. Is that like I wonder where they got the inspiration for that name.
Aphelios?
Yeah.
Let me look. I'm gonna look up what that means right now, really quick, Valdez. I'm gonna.
Kind of sounds like a Greek.
It does sound
god
like that,
or something. You know.
Let me see. The aphelion is the point in the orbit of an object where it is furthest from the sun. So it derives from a Greek word. So I assume
when something is farthest away from the sun in orbit.
Yes.
Okay.
And
cool.
so so I guess the metaphor or something that was talked about on Reddit is that this champion is far away from everything else. I don't know. That's what I just read in a Reddit thread. Please stop. All right.
It's far away from everything.
Lee Sin actually going to be picked up by Pioshik. And he's known as a mechanical jungler.
Yes.
Remember. And with MF and Leona, and you see CB Max and Quad are actually talking right now. Watch them be saying, just give me Cassiopeia.
One time.
Let me...
Oh! Called it.
just let me...
Just get on Twitter real quick and make a post. By the way, guys, just want to let you know I called this Cassiopeia pick for the Cassiopeia one trick.
All right. So let's see what Quad can do. It's not very often anymore that truly glorified one tricks. Now again, there's a difference between being a really good at a champion, like Pioshik at Kindred. I don't think I would compare that to the same thing as Quad's Cassiopeia. I think that Quad's Cassiopeia is a different kind of tier in solo queue, where it was really all that he played, mid-top AD role for
jungle.
Not jungle and support. He can't go there. Okay, snakes don't belong there. So
I think snakes belong in the jungle.
Stop it, Valdez. All right.
I'm just saying. I mean, definitely some snakes over there.
So let's see what he can do. This is going to be really exciting, especially because she is a really strong champion in the meta right now as well. This isn't like this is a one trick for a player, and the champion isn't that good. That's obviously not as exciting, but Alistar is going to be picked up here on R4. B4 is having a Nautilus hover, and maybe Kuro doesn't want to try to fight the Syndra straight up. Well, actually, going over to Zoe.
Yeah, I saw him practicing the Zoe, actually, before the game started. I was wondering if he was going to pick it up, and here we do have him hopping onto that.
And what is going to be the final pick? I really hope that... Okay, well, it's going to be the Renekton Elise. Now, remember, Renekton is very nerfed coming into Season 10. Not directly, but due to the removal of Spear of Sojin. Was obviously a very big hit for him, and it gives Dragon X counterpick potential. And this is going to be scary, because this is Chovy up there in top lane, who's getting access to a super hard counter.
Yeah.
And so, even though normally we talk about the Elite Three, which is Summit, Nuguri, and Keen.
Yeah.
If Chovy were an actual top laner, he'd be red. Okay, like it's just
above the Elite Four.
He's actually red. You get to him after you complete the end game.
Yeah. And perhaps that's what's going on here. I mean, they pick up Quad, and the three of them, including Doran, are obviously all solo laners. So we've seen players try to, swap lanes in the past from time to time here on Korean teams in the last year or so. Hasn't worked out too well, but with Quad joining the team, maybe they just say, Chovy, you're a lot more skilled than Doran overall, so just hop up to the top lane. I wonder how permanent exactly this will be and how long Chovy does stay in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to have to see what this team composition, which is full and born in sin, out of KT.
Oh. Sounds fun.
is going to actually be able to do against the Dragon X team comp. I think that Dragon X's team composition here in game number 2 is a lot stronger than that of game number 1. And also Quad now going to be on his patented Cassiopeia. Let's see what he can actually do with it. Chovy on the Quinn up in top lane. This is just a beautiful setup all across the board. Lee Sin to allow these laners to do whatever it is that they want to do. I'm really looking forward to it.
Should be a fun one here, guys, as we're going to hop into game number 2 right now. No wasting time, no fan chance, nothing like that. Call first for the Quinn. Chovy not messing around. Feeling the hype, playing the top lane and getting that counter. Double phase rush, Chovy and Quad. The Alistar, kind of an interesting one. We don't see a lot of Alistar nowadays, but has always been a good pick into Leona. As if you're, you know, hooking onto an Alistar, you're not going to have a good time. And just in general, good at disengaging, as well as engaging if the Leona tries to get on top of the Aphelios.
And Corrupting Potion start for Quad. Call start, actually, for Chovy. And Gathering Storm, Absolute Focus is going to be the runes on Quinn. Also has Bloodline, so not getting the attack speed.
Oh, that's good. That means that Zoe might pick up the Morelos because Bloodline is in the game.
And Scorch on Cassiopeia. That is very interesting. So Quad is probably going to be looking to be very aggressive. Normally not a very big fan of Scorch. We talked about that in the last series that we saw.
It's a big time. I want to try to win lane early kind of route. Chovy.
And so on. Yeah. Getting chunked quite a bit. But Chovy did take a lot of minion aggro. So, definitely a bit of damage also received. At least doing red to blue.
Oh, going in here. Tucson is level 1. Gonna get exhausted. Not sure about that one. It looks like there was a little bit of a disjointed kind of follow-up from Def, not right away on that one. And they were both level 1, so there wasn't too much they could do. And now with exhaust down and a ward in a pretty nice spot for spotting early Lee Sin ganks. Could spot this one immediately, though. The engage comes in from Keria, not wasting any time, but Tucson is out, and so is aiming. And all they had to use was one summoner heal.
That is just going to be a wave now, likely going to be crashed here by Dragon X, and then probably a reset. But they're doing it a little too slow. And so now they're going to have to crash the 4th wave. So this is a very nice build-up, though. As Deft and Keria actually taking their time, and because of that, here comes Elise.
Yeah, summoners are down. Elise level 3, flash on in. They're gonna get the guy with cleanse, not ideal, but still enough damage to take out the cow. First blood comes in, nice flash there from aiming to get away. Spider here though in a little bit of trouble. Bono doesn't look like he's getting out alive. Yosik thinking about a follow-up, not gonna go for the Lee Syndrome play.
And Pioshik making sure to give the double buffs over to Deft, who's now going to be able to sustain in this lane even longer if he so chooses to. Gold score completely even right now. Meanwhile, top lane, Chovy not getting the largest of CS advantages, but
Hex
no.
is gonna find a Zoe here, but Bono in position. Exhaust comes out. It's a lot of damage. They're just gonna turn onto the cow. He doesn't have any summoners. And now Keria is in a ton of trouble, easily gonna go down. As even Tucson was able to get there towards the end of it. So nice response out of KT early on.
The really weird thing about this is even if Elise isn't there, I don't think that they can kill Zoe. which just means that Alistar would spend some time. Now, obviously, you would force Kuro out of the lane, but he still had Corrupting Potions, so he'd probably just pop those and then wait for the wave to come in.
Yeah.
But maybe we can get a replay of it, because there's a chance, I think, that I could be wrong on that. Okay, first we're gonna get the replay of the bot lane. This is a byproduct of the speed at which Kyria and Deft pushed that third wave in, the cannon wave. They did it too slow, they didn't get the crash, and so they were stuck on the fourth wave. That allowed Elise to come down into bottom and be there, because it's such a damned if you do, damned if you don't. They can't just back off this wave. They give over a permanent freeze, they lose 100+ gold, they lose all the XP and stuff, and now, take a look right here. Even if you knock Zoe in, you can see she's still able to get away using her flash. So,
yeah,
she would be able to eventually come back into the lane, get back up by Tushin, who you know is on recall, and then also the Elise, wherever she may be.
They're trying to hunt down a blind man in the jungle. Doesn't end up working out. Speaking of which, Pyosik was on the Elise, and he was backing in a war in the pixel brush down here on the bottom side. Knew that the gank was coming in. Still wanted to go for the back anyway to pick up his long swords. Didn't really care about helping out against the Zoe. If they had the Elise in, then you know, who knows how it could have gone 3-on-2 for about 10 seconds.
And the blue team has slain the dragon.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like in Korean.
Yes. So far, KT now, again, with slight advantages early on. And honestly, that mountain dragon this early on, it's not super terrible when you consider that there's lanes against bullies like the Quinn and the Cassio. And even if the resistances are pretty pitiful, and we've talked before about how all the dragons are kind of awful,
yeah,
it still does equal maybe, you know, I don't even know what I would guesstimate in
half
terms
the
of
cloth armor
HP that's going to be able to be saved. But Quinn with the Bilgewater Cutlass, call over halfway complete. But honestly, credit to Soan staying very close in CS after he gets these 4. He's only down 8.
Yeah, he's
against this Quinn, yeah.
Which is fine. Obviously, the call is going to poke Jovi a little bit ahead once he does complete that. But still, I mean, it's a lane where he's going to win anyway. So Soan holding on, doing quite well. We haven't seen any plays up towards the top side with Elise and Renekton. That's always been a duo that looks for ganks and dives.
We did not get... I feel like I'm losing my voice. I'm sorry. We did not get...
It's your 3rd day in a row, you know? It's,
It is, and we've actually had multiple 3-game series.
Yeah.
So...
First day was 6 games, right?
First day was 6 games. Yesterday was 5, right? 5, yeah. 5.
What? It was 5 or 4. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can check quickly.
Wait.
I don't have my paper.
Am I blanking?
I mean, it was either 5 or 4.
I
so
wish that
6.
I wish that my abbreviations was LM right now for lost memory. Why am I blanking?
I don't know. It's been a lot of casting, right?
Oh, man.
Maybe that's why you're blanking. Either way, it's been a bunch of longer days. It's a good thing, I feel, because it shows that LCK is pretty competitive. I'm trying to remember the series yesterday. One of them was ABK, so that doesn't really count as much. That was 2 games. And then the second series was Afrika versus... Who was that other team?
Valdez.
You're sitting there like leaving me out to dry. I'm like,
I'm letting you go with what you're trying to talk about.
I can't find my sheet. It's very dark in the
Valdez,
studio.
you always.
What can I do? It was Griffin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Tarzan had the flash at Wraiths.
Yes.
You remember that one?
Yes, I remember.
And then me and Atlas talked about it.
Yes, I remember.
And Mystic had the insane Ash performance.
Yes. I
with the
said
Victor.
Afrika.
Fly.
True. Yes,
Okay.
Yes, I remember that.
And the Ornn was trying to do his best.
Ornn is always doing his best. He's just like a really wholesome champion. Always providing so much to his team. And just, you know, trying to be the guy that goes in first, takes all the brunt of the damage, takes the hit. He's the tank.
That was actually, I think, the best highlight that I recall in recent memory was Mystic's Ash.
Ooh. Look at that one.
Oh, man.
Keria is going to try to block here. Will be successful. Pyoshik able to hop away. Spider is going to be able to go up in the sky, taking a lot of damage. So going way in. And is Pyoshik picks up the kill. Now it's 3-on-2. Teleport comes in way too late. He's trying to get away from the Quinn, I suppose. And now he's going to go down 2. How about that? 3 for none.
And this is a super big turn of events for DragonX. They just get super fed in multiple areas. Also, the Quinn was able to sit up there in top lane, get all this solo XP, get all the CS. Gonna be able to also get a plate. Not sure how close Chovy is to completing that call, but probably pretty damn close. As let's take a look at how this all transpires. Kuro lands the sleepy bubble, but then Keria able to block it. Keria then goes in immediately, and Bono lands right onto
by the way.
the miasma. Ultimate comes out from Quad, cleanse cast as a follow-up. Keria walking forward with that Alistar, and then the teleport is just so late and unnecessary, and there's just not much to do, and now Quad gonna be really strong there on that Cassiopeia in mid lane. And if you're KT, you do not want to fall behind on this team composition. Obviously, the Elise will quickly become a non-factor. As now, DragonX, they're going to be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon.
Yeah. I was really impressed when the Sleepy Trouble Bubble hit, but Keria got there first. He was level 6. He took no damage. He blocked the panel star. He was able to get in there and engage on 3 different members. Alistar doing crazy amounts of work. Deucin was just running around. Ooh, nice follow-up there from Quad. Knew it was coming. They had the vision, but now it's a 3-on-2. But that Cocoon does go wide. Pyoshik not quite able to land that one on Takuro. Quad now going to go home with his tail between his legs on the Snake Lady. But either way, nice little mechanical show there from the side of Quad.
Yeah.
Ended up being outnumbered. Oh, Chovy going in, thinking about it.
Sohan does have Dominus available. And now the Rift Herald gonna be summoned. Aphelios not in close proximity. Quad very low on HP, and this is gonna be no plates.
Yeah, nothing.
Not the best of summon timings here by KT. As everyone right now is just going to continue to keep waiting, aiming, going to be able to get at least 1 plate here. Down in bottom. And so remember, no plates actually captured in mid lane here. As Quad just marching forward on that Cassio. Clearing the wave, going to look for a reset now here. Almost 2,500 gold is the advantage for the team that should be getting ahead. But then, interestingly enough, not only do they have counter lanes that they should be winning in, they also scale better, which is a really interesting 1-2 punch.
It's almost like they drafted better. It seems to be working out for them pretty well.
I see what you're thinking.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Trying to go for the combo here under the turret with the bullet time. It's going to force the flash, but Tushin in a lot of trouble here. Going to be burst down from range. Stepped. Does have to burn flash for that one, but will take that trade any day of the week. Now 2-0 on the Aphelios, who is feeling it.
And this is a very nice comeback game here for DragonX to get them back into the series if they can end up winning this. They're in such a commanding position right now here against KT.
All right, Kuro. Gonna miss on that one. But he does push away both Koshik and Quad for quite a while. As KT was desperately trying to get in there and take down that turret. Oh, gonna land that one onto Bono. Poison comes in, but a perfect cocoon, but Bono not gonna be able to get away. A big follow-up from Keria, but not quite able to follow up. Was the rest of the team.
DragonX just really marching on, and this is what I was expecting to happen in game number 1, but it wasn't quite the case. But in game number 2, DragonX having a very strong resurgence. They're going to be able to raise this turret.
Ooh.
And,
Quad. Oh,
but,
boy.
Yeah, not enough.
Deft also getting Sleepy Trouble bubbled. There it is, but a cleanse is available. Now the follow-up. And the heal is not going to save your life there, buddy. And so, how about an extra kill? Kuro looking good on his mechanics on the Zoe, but at the end of the day, it felt like Leona syndrome there that we have seen many a time here in the LCK. Coming out of Tushin. And yeah, I mean, it felt like a bit of desperation from KT to try to push that bottom lane so hard and then just get caught in a really bad position. Good response from DragonX. They've won the early game, and with their comp, they should win the mid and late game. What's the verdict here?
Yeah, they've won the early game. They have a vastly superior mid game and an even grosser late game. So, it's looking pretty good.
Okay.
Here, Valdez. It would be quite impressive.
Yeah.
If they did not win this. They are light years ahead in every single department. It really does just look like we're going to a game number 3. And okay, well, this is the replay. It's a bit of a massacre, but nonetheless. I'm sorry, my voice just cracked.
Yeah. I always wondered how Papa was able to cast 6 days a week. I don't know how that's possible.
I really don't. My throat hurts a lot right now.
Yeah.
It's very. I was actually thinking I gotta go and get like lemon honey drop things. After.
Don't get those like sugar things. You want to drink the tea, the
yeah.
throat coat. Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta make sure to pick that up from the mini mart after. I'm gonna need it for the next couple of days and next week.
Yeah. Yes.
In the week after.
We'll have to wait and see. Leona's gonna die again. As aiming. Welcome to the club. It's Fight Club. And you just got bopped in your first fight. 4-on-1, not exactly fair. Now, 5,000 gold ahead is DragonX. This one is all but over. I kind of feel bad for Kuro. Had a pretty good laning phase. And has been pretty impressive on the Zoe, but the Renekton at least wasn't able to get anything really rolling. The bottom lane ended up losing.
Yeah, and honestly, that mid-fight, a bit of a... It was sort of like ants funneling in, you know? They just kept giving overkills. The Renekton teleported not to be outdone.
Yeah.
That was one of the really key turning points, but also, from the get-go, double counter lanes, really good jungle matchup, and also, I mean, they voluntarily picked Renekton blind to pair it with the Elise, and they didn't do anything with it. But it's pretty hard to do because of the dynamic of the matchup, but also Quinn has the flash, has the cleanse.
Yeah, Chovy was never in any danger of dying, and Chovy probably knew that Bono was also going top just because of the way that Renekton was going so aggressively, whereas he hadn't been for the rest of the lane. Now it's really just about taking out turrets one by one, chunking them down. It's not going to be the speed run of Summoner's Rift this time around, but DragonX should slowly but surely pick this one up.
And we have a replay here on Keria.
Oh, he used his E and said MF no flash, MF no flash, MF no flash. And,
really like
they killed him.
Again, another subtle thing about these pro views is how close these pro players are keeping their mouse cursor to their champion in order to have as much possible direct control over the avatar as possible. That was a little redundant, that
Yeah,
ending
how
there, but
possible?
I think Kim Possible. Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I did.
I think I just wove that in there. You know, I got the soundtrack one time.
The soundtrack
Yeah, not
of
something
Kim
I
Possible.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Whatever, Valdez.
Yeah.
Whatever.
A sign of things to come.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh man, Kuro. Guys on fire today. Just kind of wish that his teammates would help him out. Carry didn't look super impressive in game number 1, but now he's really turning it on. So happy to see that coming on in. And yeah, Bono and So On are just, we'll just call Bono no, and So On can be sad one. And that's basically the duo between them. Baron being started at 20 minutes. Can KT do anything? That's a nice little bullet time that, well, I spoke very soon. They try to turn, and Sohan is going to have to flash the wall to get away. Not sure why Tucson is so close to them. As Karya going to pull off that ultimate a little bit late. Sohan thinking, does he go in or not? Quad is just unleashing hell now. As he's flashing on in, Toby's not even in the fight. He's killing the minions. He doesn't even care about it. He knows his teammates can win 4v5. And that they pretty much do, as KT have to run with their tail between their legs. Quad, you can see just how confident he is on the Cassiopeia, but Kuro desperately, very desperately, trying to keep this game alive.
I really wonder if this means that it could draw a ban in game number 3. Because it really... No, the Quad. Yeah, the Cassiopeia. Because it really did look like, remember when CV Max and Quad were talking, he was just trying to convince him, just let me just pick Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
It's fine. Doesn't matter if they counterpick it or try to. And the pick of the litter that Kuro opted with, remember, it was the Zoe. And so that might say something.
They banned Syndra Kiana.
Yeah.
After R3 pick. So.
Taking a look at the replay here, KT trying to make a stand right here, and honestly, it wasn't all that bad. Chovy posturing at the very top, and then just going to farming as he feels like his teammates had it, but then trying to chase down the Zoe. As now they're gonna turn their attention towards getting vision and control over right-hand side river. It's a 6,000 gold lead with a pretty superior team composition.
Yeah. They have, well, another fight is what we have here. Karya immediately going to pop that ultimate, not going to go down. This time around, though, Tucson does have that stopwatch. Karya going to be kept alive just barely. If you're a Kuro fan, you're feeling pretty sad right now, watching him desperately try to take this one. Nice little sniperoo there from Deft. As really all the focus here is onto this second Ocean Drake. KT not going to give up just yet.
This is really scary if Kuro can actually manage to bring this back.
Karya thinking about it, but Tucson is able to spot him out there. They're going to give away that dragon, and yeah, that was a ping from the red team going to Baron. KT not going to do anything crazy like that. And again, they have some more time, but time is not really on their side. They have the center comp, as you mentioned, and that's what you get for sinning, I suppose.
That is what you get for sinning. I'm glad that you've been learning.
I've been studying, you know?
Yeah.
9 hours a day.
Excellent, excellent.
It's kind of funny how that's the exact amount of time you were streaming for.
Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to get out of silver, you know? No, that's my new account, guys.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
It's my new account.
Valdez, you know what? Play-by-play? No, it's not bad.
You know, play-by-play is a very low standard. I'm glad to be above that low standard.
I'm actually curious what the rank is of all the casters in the world. Some of them
the thing is, though, is
are
that
actually high.
Yeah. There are a lot of people that are, you know, play-by-play and are high up there. There are a lot of analysts that are up there.
Captain Flowers, isn't he? He's Diamond.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He's a Skarner enthusiast.
Yeah.
A little bit of a Scorpion champion.
Yeah. I know Vedius is like Diamond
Betty
2 or
is
something.
Diamond. Weird Champ is, I think he's Diamond 4, but he's a Rek'Sai one trick.
Oh, well. never
Yeah.
mind.
we don't talk about him.
Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people put, like, we're just saying this for curiosity's sake, but a lot of people put way too much focus on those ranks. I'm not just saying that because my second account is silver. But no, it's all good. As Tucson, you're in a bit of trouble here, buddy. Is trying desperately to get out. And now he's going in, as that's really all he could do. Nice lack of damage, as basically 0 was done by the bullet time. And yeah, I mean, that's not the first time.
If people are wondering why not talk about certain things that are happening right now, it is a 8,000 gold lead with a scaling team composition being up 2 dragons, threatening Ocean Soul in 2.5 minutes. Basically, we're just playing ping pong with waves, and even if action is happening like this right here, there's really not all that much that KT can do, and they're trying to contest vision rather than swap for blue trinkets and try to use deductive reasoning to tell when is Dragon X on the Baron. One of the problems, though, is that Dragon X has 2-man Baron potential, which is really scary. That becomes a lot more difficult to read. And one of the other frustrating things is that Ocean Soul does make it a little bit more awkward inside of KT's blue side jungle because there's more brushes that obscure the vision.
Yeah, with the Ocean Rift that we do have here. It does come in. This is kind of sad to watch if you are a
KT fan.
KT fan.
You know, if LCK was best of 1, okay,
KT would be the best team.
They'd be 2-0.
They'd be the best team by far. Who was it that got excited, by the way? Definitely wasn't me.
I mean, you saw me when the camera panned to me. I was trying not.
You're trying not to,
yeah.
not to fall asleep.
So that, you know, KT could put on a good showing in game number 2.
Well.
Who got excited?
It was probably Monty.
It probably was.
Yeah.
He's running new shows now in NA. He's doing that.
Yeah.
What?
That's all I had to say, yeah.
Yeah, just yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Have you seen that emote?
Wait, which one?
Never mind.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I'm a bit of a Twitch
you're
boomer.
a bit of a boomer, yeah.
I'm not always up to date with the new slang that the kiddos like to use. Haha. Tucson. Okay, this time he's not gonna die at least. He has half of the deaths of his entire team. He's 0 and 6. And the enemy team has 12 kills.
Alright. It's a little bit overkill right now how much time Dragon X is actually needing. And this is a byproduct of the ping pong with the side lanes being overly patient, which is really surprising. And it's actually giving KT opportunities to hit more core items. And so, Quad going to be building Banshee's Veil as his 3rd item, and it looks like he's actually just going to solo Ocean Soul. I don't think I have ever seen a Soul not get contested, by the way.
Yeah, this looks kind of awkward. It's like as if Baron could be soloed, obviously.
That was like a mating ritual.
Yeah.
The green dragon and the green snake.
That did look kind of intimate.
I don't want to know what kind of things you watch.
What?
Wait a minute.
I play a lot of Cassiopeia. I understand.
Projectile vomit. Going both ways.
Oh, no.
You probably watched The Exorcist.
Oh, yeah. Favorite movie.
Oh, no.
Big fan.
Oh, man.
Where have we gone? We've gone too far. Science has gone too far. This is what happened. What if Thomas Edison, going back to that, like he invented electricity and then what if he had known if he had just been like...
Stop.
Kids would just be on the internet talking like this. All right, Dev nearly died. As, well, Leona still has the ability to engage, but Dev will not die.
You know what I actually really would have liked to have seen in the previous series is a Ocean Soul Soraka Yumi.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun.
That would have been extremely fun. It is 2-12 with almost a 10,000 gold lead, by the way. So normally when gold leads like this are hit, it doesn't take this long to end the game, but Dragon X are just, they're playing very careful. This is Captain Careful level gameplay.
He's like that, the nerdy, unfun version of Captain Flowers.
Yeah.
Captain Careful. He's
Captain Careful, yeah.
He's not very exciting when he casts games, and he doesn't play Skarner. He plays like Oriana or something.
All right. Okay, I can get
see where
behind
I'm going
this.
with this. Yeah.
I see where you're getting.
Yeah.
You're going with this. Yeah.
Very safe laner. Oh, good. Not sure about that one. Looks like he ate a little bit too much of the shrapnel from aiming.
This
is a good game we got going on here. Some great League of Legends. I'm really enjoying myself, LS.
Let me think of some antonyms to describe the state of this game.
Okay.
Exciting.
I mean, that's
Well,
probably
here we
not
go.
a word you want to use to describe this game. Jovi jumping over the wall is going to find a very sad, very, very sad Kuro. As he's really been the only one that's been doing anything in this game for the side of KT. So Dragon X, you mentioned it before, is Captain Careful over here. Takes 31 minutes to win a game when they're
10,000 gold and
ahead.
a soul up.
Yeah.
They're not even going to use Baron. You know what? They don't like it.
They're going to get the inhibitors and then they're going to back, buy items, and then go to Baron. After sweeping out all the vision, of course.
Also, there used to actually be there's an interesting thing here where Dragon X could still lose the game. As weird as that sounds, because Elder is just so busted as an objective that if somehow KT can actually get a hold of it, they could still come back in the game.
True.
Dragon X, they're going to take the Baron here.
Yeah. They don't end up backing first. As not as Captain Careful as I had imagined. They obviously did not have to go for that.
Let's take a look at it. As Alistar gets in there, Leona trying to lock up someone. Bono ends up going down as well shortly after Kuro. And then right here, So-On and aiming, just trying to do whatever they can, but honestly, Ocean Soul is just so strong. 30 seconds were the death timers from that replay right there. And the gold lead is almost 12K. So 12K with an Ocean Soul.
Yeah. Kind of feels like a solo queue game where your team was struggling, but they got a lead finally, and they're like, okay, let's slowly push down the bottom side. Nobody get out of position. We can do this. And then someone dies anyway. But Dragon X, as pros, of course, not going to do that. They will just instead slowly push.
The other thing that isn't being talked about here that is also so bizarre as to why is Dragon X so unwilling to just dive turrets. Look at the base levels across the board. 3 levels in top lane, 3 levels in jungle, 1 in mid lane. That was, I believe, 2. And when you think about that, those are base stats. Those are base armor, base HP, etc. Not just the skill points. Hold on,
All right, they finally found a fight here. Bullet Time does 0, and KT will do 0 as Dragon X going to push in with the Baron now and not lose anybody on the fight. Good engage from Keria. Finally built up the courage to ask that girl out, and it ends up going well for him. Going to push in. Dragon X will win game number 2. 20-2 is the kill score. They absolutely demolished KT. Kind of leave us wondering what happened in game number 1.
I'm a little perplexed, though. Given the edges that they had, all the... just everything in that game, and then how long it ended up taking for them to close. Were they just being that careful because they're nervous about their first series? I'm not really quite sure. Quad obviously doing quite a lot on that Cassiopeia. And Pioshik looking a lot more comfortable in game number 2. Chovy doing things on the Quinn. But what is the draft going to have in store? Because to have that much of an edge out of draft, to have the advantages that you did in early and mid game, and then still the game went like that, and even some of the team fights, some of the Dragon X members were actually very low HP.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know who to predict for game number 3, Valdez, but I'm not getting excited.
Yeah, I don't know who got excited for game number 1, but obviously some people were feeling pretty excited about that game. And the Kuro carry, the thing is he ends up doing it again, which is a good sign. There's a chance that maybe KT, if they play to their draft style, and then Kuro is able to pop off from there. I mean, he had the most damage in the game. He is playing Zoe, but it does show that even from that far behind, is still able to do a good job on that kind of champion. As, yeah, not much else to say about that one. Pretty straightforward after the early game went so heavily in Dragon X's favor that they were able to just move on and take the win.
Yeah, and again, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Will Quad get his Cassiopeia again in game number 3? I don't think so.
No.
But also, these have been some pretty interesting bans that these teams have been utilizing.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to wait and see, guys. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, game number 3, the 6th game of the night. Let's see who will take it here in this best of 3.
뒤틀 미안 가슴 이거 위로 갈게 그냥 이거 부담 회피해도 돼 위로 빼 리신 하나 빼 이거 쌍각 괜찮은데 레넥 쪽으로 볼 수 있어? 미포 죽었어 타워 만든 중 조이 노플이야 조이 노플 끝내자 이거 끝내자 받았어 조이 노플 끝내자 나이스 있는 생각해 넥서스 치자
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, DRX가
We are back after DRX versus KT game number 2. DRX got their revenge on KT roster. What was the key pick or concept of their comp?
KT 쪽을 먼저 말씀드리면
I want to talk about KT first.
정말 아는 맛.
KT went with the pace that we know. Some of the consistent champs, Liz, Renekton, Zoe, MF, Leona. Everyone knows about this champ. Everyone knows about this comp, that this is really steady and safe. However, DRX, they took a step forward in game number 2 about let's show our mechanics. They tried to go with signature champions, Curious, Alistar, and Cassiopeia, and also Lee Sin from Pyosik. They got all the champs they want and they like.
보통은 이렇게 자기 하고 싶은 것만 하면 경기가 잘 안
Well,
풀리기
sometimes
마련인데
that kind of choice doesn't go right. So, in the early game, KT seemed like they were getting the lead. However, there was this moment where DRX was able to turn the game around. Keria, he already did a great work on top pitch in game number 1. However, his performance was on point. So the level difference between Keria and Tusin was critical as well. But Pyosik was able to zone out the champions, so 2 of the remaining champions were able to do damage freely in the backline. So Lyra said, this was one of the best skirmishes with listens in LCK.
누구의 눈물이 될지는 다음 경기에서
So it's raining in
하겠고요.
here on the rift. Let's check out whose tier it's gonna be in the final series coming up later.
아 진짜 그 중심에는 진짜 캐리아 선수가 든든하게
So once again, Keria
시작해서
was the
알리스타
pillar
모습을
of DRX
보여줬습니다.
game
저는 사실
today.
알리스타 픽을 보고
What did at first
나 같은
thought that
알리스타
Alista
별로
pick
하고 싶지
was might
않은데
not be
라는 생각을
so
했지만
good.
반대로 오히려
However, over
알리스타로,
here,
상대편에게 좀
he did
트라우마를
not
좀 신경쓰지
hesitate
않을까.
going in. He always went in to engage and stop their place. So Alice was on top lane. So KT wanted to some kind of make a trade over there, but DRX fought back really well. And they earlier also could see that how well the players communicate in DRX.
DRX의 마음, DRX의 상황을 캐리아 선수가 뻥 뚫어준 듯한 그런 느낌이었습니다.
Then it's time to check out the POG for game 2.
받아야 하지 않을까요?
We see award, we see Keria.
첫 번째
First POG for support role.
그 캐리아 선수가 더 어떻게 보면 활발하게
Keria
맵을 움직였던 것 같은데
was
또
really
레벨을
active
앞서면서
all
사실
around
이제
the map.
로밍 많이 가면
However,
레벨이
he was
밀리기
never
마련인데
behind level.
그 아까 첫 번째 리뷰하면서 보여드렸던 장면에서 진짜 서포터 레벨 차이가 크게 작용하지 않았나.
Today, on the first highlight of the analyst task, we could witness why the level difference is so critical in its role.
캐리아 선수가 뭐 매번 잘하는 것 같아요.
Keria, not only this game, he is always showing a clutch performance, and also he did every possible best play as a support role in terms of visions, in terms of team fight, and also laning phase.
미라님이 얘기하시는 부분은 좀 빠지는 부분이 없다 이런
So,
얘기신가요?
4 out of 12 voted for Keria. So some support players, they are specified having a very special ability in specific place in terms of roaming. Maybe some people are really good at laning phase. However, Keria is good at everything according to Lyra's opinion.
표 차이였죠. 첫 번째 서포터 POG라는 의미도 있을 것
Very
같고요.
meaningful POG going to the support role, and let's check out who's gonna take the match with the game number 3.
Thank you, Zisun, as always, for that wonderful translation. And after seeing the MVP, you know, right after I gave that vote to Quad, I was like, I don't know, Keria did really have a great game, so good to see him pick that one up. You don't get to see a support pick up the MVP every single time around. But take a look at this. Bono, after a relatively weak game number 2, will be subbed out, and Malrong is coming on in. And you have titled him the coin flip jungler.
He is, he's the Lord of the Sinners.
He really is.
He is literally Lord Sin. That is exactly...
From Final Fantasy X?
Was that a...
It's not Lord Sin.
Oh,
but it's-
Sin.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that might be him actually.
Yeah, maybe it's him.
You know, I
It makes so much sense.
what is it? The Calm? That's what they used to call it.
Yeah.
I guess it's ended. I guess he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Now he's in the LCK.
Calm doesn't really last that long anymore.
So, in case we're wondering why we're referring to him as a sinner, it is because he doesn't tend to farm. He just tends to run places and gank over and over and over. On Jin Air last year, it was insane. The amount of times that he would be down so many camps against the opposing jungler, or how long he would wait inside of brushes for ganks that really require the opponents to make mistakes, and that's how he plays. He doesn't play in a mathematical or a calculated way. It's a very peculiar, emotional approach to playing jungle, where he accounts for things before they happen, or before even his laners can make them happen. And even when he gets leads, he doesn't dial it back and try to then recalibrate his play style relative to his lead. He just kind of, oh, I got more items now, I'm gonna gank more. And
yeah, it's
that's what tends to happen.
Yeah.
I had him. I was telling you before the break when we found out he got subbed in. Had him in a solo queue game the other day. He had 5 camps at 8.5 minutes.
Sounds
So,
about right.
You do
I
the
mean,
math.
There's
you do 3 on the initial clear. Okay, you finish that.
Hey, but you know, you need all that time for ganking the lanes. You need to be top, and then you go mid, and then maybe you can revisit top, and then maybe bot. And then by that time, 8.5 minutes, of course, has passed. No time to do camps unless. He's like that one drop in mono red that you come down, he like does 2 damage to face.
It's
Like-
right. Yeah.
That's him.
He lives for it.
Well, we do have the final game of the night. Dragon X up against KT, hopping into pick ban. Once again, Dragon X on blue, KT on red. The colors make sense again. No more LeBlanc for Kuro. That's not going to happen again.
All right. Well, let's see if the Cassiopeia is actually going to end up biting the dust. Now, if Chovy's fine playing it up in top lane, and if Def's even willing to play it, they could even blind it to make sure that nothing ends up going awry there. Now, with Malrong coming in, honestly, I feel like the game is going to be decided in the first 15 minutes, regardless of whatever the team comps are going to be.
It's all about Malrong. And,
So-
yeah, I mean, Elise is one of his favorite picks to sin on.
Yeah.
He loves to gank the top lane on the Elise, and he will do a lane gank and go into the top lane brush. And if there's a ward there, he loses so much time, so
Yes.
much farm. But if there's not, then there's a chance he can get the kill. Very coin flippy. Looks good when it works out.
Dragon X banning the set. They don't want it, which is
They're winning your heart right now.
They really are.
They don't want to
actually.
first pick it, so they're banning it away.
Yeah. Realizing that maybe it would be stronger on red side.
Yeah. Ooh.
But we're getting some action here.
Who would have
As
thought?
Lee Song.
What?
What?
Lee Sangers.
Yeah.
Lee Singed.
Are they just gonna B1 Cassio or B1 Ornn? B1 Ornn is pretty good. Chovy can play Ornn. He can play him up in top lane. He's played him in mid lane a few times.
Or
And
Aphelios.
Aphelios, even though MF is up as well, no one really likes Senna. I don't know why.
Nobody seems to like Senna
Well,
tonight.
I mean, Afrika
tonight.
did play. Yeah, well, okay. Nice save there tonight.
Was it? I thought it was Gen G. Or not. Yeah, Gen G played it.
The Afrika also spams it.
Oh.
And yeah.
Okay. See,
Also,
I thought that it was Mystic on Ashe.
UCal has played so much mid Senna, and that's the other very bizarre thing, is Senna is a flex pick.
Yeah.
Able to go mid lane, able to go AD, able to go support, and yet we're seeing none of her inside of this.
Take a look at this. They're like, please don't ban my aggressive junglers anymore. I will pick Jarvan. Jarvan right off the bat. And MF, as you mentioned, still available. Very obvious pick. That does come in next.
And are they just going to lock in the Kindred?
I saw the coach go over to Pioshik before, and he asked him a question, and Pioshik gave a very confident just nod. And I wonder if that meant, you know, you want to play some Kindred. Or Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai getting locked in as a vacuum counter to the Jarvan. Nautilus also being hovered right now. Mostly picked for his ultimate. And no,
wow.
They're going to do it again. Cassiopeia.
And this time, it's not red third pick. It's not R3.
Yeah,
so
and it's going to walk into a bit of a rough matchup here. So now the question becomes, can Chovy pilot it up in top lane?
Yes.
And then maybe a Syndra counter pick can end up coming in. Thresh being banned away. Kennen is banned away, which I'm trying to think what that could possibly mean.
R-Trox.
You need to stop right now.
B-Trox.
It's T-Rox. The A's are silent.
B-Trox is his less successful younger brother.
Yeah, that's his. Yeah, that's his forgotten.
B-Trox. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does b-boying in his off time.
I do believe that to be true. So, Warren.
Okay.
Now banned away. Warren actually doesn't have. Well, Ornn is really good here, but he doesn't have the best Ornn items to give his teammates. As Cassio doesn't normally tend to rush Deathcap. We did see Faker do it earlier on. But normally Cassiopeia, Seraph's Embrace, Leandri's, Rylai's, Banshee's Veil. There's not many Ornn items that she tends to gravitate towards. And now Taric.
Taric Master Yi. No, not gonna happen. That is a solo queue thing. We're hovering a lot of champions that LS doesn't like. But we have move. Oh, no.
All right, it will be the Alistar.
Yeah, I mean when you earn the Pog.
I'm trying. All right, so they banned away Rumble. They banned away Kennen. No way.
Yes.
Please. Come on.
Trox. All right, LS, have a good night. I will see you maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
I'll take over the casting from here. You don't have to worry about that. You can just go home.
All right. Well, let's see what the final pick is going to be. I mean, there's a million different options that you can choose here. It looks like they want to do the Camille. Irelia is another option here against this team, but obviously Camille has a few more options available in terms of the split push and just overall the mobility, because Camille can go over walls, be a little bit more slippery. Not that Aurelia can't go over walls with the Blade Surge, but
what about Fiora?
Fiora, Fiora a little bit
less
more vulnerable to the Aatrox than the other two.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought Fiora was like that big blind, or not blind, counter pick that Khan was always picking.
It was a really interesting. It's a really interesting dynamic where Fiora is favored if both players don't really know the if both players don't really know the matchup, and if the Aatrox is weak. But if you're really, really high level, it's slightly Aatrox favored. And so it's a really
Sounds
interesting
like Zoe
shift.
versus LeBlanc.
Yeah, actually, that's a very beautiful comparison, Valdez.
I'm on top of it. Yeah.
My
that was
God.
one we saw a lot last year.
Hello,
actually.
Valdez.
I came to play tonight. As did Syndra. First game of Syndra coming in here for the night. I do have to mention, I believe it has been played so far at the LCK. But Kuro, on a third unique champion in a row, has had two great performances in a row. One winning, one losing. but not because of him. So we'll see if he can do it, if Tucson can have a better game on his Leona this time around, and if KT with Malrong new into the jungle here for game 3, can he make a difference?
Here is what, all right, so I have, let me lay out some predictions, okay? Just a couple.
Okay.
Red into mid or top gank by Jarvan, or
okay, that's extreme.
Red to blue to bot or mid gank for Jarvan, or blue to red to mid or top gank. So one of those 3 variants.
Okay.
I feel like we have above a 50% chance to see.
So 3 different variants.
Yeah.
Above
If he does
50%.
any 3 camp or 4 camp before doing anything, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something has changed.
He's been a changed jungler.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, didn't we see him at the Kespa Cup and he kind of did the same thing?
Listen.
I don't know if he's a changed jungler. And that's kind of what you're saying as well. Also,
I don't like that. Well, it's a little bizarre. Kuro, he has minion dematerializer on Syndra. And so opting into the inspiration tree is a bit bizarre. Normally, with Electrocute and the sustain and whatnot, you can get so much value out of having the Mana Flow Band as well as the Gathering Storm or the Transcendence.
Yes.
So I feel like the Electrocute inspiration is much less common rune choice, as we are getting a very heavy trade down here.
Yeah. You don't often see Exhaust use that early on, but Keria... Okay. All right. Okay, LS. It was red straight into mid. There was no hesitation, no Krugs or any of that nonsense. How about going for his enemy red and hoping that there's no one here? And, well, the enemy's here.
The Sand Gambler lives on.
Oh, he won it! The coin flip! We've landed on 0. Big money here for Malrong.
We're not gonna make it.
We knew what to expect from this guy. He's not disappointing.
He is sinning so much right now.
He's puffing on his cigar while he's sitting at the roulette table. He's like, hell yeah, 0. I knew it.
Oh my god.
안 돼요, 나폴은. 얘 이래 멸롬. 아이고, 먹었다. 제가 먹었어요. 얘 뭐야, 쓸모 없네?
He's saying that he didn't have smite because he got it with the burn. So initially he complained about the HP of the red being left at 5, but then he ended up getting it and he said, okay, I ate it.
Yeah, he was very surprised that he was able to get it. It's not his first time at the roulette
He's trying to
table.
gank again.
It's not his first rodeo. He's been here before. He didn't have much luck at the roulette table, so now he's moved over to Baccarat.
He's in really close proximity to the Raptor camp or the Scuttle Crab. Where do you think he's going? Might be top lane.
He's unsure. He's like, he was thinking about going mid, but then he saw Rek'Sai, so he's like, oh, okay.
All right, he's on the Golem camp.
He's looking good. Finally, he's getting some farm.
You want to know something I recently actually discovered on Atrox after some experimentation and having some pros run it.
Okay.
I do think Trinity Force is the better item on him than Black Cleaver. You can actually...
Seems like that's happening a lot.
Yeah, so the idea of it, obviously I've talked about it with Set ad nauseum, but in most cases, the enemy...
Set?
Well, I've talked about it a lot about Set.
Oh, okay.
Because Set has appeared a lot.
I thought you were talking with Set,
so,
having a conversation.
Black Cleaver on targets that are only going to have 80, 90 armor essentially is giving you the same pen as a lethality item in most cases. But Trinity Force, the Spellblade procs, is going to outdeal what the Black Cleaver Shred is going to grant you throughout the extended trade of teamfights, but also if you start fighting other champions. And then all the other stats from the attack speed. Hold on, we might have a solo kill by Chovy, but
Yeah,
the
someone taking a
attack
bad trade
speed,
there.
the movement speed, everything that the Triforce grants you, it gives you different mix-ups on a lot of the Black Cleaver champions, and it's really, really powerful. And so when we're seeing something like Grasp, which was not common at all, I don't know what else we could maybe see in terms of itemization out of Aatrox, because Grasp isn't even that bad here. There is primarily only squishies on the enemy team, except for Tank Jarvan, I would assume, is what Malrong's going to go, that Chovy should be looking to go for.
Well, I mean, how much more expensive is Trinity Force over Black Cleaver?
700.
700.
So about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's two long swords.
Yeah, it's
right?
not that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you'll come online a little bit faster with the Black Cleaver, but
yes,
at the end of the day, like, it's not online fast enough to make too much of a difference. Especially if the game is looking to go like over 30 minutes, which it usually does in Korea. So definitely an interesting thing. I think a lot of testing is required and good for changing things up. Malrong's back again. Welcome back. He's got his friend Tucson, who has flashed in, and well, you're dead. First blood, Kuro picking up the big-time kill with the Czar button. Nicely done.
And
Press
Quad
that button. So
now, also, he doesn't have teleport right now. And so he's going to miss out on the minion wave as well. Kuro going to go up in the XP department, also up 9 CS right now. Lost chapter complete with boots. This is going to be really rough for Cassio, especially with that blue buff. Going to be coming up soon, as both junglers just hit level 5 at the same exact time. You take a look at this again, and you have to wonder,
wait,
what is Quad doing playing in that pocket of the lane that far up?
He just saw Tucson clear the ward, and it was pinged.
It really makes absolutely no sense, so, you know, I really can't defend him there, Valdez, but
yeah,
Quad's going to get the blue now, but there's no way really for Pioshik to make a gank happen anywhere. And, you know, one of the things that I didn't get to talk about loading in was which team is inevitably going to end up scaling better. If this game goes long enough, the Camille will eventually just start doing Camille things. And there is enormous amounts of wave clear from the Syndra and the MF, enormous amounts of reach as well with the Leona and the Syndra, which opens up a lot of avenues for pick potential in the mid and late game transition. So even though Sohan right now is, I mean, he's getting, he's having a little bit of a rough time up there against Chovy. He's down 21 CS. But if this game goes long enough, that Camille will come online. She will start doing things. We'll have to see what ends up happening. So, also interesting to note, Chovy with the Warhammer first item, not the Kindle gem for the CDR in HP.
Yeah, does pick that one up. We'll have to see what he does eventually go into. He's got the most experience in the game. Kuro is the only one really challenging for that. Going in now onto Keria. Tucson going to get bopped towards the turret. Malrong hasn't come in yet. It's just a 2-on-2. Able to pick up that kill straight up. Was the bottom lane here from KT. Malrong just a spectator, essentially. And now after that pickoff, they are going to move on to the Infernal Drake, being picked up here at 9 minutes. Relatively late, so they do pick this one up here, and KT off to a nice start.
They are going to get the Infernal. And the second one of the game is going to be Ocean, which means that we could have a bad news bear. Cloud Soul. That could be the final Drake.
Aww.
And let's just take a look at this. So, Keria, he gets stunned up. MF Ultimate comes out. Tushin able to follow, and then Keria trying to follow as well.
That's a mistake.
Yeah.
You got to know the cooldown on the Leona Q.
Yep.
And that's really what got him into, like, he was out of range and he wasn't going to die, but then he moved close enough to get stunned by the Leona Q and get ignited. So that's the only reason why he died. Definitely a bit of a mistake there from Keria. after a player of the game performance in game 2.
Well, Deft and Carry are just continuing to try to shove in this lane. As AT, they're looking to make another play happen, but Pioshik, with that sweeper lens, able to see exactly what was going on. There is a level discrepancy in top lane, as Sohan is gonna lose.
He's getting bullied.
He's gonna lose the cannon. This is an absolute evisceration up here in top lane. So, if you want to see how Chovy managed to do this, you can purchase the LCK Pro View.
Yeah.
Definitely. You know, so
is that available to?
I do believe it is available. So yeah, if you get the LCK Pro View Pass, you too can actually see how Chovy managed to orchestrate this absolute destruction up in the top lane from his perspective.
Yeah, but LS, I feel like you. Oh, nice little bullet time there onto Def. That's gonna easily push him out of the lane. Had Marong nearby, but. Gonna smartly back away. LS, I feel like you've done enough OPGGs to know that people are not going to look at replays of pros. They are just going to play 500 games and stay in gold. That is the way that...
you don't have to stay in gold if you just play Annie. Okay. Also, she got a visual update.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she did in the last patch, I believe. I haven't personally seen it.
What, you don't play Annie?
She's terrible.
What do you mean?
Hot mic, hot mic.
What? Didn't I tell you that mute button doesn't work? Oh, man. Good old Annie.
All right, well. You know the funniest thing? So I always talk about how... Never mind. Okay. It's fine, it's fine.
All right, okay.
Joke is a little tasteless. I will refrain from that one. As Ocean Drake, coming up in 2 minutes, spot lane, just going to shove in this last wave. And likely going to recall after that. Pioshik just trying to clear out this Raptor. Kuro,
it's on vision.
Yeah, couldn't get the W off, or maybe didn't have it. As Marong, here he comes. Now, I think Chovy is strong enough to, well, let's see, World Ender comes out.
Well, he's not going anywhere now. Do they have the damage? Flashes away. And now they should know, okay, they're going to continue. Well, Marong wanted to, but Sohan just said, okay, thank you, I'll push the lane now. And that was the end of that. Chovy able to get away.
He's walking up in the lane, beginning to CS again. Still ways away is Sohan from his Trinity Force, but also, likewise, because Chovy went for the Warhammer, he is going to be a bit delayed on getting that Black Cleaver. And another interesting thing about this is it's really big that Aatrox was able to get so far ahead of the Camille, because that will stagger how long KT needs to start getting that Camille online, and until she actually becomes a viable win con that they can start actually using.
Deucin here going pretty deep. You got Pioshik coming in as well, and he might just bite the dust. Solar flared himself. Maybe that's a bit of symbolism as to how he feels about his play tonight on the Leona. It has not been clean, to say the least. He saw Philios, he was like, I'm going in. And Leona syndrome is quickly becoming a thing that I have said more than once for Deucin tonight.
Ooh.
Got him.
I really like those. You see Syndra's balls? They look like Ghost in Pokemon Blue and Red.
Ghost?
I think it's Ghost. You know the random encounter in Sabrina's?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't it look like that?
Yeah.
I think I just brought everyone back.
In Lavender Town.
Yes.
In the building.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, Tushin solar flares himself, maybe thinking that Pioshik would go into it and then get hit. But
oh, Tushin.
All right.
This time maybe
miasma.
No, like this time maybe he's pulling a 400 IQ move. No, that's not it.
This is truly a series of the supports.
It has, you know, Tushin has made it one. That's for sure. I don't know what else to say. I can't lie to you guys. This is not pretty.
I'm gonna start calling him Tusin. You know what I mean?
I mean.
You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much
Fun
sin for us to
unintentional,
handle.
but it really walked right into that one.
Yeah. To sin or not to sin. It's a very easy decision for Tucson. And, yeah, I mean, he's definitely the biggest sinner so far in the series, even more so than Malrang.
Yeah,
I mean,
which is
it's
impressive.
Like, this is hard to pull off.
Malrang is actually keeping up with the enemy jungler in terms of CS, so that is a bit interesting.
All right, good flash there from Kuro, and Tucson decides, okay, now it's my time.
And the other thing here, yeah, you know, we're gonna let that happen.
Cal go into the bush. He's like, he waits 5 seconds. He's like, okay, he must be gone now. He goes in. No, Carrier's waiting. Of course he is. Well, we'll hope that Tucson can, I don't know, change things up here a little bit, as it has not been too pretty so far. Carrier has been winning the support battle. The top battle heavily going the way of Chovy.
And well, even gold, actually, identical.
Yeah.
Right now, which is a pretty rare sight here. Chovy is absolutely massive. I'm really curious how many grass procs Chovy has. That would be a really interesting stat to get to see, but it's not seem like there's going to be a way to actually figure that out.
Not just yet.
And we are in a this is a special kind of state. This is something else.
Next level.
Yeah. You watching LEC later? It's on tonight.
You know, my sleep schedule has been so normal, which is abnormal for a gamer or an esports person.
Okay.
Most
that
of us.
answer the question, Valdez. You watching LEC later?
That's what I'm trying to build up my excuse to make it, you know, a little bit more interesting than just say like no.
I'm planning to. Oh, hold on.
Oh, they found someone who's not Tucson. This time it's going to be Carrier. Malrang swings wide. Deft threw his ultimate under the terrain. That looked a little bit funny. Might want to fix that one. Either way, it does land, and nobody dies. Anyway, about LEC. Yeah, I'm going to sleep at like 11 o'clock every night. It's weird. I wake up at 7 to 8.
I don't even want to.
Go to the gym in the morning. It's really weird.
Okay, whatever, Valdez.
Are you watching LEC tonight?
Yes.
Are you streaming?
Of course. I can't co-stream it, but webcam timer that I'm always late on. But and then tomorrow night, LCS and LEC and LCK.
Oh, that sounds
I'm going for the triple crown.
I don't know if you're gonna win any of them though by doing all three.
What? Of course I am.
It'll be like the triple.
We just got word from, or I just got word from G-Sun that Chovy has 7 grass stacks currently. So they only procced it on 7 times.
Thank you, G-Sun.
Thank you, G-Sun.
it's very kind of you. Yeah, I mean I suppose that makes sense. They've been skirmishing, and I feel like the observers caught it every single time. And most of the time, Soan has kind of just been hanging around.
So when games like this end up transpiring, where we've had 4 kills in 20 minutes, what's going to end up happening is it's going to climax over one team fight, and that one team fight will cause a domino effect where several turrets will fall, Baron's going to be captured, we're going to have a 5k gold swing in one direction, all summoners expended, maybe an inhibitor ends up following 2 minutes after that, and then repeat the lull state one more time.
Okay.
And then one more Baron, and then the game.
You forgot to mention how Tucson was going to die again. I really don't know what's going on with this guy tonight. to be honest, guys. That's his
Why
third
is he
death.
there?
So he went in to clear a Rek'Sai tunnel, and they saw him, and they engaged on him. So it's almost like he's getting unlucky with the positioning of the enemy. It's like they're always in the right spot to kill him. I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Not really quite sure either.
He's building a stone plate. We're almost there. Maybe he can survive. You know, it'll be him against 4 people, so he gets the extra buff, and it'll help him out. This does mean that Dragon X, they get the bottom turret, and the Drake feels like a slow burn here for KT.
It definitely does. And we are ways away from the soul, Valdez. We are
10 minutes.
10 minutes
maybe,
away from a soul.
Approximately.
Well, we gotta add in some time to capture.
Give or take 30
yeah,
seconds.
So maybe 17 minutes from an Elder. So we're looking at a 38. Well, no, we're probably looking at a 40-minute finish here.
Yeah.
Right on time.
Gotta give a little bit of time.
Yes.
For the Baron dance.
Right now, I mean,
where they eventually kill
the items. Everyone's just playing ping pong with the waves.
Someone's getting more strong now that he has
is,
Trinity Force.
Yes, he is getting stronger. Death Stance almost completed for the Aatrox. Random fight. What is actually going on?
What is going on? That's a nice little Cataclysm, but they don't really have the follow-up in terms of damage, as Kuro also wasn't really able to land much. Oh, nice follow-up there from Pyoshik. Taking names, taking down Kuro. And now Zoan, he has his Trinity Force, but he doesn't have anyone to back him up. As down he will go. And there you have it, 6-2, and that might just be Baron.
And so this is it. This is the climax of the game, Valdez, where we're gonna have one explosive team fight. Now, depending on what way it goes, Baron would go down. Now a couple of turrets, one inhibitor, and then we're gonna have a dance again. And then the next Baron, that'll be the game decider.
Okay.
So that's the script.
Good solar flare to start things off. Just wanted to, good start, good start.
Cataclysm was actually a pretty decent Cataclysm. And then from here, I don't know what Kuro is doing. Just walking way too far forward for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
And he pulled his entire team into this. They easily could have backed off. And for a team composition,
이게 컷이지.
너 수영.
나 강타할게. 강타할게. 이거
should've
하나
left.
맞춰보자. 나 스마할게. 이거 강타 맞춰.
Come on, 형.
이거 없네.
And at this point, KT is now going to be on the back foot. Baron on the side of Dragon X. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon ends up coming up. But honestly, it's not that meaningful. It's just very bizarre to see KT voluntarily have opted into that fight and then tried to re-engage needlessly over, even if Kuro could kill one player, it's only going to be a couple hundred gold, which is not going to decide the game.
Well, 300.
Well, it depends who he kills. Bonus gold.
True. Could be more. There'll definitely be more than a couple. But, yeah, I mean, it's not really going to matter too much. Now it's Baron coming on in. Malrong, he's going to be caught out here. Pyoshik is the king of the jungle for this game. Carry-up is he killing what looks like 3 wards. Gets 2 of them. The matchup here up in the top lane has not amounted to any more kills onto Sohwan. Slowly trying to get his items. Carry-up forced to ultimate as he went very deep into the enemy jungle.
And it's just a slow and steady execution. Leandri's Torment going to be coming in next on Cassiopeia. And Chovy trying to raise this top turret. Flashes out of that engage by Sohwan. Casts the World Ender as well. He looks like a giant moth.
Yeah, you said that before.
Yeah.
He kind of is. Those are supposed to be wings, but they don't.
Oh, is this like an ode to the Mothman?
Yeah,
you
must
know,
be.
Mothman prophecies.
Yeah.
Great.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What? You never watched
the
that
Mothman
movie? With Richard Gere?
No. No. Oh yeah, the Mothman prophecies. Sorry, I missed that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep. Good response time out of Toby. I mean, he's really on his game up on the top side. Saw them on the ward, and he got out of dodge real quick.
And that was the extent of the Baron. So
yeah,
3 turrets ended up being captured.
I wonder what it feels like to be a KT fan. You guys remember Game 1?
Yeah, I remember Game 1. And then someone got excited.
It was looking good. And then someone said they were getting excited. I don't remember who that was. And then it really just turned on its head.
I think it was G-Sun.
Yeah, it was probably G-Sun.
It was probably G-Sun.
Thanks, G-Sun.
Yeah, I get it. Well,
thanks.
5 seconds now until the Cloud Dragon is up. That'll just be a relatively easy pickup. If KT takes the team fight, they're going to lose the game. And they should acknowledge that it's not the end of the world if they lose one more Cloud Dragon. It's not the soul. Nothing's really going over. They should just bide their time for more core items and not overextend on the map as Kyria trying to get onto Soan,
yeah.
but now KT is forked.
Yeah, able to get that position in the mid lane. Not gonna push onto the inhibitor just yet. Waiting on that one. Stun is going to fall short. It's kind of like Chovy boxing out 5 members and then the rest of Dragon X just moving in to take out a turret.
It's going to be the Cloud Dragon picked up. Mid inhibitor is exposed, which now, depending on lane states or minions on the map, depending on when fights end up taking place, it can just result in the end of the game. Depending on how clean of an ace Dragon X could maybe be able to achieve. Soan down 2 levels, as he is not going to push this cannon wave. He's valuing the reset. Maybe he has Ravenous Hydra. He does. Also picks up 2 control wards for himself. And Fiendish Codex on Cassiopeia, probably going to just be a Zanya's rather than a Banshee's Veil, so that if Jarvan does try to Cataclysm on, or mid-Syndra ultimate, or even Solar Flare, has something that can definitely be used.
Yeah. I wonder, did Faker build any of those defensive items as his like 4th item? I remember he got Seraph's Death Cap and Spellbinder. I feel like that could have helped a bit. He had
Against
his
the Soraka comp?
Yeah.
Nothing
Against
else
the Olaf Pain Train.
The Pain Train? Wasn't that a thing back in the day? Isn't that like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds right. I've definitely heard it before.
Okay. At this point, Baron is now up. Dragon X should just be able to get the Baron. And with that, it should be the end of the game.
Will there be a contest? Is the next question. They should know that Alistair is in here. They're trying to stun him down. And not going to get the knockout. Malrong was pretty close, actually flashing on in there on good timing. Has stopwatch now. It's 5-on-4. But a big-time move from Aphelios keeps Tucson and aiming out of the fight. And now Soan is all alone. Kuro too low on mana. And they cannot follow this up. You see Dragon X looking for more. Tucson is going to go wide there. Pyosik not exactly sure why he flashed to the left. Either way, Dragon X able to pick up the Baron. It's a 1-for-1, and they got the jungler. Definitely more valuable than the support in this case.
And I wonder if they're actually just going to try to end here? No? The defensive pings end up coming out. And they will just play it super careful. Probably just going to try to go through bot lane now. Maybe do a 1-0-4. As we take a look at this again, Kyria, he gets locked up.
Oh, looked early from Malrong.
Goes into the team. He ends up being brought down. Malrong, like you pointed out, he was really close on the steal. It was a valiant effort. And then the rest of KT just had to hightail it out of there. So in the end, it was a 1-for-1, but Baron.
Oh, he was trying to protect death,
Yeah,
I guess.
Tushin was trying to int again. Was what that was.
He was like, take me with you.
Oh my god.
I'm going in. All right, they're going to lock down Chovy here. Kuro's nearby. Didn't look like the stun landed, but they will pick up the kill. That's 700 gold now for So-On. If the game goes for another 10 or so minutes, there is still a small chance that KT could pull this one back. They get that big shutdown onto that big moth guy. Forget his name now. Trox.
Trox, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. There it is.
Yeah. What is your favorite name for him?
I like Trox.
Okay, I like that too.
Yeah. That was one of the ones that I was spamming.
As Chovy, he just got locked up in the Hextech ultimatum right there as he even burned his flash at the very end. So yet another potential lull state on the horizon. 30 seconds remaining on the Baron buff. And honestly, this keeps getting scarier and scarier because the champions on KT are getting more valuable as time goes on. Cassiopeia, she does tend to go all the way to 6 items. Now, the question I have for you, Valdez, is if you're in a situation like this, you're looking at the itemization on KT, what boots do you get if you're quad here?
What? What? I like the brown bags. Just keep them the whole game.
All right.
That's my favorite kind of boots on Cassiopeia.
You passed. I figured I had to put you to the test one time.
It was getting a little bit slow in the game, you know. I just thought you'd test me out a little bit. I appreciate that.
I had to check your mental state.
Yeah,
you know, do a wellness check.
Straighten me up just a little bit. Check your posture, by the way. we got a split push coming in here. It's actually working really well for So-On. Nobody responded to this for way too long. Now there is the Dragon Soul that will go the way of Dragon X. I don't think KT were fooling themselves by thinking they would deny that. So-On was able to take out an inhibitor turret on the top side. If you get a big enough wave pushing in and you are able to deny backs from the enemy team, who knows? Push in there and end the game. That's one of the powers of Camille on the split push.
And also, Atrox having the World Ender. I want to see how fast he moves when he ends up casting it, or even Cassiopeia. It's going to be really interesting. As we're taking it slow and steady. I mean, remember, what did I say? I said 38 minutes.
Yeah.
Would be the, right.
Yeah.
So we are right on time.
By the way, you're right on time for the Elder. Exactly right.
Thank you.
Wow.
I told you, I got really sick and tired of just casting these games blind, so
you have to
I
open
had to
up
steal
the
script again, yeah.
Oh,
I haven't
man.
used it since
G-Sun's
summer.
going to be so angry.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, look at this. Trying to wombo combo, and Keria says no. Big time able to win this fight here for Dragon X. Going to pick up a kill now onto Tucson. Balrog not able to flag and drag out. That looks kind of strange, as the flag was pretty close by. Nearly survives the poison there with his nice little shield at the end.
Ooh.
Dragon X.
Are they? No.
No, not yet. They're waiting.
This really feels like one person is constantly dissenting. The way that, you know, it's like they're in an argument with each other. All right, they're just going to get the top inhibitor.
If there were 5 there, I wonder if they could have just zoned them out, but definitely the safer play to come up top, take this down, go take Baron.
Wait for Baron.
Yeah. I mean, they read the script too, and nobody's really deviating. Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
Tushin's up. Oh.
And apparently, the inhibitor's up again, so they're going to take this one out too. So that's what they were waiting for. If I had looked at my handy inhibitor timers down there on the bottom right above the mini-map.
Yeah, and those are actually really good times to have them go down. It's not like, you know, it's not like one is about to respawn and then the other just got taken, because that makes it a lot easier to defend from. But when you have 2 coming in at the same exact time, it's obviously a lot more pressure. But in the same sense, it's also a lot more relief if you are KT and you do manage to make it the full duration. It feels a lot better when both respawn at the same time. Lets you juggle the side lanes a lot better. Take a look at this replay. The bullet time gets told to shut up real quick as Keria dives on in there. Tushin is, I mean, something is going on this game. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's
you know what Tushin is an anagram for.
What's that?
Int us.
No. Oh no! The poor guy. You just you just ended him right there. How could you? Int us. I mean, it was in his name the whole time. How didn't we see it?
Oh man.
Quad's being jumped on here. And he's still got Zonya's. And there it is. Waits until the last second. And he is going to go down in the end anyway, but it's a 1-for-1. Tushin dies again. Bullet time desperately. And that is not going to work out for the side of KT. They're too far behind. They're up against that Cloud Soul. A bunch of fast boys now pushing on in to end the game here. 13-5 might be our ending score unless Sohan wants to help us out here. And push it on in. Well, he's going to try to get away there at the end. And that should be the end of game 3 of the series. Dragon X gonna take a while to take this one out, but they will take down KT in 3 games. As, yep. There you go. GG. Well done. Dragon X came out a bit slow. They are a young team, keep in mind, guys, so they're not the most incredibly experienced. There will be some hiccups along the way.
And, I mean, if you're Dragon X, you can feel good about the win, but there's definitely a lot to work on. Very clearly, they take a very long time to win in advantageous states of the game. And fortunately for them here today, they had Chovy in the top lane, and he did a really good job lane kingdoming Sohan both games. Quad getting his Cassiopeia 2 games in a row. Some very peculiar positioning in game number 2 led to him dying at that one point. Questionable game 1 draft, although it wasn't that bad. It's just they didn't play to anything that was designed to do and couldn't achieve it. And so in that regard, definitely a bit interesting, but they managed to bring it back. Game 2 and Game 3. But still much to be desired, as this series alone did not quite live up to the hype or expectation that I think many people had for the Dragon X roster, but it's only week 1.
Still a lot of time. Wow. Fishing is looking pretty embarrassed, thinking about what kind of pose to do. And now he's like, I've had enough. I've had enough of the cameras. Take me away. I just play League of Legends. One of our very young players here on the Dragon X lineup. He'll get used to the cameras eventually. We saw Chovy was also asked to put on a nice little pose, gave us the V. And yeah, everybody looks pretty happy on the side here. Carry as well.
Yeah. Now, honestly, both supports this game were... it was not their series all around.
Yeah, well, I mean, Carrier looked good.
Well, Carrier did look good. In game number 2, there was some questionable stuff going on. But again, gotta keep stating, it is week 1. And this roster is really new and thrown together. Def now playing with a new support.
Yeah.
Chovy playing top lane when it's normally the mid laner. Quad coming in. And Pyoshik, his debut here in LCK, keeps doing poses or something. I don't know.
Keeps doing this wink and nod thing. Cameras are loving him.
And KT now, they're going to start, though, their week 1 down 0-2. Both went to 3 games, though, and had it been best of 1, KT would be 2-0.
Yeah.
So,
fortunately, it's not best of 1.
Yeah.
I do not like best of 1, but KT does. I'm sure Kuro would as well. Absolutely bopped face in game 1.
We take a look. This was where Quad was up
so good in
about
the beginning.
400 range too much on the right side of the lane.
Yeah. And I remember when Tucson roamed for a nice timing the mid lane and came down to the bottom side, got a great 2-on-2 kill.
This was the solar flare.
And then he's
a
like
true light flash before your eyes.
Yeah. He's right after that happened, he's like, get me out of this game.
And well, this is just the highlights of this game again. This was Kuro.
He had vision.
He not only did he have vision, this was the point where I basically said that even if you get a few hundred gold, it's not as valuable as just ensuring that nothing can go wrong.
Yes.
This was the Baron that Malrong almost managed to steal. And honestly, credit to him this game. He was much more controlled, and for all of his lanes basically bleeding, he actually managed to stay relatively stable this time around, even though he was sinning in the beginning.
Yeah, he was.
He definitely had his hand in the cookie jar and his foot.
Oh.
I don't know where that goes, but it's a big jar.
It's a lot of cookies. He's going for them. Well, I mean, he got a couple, but by the end of it all, not really much he could do. Jarvan players know, you be in this spot where your team's behind, you engage, you die. You don't engage, you're useless. It's sad. Mid.
진짜 미안하다.
Quad is like, I'm really sorry.
나 때문에 미안하다 그동안. 초반에 그 바텀 쪽으로 그냥
Or, you know, that time where I was kind of hinting in the game. Suppose that's the early game where he was very out of position a couple of times. Chovy able to take most damage in the game. I believe he won the majority of the MVP votes on top of it all.
Yeah, Chovy had a phenomenal performance here tonight, so definitely really nice to see him up there in the top lane. It would be really exciting, actually, to see Chovy up in top lane go against the Elite Three, because we all know that Red is Red's the real final boss.
Yes, he is.
You know, so.
Red from Pokemon. And, I mean, he looked good against Soan, but at the end of the day, Kyoshi is going to pick up the MVP here. And, you know, you guys remember this moment where he found Tucson? That was a good moment. I remember that moment. How about this moment where he found Tucson after Keria engaged? Oh, look at that knock-up. Wow, great job there. Big fan. Oh, he knocked him up again. Good. And yeah, that's what we get to see from Piosik's MVP, or sorry, his POG, his play of the game. And yeah, well voted, guys, well voted. So we'll be hearing from Piosik on the stage. We'll see what he has to say very quickly here, as he will be alongside of Keria. Can't believe I forgot. Great game on the Alistair there in game number 2. And yeah, will be cool to see what they have to say with Jason on the mic, translating for that interview that's about to start in just a moment.
And remember, it's Jisun's fault that she got excited for KT, so
yeah. So
네,
thanks,
DRX가
Jisun.
시즌 첫 경기 승리로 장식했습니다.
Thank you very
오늘
much,
POG
guys.
선수죠?
This
캐리아
is
선수,
Jason
표식 선수
from
모실게요.
Translation,
안녕하세요.
and let's hear the POGs
네,
for match 2.
롤파크에서 경기
Piosik and
한
Keria.
기분이 어떤지
So
먼저
how was your
여쭤볼게요,
first
캐리아 선수.
match at Low Park like?
원래 지금까지 롤파크에
Up until now, it was my dream to play on Low Park stage. I'm really happy that I performed well and picked up the POG.
오늘 출전하면서
First POG onto the support role, and for you as well. Did you feel like it coming? After that game, in the waiting room, I kept asking, who's the POG, and they told me, we don't know yet, but finding out that I'm the POG, I was very happy. Piosik, your dream is also came true, meeting Mina Kim. Yeah, having this interview with you was my dream. You got the POG in your first match. How do you feel right now?
좋네요 그냥 뭐.
Happy? Good, good.
또 좋다는 말 말고는 생각이 안 날 정도로 좋은 거죠.
Well, it was extremely good, right?
그냥 좋다고밖에
Yeah,
말 못하겠네요.
I mean that's all I can say. It's good.
좋은 순간입니다. 캐리어 선수, 퓨지 선수 모두에게. 자, 캐리어 선수 얘기 먼저 해볼게요.
So, Keria first. Alistar was fantastic.
픽하게 된 과정,
So,
캐리어 선수의
what
생각이
was the reason
원래 알리스타
in terms of picking that Alistar? We didn't really practice it, but during the draft for game number 2, Daft suggested, what about Alistar? And I said, I think it's okay, so he locked it in for me. So Keria and Daft play a lot of duo solo queue. So do you listen to him well? At first I did, but a couple of months later, now Daft is listening to me.
자, 알리스타를 하면서 전성기 때 메라를 보는 것
So your Alistar performance actually reminded a lot of people of MetLife's Alistar. I think that's a great praise because even before I started practicing, I've always watched MetLife playing Alistar, so it's a big honor for me. So we have this highlight over here. So you kept your eyes on MF throughout the whole game number 2. We had a really nice comp in game number 2, so I always did my best to cancel the MF ult. Was that easy? Well, I was able to pull it off really well. Pusic, they just target banned your Lee Sin. Well, I really practiced it a lot, and I'm really confident with my Lee Sin, so I was really proud of myself at that moment. So, some people say Pusic is not really good at Rek'Sai compared to other champs. Well, that's part of my strategy because I only play Kindred, Lee Sin, and Nidalee. Other people would think that overlook other champions in my champion pool, so that was part of my plan.
자, 그리고 쿼드 미드, 초비 탑
Quad
조합이 아마
on mid and
정글러로서
Chovy on top.
많이 해본 그런 구도가 아니었지 않을까 싶어요.
Maybe that might not be familiar with you as a jungler.
첫 번째 세트 때그
So in game number 1, Lyra said that
팀적인 픽을 했다가
DRX
망해가지고
went with very teamwork-wise draft.
그냥
So after losing that
우리
game number
다시
2, DRX started to go with the comfort picks and the picks they're really good at, and that is really true. He got it right.
좀 아쉽긴 했는데
Not
그래도
like I'm not
나쁘진
fully
않았던 것
satisfied,
같아요.
but it wasn't bad at all.
피지컬로 이긴 것 같아가지고
I think we won with our mechanics.
피지컬이 정말 뛰어났다는 생각이 들었습니다. 뱀픽 단계에서 킨드를 올려놓는
The
모습도
pick and
나왔는데요.
ban phase.
네, 조만간 기대해
You
봐도
hovered
될까요?
Kindred. Are we gonna see it
저는
soon?
항상 그 킨드레드 각이 나오면
Whenever I see the Kindred angle, I'm always ready.
기대해 보셔도 될 것 같습니다.
So
알겠습니다. 기대하도록
you can be
하겠습니다.
excited
조금
for
전에
surprise
선수가
Kindred
얘기를
pick.
했던 대로 캐리아 선수 좀 나이도 어리고
Keria,
피지컬도
you guys are so
좋은
young
톱이잖아요.
with great
오늘
mechanics.
실제로 경기할 때 이 세 명의 선수 중에 가장 긴장한 선수가
So who was the most nervous player? I think Pusic. Even before going to bed last night, he was so nervous.
선수는 어떤 점이 가장 떨렸어요?
What
이곳에
made you
오는 거,
so nervous?
경기라는 거, 저를 만나는 거,
Coming to
여러
the
가지
stage or
있는데
interviewing with me?
일단 모든 요소가 말씀하신
Maybe
대로
every
맞는 것
factor?
같고, 근데 하다가 이제 그냥 레드 치고 있는데
Well,
굉장히 이제
I was just like camping my red, and then I felt more comfortable.
했었는데
Well, before I started the game, I was really nervous, but going into game, playing, jungling around my camp made me feel comfortable.
포텐을 제대로 터뜨리면서 POG
So
가져갔습니다.
two young
이번
guns
시즌
picked
목표 들어보고
up the POG. So what's your goal for the split? Of course, winning LCK, and I want to become the best support of all.
한채 봇이 되겠다.
You want to be
네,
the
캐리아
best
선수의
support in
각오 잘
LCK?
들어봤습니다.
Okay.
표식 선수는요?
And Pusic,
저도 같은 마음으로 이제
Same.
한채정 먹는 것과
I want to be the
또 이제
best
로얄로도
jungler in LCK, and I want to walk the royal road in LCK.
엄청납니다. 저도 어린 시절이 막 생각나기도 하고요.
I can feel the
많이
young
배워가겠습니다.
spirit from the rookie
정말
players.
축하드리고요.
Once again, congratulations
들어가서
on the
축하
win.
많이 받으시길 바라겠습니다.
And this will wrap up the interview with POC Carrier from DRX. I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there. Good to hear from the two younger guys on the lineup, getting up on stage in the LCK arena. Too bad that the crowd couldn't come down to support them this time around, but no doubt that the Dragon X members are going to be up there on that MVP, or rather POG stage, I suppose you can call it, a bunch more times.
Yeah.
No doubt on this.
Well, I had a lot of fun being back casting with you here today, Valdez, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's games as well. And I just want to say, to conclude the night, I love Soraka.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I mean, that's what LS stands for, right? Love
Actually,
Soraka.
Love Soraka, yeah.
Yeah. Love Set.
Exactly.
First pick on blue side.
Yeah, literally Set.
Yeah,
I mean,
literally
you know.
Set. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, but it was another 6-game day. What do you think about tomorrow? 6 games?
Let
me just tell you the games once again.
This is my second night in a week ending past midnight.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
Take a
we're
look
getting
at-
close. We're getting very close.
My
Trains are
throat
shutting
is
down.
getting destroyed right now.
Subways are shutting down. We need to get some throat coat for our analysts because God knows that me and Atlas can't do analysis. That would never happen. Freak up on top. You guys see that Dragon X move into that left side column alongside Homo Life. That might be a surprise
Tomorrow,
after they take the win.
This is going to be, I am thinking it's just going to be a massive slaughter. Where
Yeah, you
we
think
saw
so?
what happened in APK's previous series against Sandbox. And, I mean, Damwon, they're probably just going to do the same exact thing. So, APK, I think, are the massive underdogs against Damwon. And then, the next series of the night, that one is going to be much closer and much more exciting to watch.
Yeah.
And I think that we're going to get a lot of questions answered about, well, what did their first series actually mean?
For both of them.
Yeah.
For both the teams, for sure. I mean, Genji looking pretty good. Griffin also, looking better up against a Freaka. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for us. We will see you tomorrow for more LCK 2020. Until then,